Chapter 1 Undead Chat Group. Fall on the street. Li Xian was sprawled on the runway at the marine training ground, panting and complaining. As a traveler, he felt ashamed of the travelers. The first is that the timing of the crossing is wrong. It is now a few months after the end of the Summit War. Traveling through this time, eating shit can't keep up with the heat. The second is his identity, a free-spirited marine recruit, whose talent is still low and scary. If nothing else, he is estimated to be in a sudden battle in his life. Ding! The Undead chat group system is binding. Binding succeeded. The crisp and sweet mechanical sound suddenly sounded, injecting vitality into the lifeless Li Xian. System? Chat group. Li Xian's eyes lit up and quickly checked the capabilities of his system. Randomly invite the undead into the group, let the undead receive external information through themselves, and gain the ability of the undead. As the group owner and system host, Li Xian can perform a series of operations on group members, such as blocking perception, banning, and kicking people. Nice ability. Li Xian is excited. This is the reliance on his own rise. Ding! Are you starting to invite group members? Invite. When asked by the system, Li Xian gave a decisive reply. Ding! One Piece Roger has joined the chat group. Ding! Golden Lion Shiki has joined the chat group. Ding! Whitebeard has joined the chat group. Ding! Fire Fist Ace has joined the chat group. Ding! Fisher Tiger joined the chat group. 5 consecutive system prompts sounded, and 5 familiar names appeared in front of Li Xian. Li Xian saw the 5 names in his heart, and his system is still very powerful. Instead of inviting some nameless cannon fodder, he invited 5 powerful undead for himself. One Piece Roger, what is this? Didn't I get stabbed to death by those 2 executioners? Why am I here? Whitebeard, Roger. Golden Lion Shiki, Roger. One Piece Roger, ah? Whitebeard, Golden Lion, why are you 2 here? Whitebeard, gu la la la. Because, Lao Zi is dead too. One Piece Roger, really? Just kidding. You are so young and strong, how could you die? Whitebeard, old la la la. Young? When I died, you had been dead for more than 20 years. And even if it was the year you died, I was already in my 50s, how could I be young? Golden Lion Shiki, I see. It seems that although Roger died more than 20 years earlier than us, the years of his death were unreliable. Before he appeared here, he had no self-awareness. One Piece Roger, Nanny? Incredible. I didn't expect that I have been dead for more than 20 years. Has the world changed after I died? Fisher Tiger, there's a change, and it's a big one. Because of your BDS declaration before your death, the world has begun the era of the Great Pirate. One Piece Roger, really? It's exactly what I thought, ha 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 ha. I'm really a genius, world government was put together by me. Fisher Tiger, you seem to be very proud? It's because UBD started the era of the big bullshit pirates, and we the Fishmen Island will be reduced to hell. One Piece Roger, Whitebeard, to tell you the truth, Roger, you did make the Fishmen Island miserable. There is a passage for pirates to enter and exit the New World, and you know what pirates are. What's more, some slave traders are eyeing the Fishmen Island. The mermaids of Fishmen Island. Catch them and sell them for money. Fisher Tiger, that's right. So I especially want to ask you, what is your purpose in starting the era of the great pirates? One Piece Roger, well. Roger seemed hesitant. Fire Fist Ace, I want to know too. Ace, who had been peeking at the screen, couldn't help but speak. Whitebeard, Ace, is that you? My son. Fire Fist Ace, it's me, Dad. Whitebeard, gu la la la. Why didn't you say hi to me earlier? I didn't even notice you. Fire Fist Ace, I failed your expectations and made your efforts go to waste. I have no face to see you. Ace was ashamed, so he didn't say hello to Whitebeard right away. Whitebeard, what nonsense. There's no point in feeling guilty about the past, and I never thought you were wrong. It's not worth it from a rational point of view for Ace to go to death with Akainu for the sake of temporary anger and Whitebeard's reputation. But the Whitebeard pirates tried their best to save Ace, and it was also not worthwhile from a rational point of view to exchange more sacrifices for one's survival. It is normal for pirates to put emphasis on righteousness and suicide. Golden Lion Shiki, look at the top. One Piece Roger, Golden Lion Shiki, Fisher Tiger, Whitebeard, and Fire Fist Ace, the 5 of us joined the chat group. Undead chat group? Judging from the name, it seems like a chatting place for dead souls. Asterisk. Chapter 2. You all know the 4 emperors. Golden Lion Shiki, although this place is very magical, I always find it a bit baffling for him to appear. Whitebeard, it makes sense, how could such a thing appear for no reason? Li Xian, it didn't happen for no reason, I brought you in. Li Xian spoke in the chat group. Golden Lion Shiki, who are you? Whitebeard, you brought us here. One Piece Roger, it seems that you have a good devil fruit ability, which can actually affect the soul of the dead. Fisher Tiger, what's your intention in bringing us here? Fire Fist Ace, speak. Li Xian, don't get excited, I'm not your enemy. On the contrary, you should really need my help. Whitebeard, why do you say that? Fire Fist Ace, what can you do for us? Li Xian, for example, the Whitebeard pirates will soon be wiped out by Blackbeard Teach, do you want me to save them? Whitebeard, what did you say? Fire Fist Ace, impossible. Li Xian, why not? You two have played against Blackbeard Teach, so you should know his strength. Now his strength is stronger than you know before, and the Whitebeard pirates can't stop him. Whitebeard, humph. You underestimate my sons too much. They are not easy to deal with. Even without me, they can still rival the 4 emperors. Whitebeard is confident and has a lot of trust in his sons. Li Xian, really? I don't think so. The ones that the Whitebeard pirates can do now are the Phoenix Marco and Foil Baista. Li Xian, and the 2 of them are at best the level of the senior officials of the 4 emperors pirates. Why should they resist Blackbeard Teach, who already has the strength of the 4 emperors? Whitebeard, Blackbeard Teach with the strength of the 4 emperors. Impossible, he hasn't reached this level yet. Whitebeard played against Blackbeard before his death. He admitted that Blackbeard's dark fruit ability was very strange and could be called the nemesis of devil fruit ability, but Blackbeard's strength was definitely not at the level of the 4 emperors. Li Xian, before you died, Blackbeard did not reach the level of the 4 emperors, but after you died, he would have this strength. Whitebeard, why? Li Xian, because Blackbeard took away your devil fruit ability, shock fruit ability. Whitebeard, impossible. After I die, my shock fruit ability will be randomly regenerated, how can Blackbeard take it away? And he has already eaten dark fruit, how can he have the ability of shock fruit? Li Xian, you don't know? Margiao knows that Blackbeard is a special body shape. He can withstand 2 devil fruit abilities. He is now the only dual fruit ability user in the sea. Li Xian, you once had the ability of shock fruit. You should be very aware of the power of this devil fruit, right? Blackbeard, the master with 2 devil fruit abilities, is now a real 4 emperors powerhouse. One Piece Roger, an alien that can withstand 2 devil fruit abilities? Incredible. Whitebeard, is there any evidence for what you said? Li Xian, wait, I'll get it for you. Outside world. Li Xian got up from the training ground and went to Marine's reading room to find outdated newspapers, while keeping an eye on the situation in the chat group. One Piece Roger, by the way. What are the 4 emperors? When One Piece Roger died, the title Four Emperors had not yet appeared. Li Xian, the pirate emperor who reigns over the sea. The captain of the four pirate groups standing on the top of all pirates and second only to the pirate king. Golden Lion Shiki, it's just a child's play, not worth mentioning. Whitebeard, Ancient La. Although Laozi also looked up the title of Four Emperors, you said that Four Emperors is not worth mentioning. Li Xian, indeed, it's too much. The Four Emperors pirates, each of which has the strength to rival the Golden Lion pirates at their peak. Golden Lion Shiki, humph. Golden Lion snorted unhappily, but did not defend himself. It must be admitted that the Four Emperors have the strength to make him pay attention. However, he still looked down on it. One Piece Roger, who are the Four Emperors? Come and listen, maybe I know them. Roger came interested. Whitebeard, gu la. Don't worry, you all know the Four Emperors. One Piece Roger, really? Don't talk about it, let me guess. Since you Whitebeard is also a member of the Four Emperors, other people will not be much worse than you, even if they are not as good as you. One Piece Roger, Kaido of the Beasts and Charlotte Linlin, these two guys were at their peak when I was alive, and they already have the momentum to match the three of us. They should be able to become Four Emperors, right? Whitebeard, you guessed it right, both of them are members of the Four Emperors. One Piece Roger, haha, as expected, the remaining Four Emperors must be the Golden Lion. Otherwise, why would he be so upset with the Four Emperors pirates? Asterisk. Chapter 3 Is Shiki the Pirate King? Golden Lion Shiki, hee. Golden Lion Shiki sneered, Roger was as stupid as ever. One Piece Roger, as far as I know, Shiki has always regarded Linlin and Kaido as juniors, and even wanted them to be his subordinates, but unfortunately they were all rejected. One Piece Roger, so for Shiki, it's a shame to be regarded as the same level as Kaido and Linlin, so he doesn't look down on the title of Four Emperors. Roger was confident that he had seen the truth. Golden Lion Shiki, hee, although your analysis is eloquent, I regret to tell you, the answer is wrong. One Piece Roger, nanny? Impossible. Whitebeard, is Shiki kidding me? Whitebeard, unfortunately, Shiki is not a Four Emperors. One Piece Roger. One Piece Roger, damn it, Shiki has become the Pirate King? Longevity. It counts, but it doesn't count that my successor is a lunatic Shiki. Pills, the sea hasn't been tossed down, right? Golden Lion Shiki. Whitebeard, why do you say that? One Piece Roger, even Kaido and Linlin are among the Four Emperors, how could Shiki not be the Four Emperors? The only explanation is that he became One Piece. One Piece Roger, he has this strength. Compared with me, the only thing he lacks is that he didn't reach Raftel. If he finds somewhere, becoming the Pirate King is a matter of course. Whitebeard, although your analysis is eloquent, I'm sorry to tell you, the answer is wrong. One Piece Roger, wrong? That's good. As long as One Piece is not Shiki, it doesn't matter who it is. Golden Lion Shiki, Roger. The Golden Lion gritted his teeth, and this guy Roger still made him so mad. One Piece Roger, Whitebeard, who is the current One Piece? It must be a hero for you, Kaido and Linlin to bow their heads to the court, right? Whitebeard, me and Kaido, Linlin, and I will bow down. Roger, please don't be so stupid in the future. One Piece Roger, nanny? Didn't you say that the Four Emperors are the biggest pirates next to One Piece? Whitebeard, it is precisely because One Piece has not appeared that the Four Emperors appear. One Piece Roger, no way. I've been dead for more than 20 years. Has a new One Piece appeared yet? It's a bit different from what I imagined. Are there many pirates in the sea now? Fisher Tiger, I don't know how many pirates are in the sea now. I only know that in the more than 10 years after your death, the sea was full of villains who were provoked by you to go out to sea. Fire Fist Ace, returning to the original question, why did you start this damned era of great pirates? One Piece Roger, this. Li Xian, I advise you to answer carefully. Because of this Fire Fist Ace, his full name is Podicus D. Ace. Do you understand what this means? One Piece Roger, Nanny? Ace, could it be that you are? Roger got excited. Li Xian said it so clearly, how could he not guess it? He's just a big guy, not really stupid. Fire Fist Ace, I only have one father, and that is Whitebeard. One Piece Roger. The son I finally met recognized someone else as a father, how could it be broken? Golden Lion Shiki. Is there such a thing? So much fun. After the Straw Hat Pirates defeated Gecko Moria, they defeated the Golden Lion before reaching the Sabayati archipelago. Then Golden Lion died in Impel Down because of a relapse of his old disease, so he didn't show up after Blackbeard's robbery. In addition, he has been busy researching biological weapons and climbing technology trees on Sky Island for so many years, and he doesn't know much about Fire Fist Ace. Therefore, this is the first time he learned about Fire Fist Ace's life experience. Fisher Tiger, One Piece actually left a bloodline? Incredible. One Piece Roger, Whitebeard, I want to duel with you. How did you confuse my son? Fire Fist Ace, shut up. This matter has nothing to do with Dad. I hated you before I met Dad. One Piece Roger, you unlucky child. Roger was so angry that it was completely different from the father-son reconciliation he imagined. Whitebeard, old la la la. Roger, if you want to duel, I can accompany you. Although you are the Pirate King, I am recognized as the strongest man in the world. Fire Fist Ace, Dad didn't become the Pirate King because he didn't want to be here. Otherwise, he would have been the Pirate King already. Golden Lion Shiki, hee. Roger, you can't do this. Your son doesn't listen to you, and instead recognizes Whitebeard as his father. If it were me, I couldn't bear it, and I had to give him a hard lesson. Golden Lion Shiki gloated at the misfortune, and fought hard on the side. Whitebeard, who dares? If you want to touch my son, get past Lao Zi first. Asterisk. Chapter 4 Roger, don't run away. Li Xian, you guys are so excited. The chat group currently doesn't have a function for you to fight each other. You can't fight if you want to. Let's calm down and solve the problem through negotiation. One Piece Roger, okay. I admit that I am a failed father. I am finished before you are born. You should hate me too. Roger was helpless, thinking about it calmly, it was normal for Ace not to admit him. Fire Fist Ace, that's right. Apart from this blood, I have nothing to do with you. After all, you didn't bring me any memories. One Piece Roger, is your mother okay? Roger, embarrassed, changed the subject. Fire Fist Ace, you are the Pirate King, and before you died, you created an era of great pirates. How could the world government allow your bloodline to exist in the world? In order to avoid the world government's arrest, my mother made me born several months later. When I was born, she died. Ace was furious, and when he mentioned this, he became angry and resented Roger, the irresponsible scumbag. One Piece Roger, how could this be? Before I died, I asked Garp to take care of you. He promised me at the time, did he break his promise? Roger murmured to himself that he didn't think Garp was the type to break his word. Especially in the face of him, who is also an enemy and a friend, he basically won't believe his words. Could it be that something happened to that Garp guy? Fire Fist Ace, Garp is a Marine, how could he openly protect us? He was also the focus of the world government at the time, and it was impossible for him to come to us. He didn't appear until I was born. One Piece Roger. Fire Fist Ace, since you know that the world government will hunt down people related to you, why didn't you have my mother sent away in advance? She stayed where you appeared, which is really convenient for the world government's investigation. One Piece Roger, you're right, I'm sorry I didn't think about it at the time. Roger was ashamed. If he separated from Rouge at the time, drew his attention away, and let Rouge quietly leave and hide, maybe Rouge could avoid future troubles. Pity. He was so engrossed in the joy of Rouge's pregnancy, the deliverance of his bloodline, and the conspiracy to issue a manifesto before his execution, that he didn't even think about these things. It wasn't until he was in prison that he suddenly remembered that his wife and children might be targeted by the world government, and hurriedly called Garp over to take care of Gu. This is normal. How many men on the sea take their wives and children seriously? Basically, after marrying a wife and having children, they leave home and never come back. For details, please refer to Usopp's father, who hasn't come back once in nearly 20 years. Men are irresponsible, but women are proud of it. The environment of the pirate world is like this, and it seems that Roger can't be blamed entirely. Fire Fist Ace, after I learned about my background, I deliberately asked other people's views on the bloodline of One Piece. It's a pity, almost everyone is looking forward to the death of One Piece's descendants. Fire Fist Ace, that's when I started to hate you. For your selfishness, it hurt me and my mother, and I can never forgive you. One Piece Roger. Whitebeard, old la la la. Roger, don't be too sad. You are wrong about this, and Ace should hate you. Golden Lion Shiki, that's right. Roger, I have to say, you're a bit of a jerk in this matter. You took the initiative to die a few days after you married a wife and before the child was born. You are harming others. What? The Golden Lion Shiki can criticize Roger vigorously. He can only use this method to satisfy his obsession with Roger. One Piece Roger, shut up. You don't understand, I was terminally ill. Long before I got to Lovedale, I was dying. Golden Lion Shiki, what? You know you're going to die soon, yet you go to harm other girls? Roger, you're worse than I thought. One Piece Roger, when did you Golden Lion become a good person? You have no right to say me. Golden Lion Shiki, who said that? At least in terms of future generations, I am better than you. I know that I am not qualified, so I did not harm others, can you compare? Golden Lion Shiki is pompous, he has found a sense of superiority. Golden Lion Shiki, knowing that you're going to die, but you're still harming others, and you're not responsible for harming others. Roger, you're such a bad guy. Fire Fist Ace, okay. What I want to know now is why did you start the era of the Great Pirate? If you didn't say those words before you died and started the so-called era of the Great Pirate, the world government would not punish a single death. The pirate is so dedicated, he wants to completely destroy his bloodline. If Roger chose to live in seclusion and die silently, maybe the world government would not care about him at all, just like his deputy Pluton Rayleigh. Golden Lion Shiki, I also want to know, what's your purpose in setting off this ridiculous age of pirates? Letting those groupies run wild in the name of pirates is a humiliation to us real pirates. Fisher Tiger, this is the third time this question has been asked. Roger, don't run away. Asterisk. Chapter 5 Shiki loves you deeply. One Piece Roger, how do you say it? I saw a lot of things in Raftel, and I also recognized the essence of this world. Compared with the world government, the disaster caused by the pirates is only a drop in the bucket. Golden Lion Shiki, so you started this so-called era of great pirates, and you want to use those weak groupies to overthrow the world government's rule? Stop kidding, they don't deserve it. Fisher Tiger, that's right. Compared with the disaster caused by the world government, the destruction caused by the pirates is more intuitive. The flood of pirates caused by the era of the Great Pirate has made many people choose to support the world government. Whitebeard, Roger, you miscalculated. Fire Fist Ace, it is irresponsible to make decisions on your own, but not thinking about the possible consequences later. Li Xian, you think world government is more damn it than pirates, so you want to replace world government with pirates. One Piece Roger, no, I didn't put my hope on the pirates. Even without me, the era of the great pirates will come. The darkness of the world government will definitely lead to its collapse, and the world government will bring the sea before it collapses. The Age of Thieves. Golden Lion Shiki, and then what? I don't understand what you mean. Whitebeard, what do you mean, you made the Age of Pirates come forward? I don't understand your purpose. One Piece Roger, well, you can think of this world as a pirate ship, and World Conquest is an arbitrary pirate captain. He drives the pirate ship to the abyss, and no one else can stop it. One Piece Roger, I couldn't stop this, so I chose to add a turbine to the pirate ship to make it run faster. The long, painful waiting period is skipped. Li Xian, damn it. I didn't expect that you Roger became a master of accelerationism without a teacher. One Piece Roger, what accelerationism? I just don't think the world will be destroyed. By advancing the collapse of the world government, you can skip a long dark period. Li Xian, from the perspective of the whole world, you do reduce the time of the dark years. But for people living in this era, they are so innocent. Fisher Tiger, yes, they took the dark years for the future. Why? Li Xian, that's right. Those who are rich are okay, they are suffering for their children and grandchildren. But those who are poorer than the third generation, they are too unlucky. One Piece Roger, poor but not third generation, what do you mean? Li Xian, it means that as long as the poor are poor in the third generation, they will die because they can't marry a wife and raise children. The poor can't be the third generation, and the poor can pass on the third generation at most. Whitebeard, anyway. Funny. With that said, those poor people should really hate Roger. Golden Lion Shiki, blah. It's boring, Roger is as stupid as ever. If you want to collapse the world government, just work with me. Golden Lion Shiki, if you would agree to my invitation back then, with your master's ancient weapon and my powerful military, the world is now ours, and there is no need for such trouble. One Piece Roger, Shiki, I've told you many times that I'm not interested in ruling. Golden Lion Shiki, who made you rule? Let me do the rule. One Piece Roger, forget it. You and the world government are half a pound. It makes no sense for you to replace the world and conquer. Golden Lion Shiki, UBD. Li Xian, Roger, it's a bit inhuman to say that Shiki. You know, Shiki loves you deeply. One Piece Roger, hey. Golden Lion Shiki, what nonsense. Whitebeard, hee hee. Looks like I heard something incredible, go on. Li Xian, the world government released news that Roger was captured by Marine. Shiki was furious when he heard this, and broke into the naval headquarters single-handedly, fighting Garp and Sengoku by himself. He fought to the death and was finally arrested. One Piece Roger, oh Garp told me about this, Shiji probably wanted to get information about ancient weapons in my hands, right? Li Xian, are you stupid? If he wants to get information about ancient weapon, the best thing he should do is to go to Impel Down to rescue you. But he didn't, instead he attacked naval headquarters like a vent. One Piece Roger, you said that, is this stupid lion really lost his mind? Golden Lion Shiki, Roger. Golden Lion gritted his teeth angrily. Li Xian, who knows? I know that he is very obsessed with you, and he has been obsessed with you for the rest of his life. Golden Lion Shiki, stop talking nonsense, I went to naval headquarters just to get the truth. I didn't go to Impel Down because I knew there was no way this BD could tell me the truth. One Piece Roger, I see. No wonder Shiki didn't become the 4 emperors, so this fool was caught by the world government. Asterisk. Chapter 6 A Serious Punch? Just kidding. Golden Lion Shiki, cut. Roger idiot, do you think I'm as useless as you? There's nothing I can do about being locked up in Impel Down, and I can only wait to die obediently in the end. It's a shame. One Piece Roger, no, I didn't run away by myself. Golden Lion Shiki, even if you run, it's useless, you can't escape at all. And I'm different. No one can break through for hundreds of years. Impel Down, I broke through. Golden Lion Shiki is triumphant, and in breaking out of Impel Down, he has surpassed countless great pirates for hundreds of years. One Piece Roger, really? Roger was stunned, he knew the horror of Impel Down. Although he claimed that he was unwilling to leave Impel Down, he also knew that even if he wanted to leave, it was impossible. Whitebeard, it's true. Shiki broke his legs and got rid of the sea stone chains. After recovering his strength and ability, he rushed out of Impel Down. He was the first prisoner to escape since Impel Down was born. One Piece Roger, this is really not right. Since Shiki has already escaped, why didn't he become the 4 emperors? Whitebeard, I'm not very clear about this. He met with me after escaping from Impel Down and said that he was going to prepare a big plan to show the world the horror of real pirates. One Piece Roger, sure enough, this guy still doesn't stop. What did he do? Whitebeard, I don't know. He disappeared after meeting me, and I didn't see him in the papers until 20 years later, when he was caught by Marine again. What his plans were, I don't know yet. One Piece Roger, really? It looks like Shiki's plan has failed again. Shiki, tell us about your plan? It has already failed anyway, and it doesn't matter if we know it or not. Golden Lion Shiki, hey! Why should I tell you my plan? If you ask me to say it, I will say it, then how shameless I am. Li Xian, the plan that Shiki has been preparing for all these years, I know. Golden Lion Shiki. Golden Lion Shiki, how did you know? Impossible. One Piece Roger, let's talk about it, what is Shiki's plan for these years? Whitebeard, I also want to know, it must be a very terrifying plan. Otherwise, why would he say that he wants to let the new pirates in the sea feel the horror of real pirates? Li Xian, okay. Shiki has a scientist who studies biology. He found a plant on an island and extracted a special ingredient from it, which can make animals upgraded like giants. Li Xian, the golden lion has been lurking for more than 20 years. He has been busy researching this ingredient and using it to transform the plants he caught. He wants to create a monster army and rule the world with great strength. Whitebeard, gu la la la. Monster army? To be coveted by Shiki, the monster army must be good, right? Li Xian, that's pretty good. If it's up to you to deal with this monster army, at least you have to take a serious punch. Whitebeard. One Piece Roger, a serious punch? Just kidding. Li Xian, no kidding. The strength of these monsters is at best the level of Colonel Naval Headquarters, that is, they are ugly in length and more numerous. If they are replaced by the current 3 Marine Admirals, they can be eliminated with one big move. Whitebeard, this is really One Piece Roger, ha 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 ha. It's so funny, Shiki-me has been hiding for more than 20 years to do such a thing. Golden Lion Shiki. Shiki was also speechless, regretting that he had listened to the nonsense of his scientists. The beasts created by the upgraded ingredients did not meet his expectations at all. Li Xian, the story of Golden Lion tells us not to put all your eggs in one basket. We invested for 20 years when we were excited, and then we lost a lot of money. One Piece Roger, go on, then what? How did Shiki get caught by Marine, do you know? Li Xian, I know. After the Golden Lion successfully cultivated the monster army, they are going to bring them to East Blue to destroy that sea area. One Piece Roger, nanny. Fire Fist Ace, damn. As soon as these words came out, Roger and Ace, the 2 East Blue people, were immediately angry. One Piece Roger, Shiki, you BD really think so? Golden Lion Shiki, so what? Like that weak sea area, if it is destroyed, it will be destroyed. As long as I can prove that I have the ability to destroy a sea area, the whole sea will surrender to me. Fire Fist Ace, you lunatic. As it turns out, you won't succeed. Whitebeard, I would like to ask, Shiki, are you going to destroy East Blue because of Roger? Li Xian, sure. I've said it before, Shiki's love for Roger is deep. Golden Lion Shiki, FK off, don't talk nonsense. One Piece Roger, why did Shiki fail? Seeing that the Golden Lion was getting darker and darker, Roger quickly opened the topic, which was too unfriendly to him. Asterisk. Chapter 7 The death of the sky is not the crime of war. Li Xian, why did the Golden Lion fail? Because he provoked a pirate group before he started to act, but he was defeated by the opponent, and Marine took advantage. Whitebeard, what the hell? Golden Lion Shiki, wasn't it defeated by Marine? Incredible. If he was really defeated by a pirate group, why wasn't that pirate group famous? Golden Lion Shiki is one of the 3 legendary pirates who is as famous as the strongest man in the world and Roger, the Pirate King. If a pirate group defeats him, he will immediately become famous. Golden Lion Shiki, it's not that simple. Of course, the shameless people like Marine and the world government, as always, put the credit on themselves. Isn't that what Roger was like back then? He was arrested by Marine even though he surrendered himself. Of One Piece Roger, which pirate group were you defeated by? The one pirate group that can defeat you must at least have the strength to compete with the 4 emperors, right? Golden Lion Shiki. Golden Lion didn't want to talk, he was tired. Li Xian, it was the Straw Hat Pirates who defeated him. Fire Fist Ace, what group? Whitebeard, impossible. Golden Lion didn't speak, Fisher Tiger and Roger didn't know why. Fire Fist Ace, is the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates Monkey D. Luffy the captain? Li Xian, yet. Golden Lion's flying sky island passed the Straw Hat Pirates ship, and the kind-hearted Straw Hat Pirates navigator warned Golden Lion that there was bad weather ahead. Li Xian, Golden Lion saw that the group of navigators he kept on his ship was not as good as a navigator from the Straw Hat Pirates. When he got excited, he took the other navigator away. Fire Fist Ace, this is really Whitebeard, very Golden Lion style. One Piece Roger, bah. Shameless, shameless. To steal someone else's partner? Shame. No wonder he was defeated in the end, he deserves it. Golden Lion Shiki, go away. Whitebeard, Shiki was defeated by Straw Hat Luffy alone. Li Xian, doesn't it feel weird? But it's the truth. Fire Fist Ace, it's shocking. Has the Golden Lion's strength regressed to this level? One Piece Roger, what do you mean? The Golden Lion's strength has regressed, which means that the Straw Hat Luffy's strength is not very strong. Whitebeard, I saw Straw Hat Luffy before he died, when the Golden Lion had already been defeated. Straw Hat Luffy's strength, how can I say it? If I'm going to beat him, half a minute is enough. One Piece Roger, pft. One Piece Roger, ha ha ha. Isn't that right? Shiki, your strength is receding too fast. It seems that you didn't become the 4 emperors, not only because of your seclusion. Golden Lion Shiki, isn't it all your fault? The rudder on my head affects my ability to react. Replacing my feet with a sword has affected my swordsmanship. Otherwise, I would be able to do it with one hand. Hang up that brat. Whitebeard, hey. No, 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 why are you looking for so many reasons? I've been playing the bottle all day for more than 10 years, but I can still blast Marine Admiral after pulling the bottle. Golden Lion Shiki, you may not believe it when you say it. It's not my fault that I lost the battle. Just like the Battle of Idwal, I lost inexplicably, and everything was Roger's fault. One Piece Roger, what does it have to do with me? Golden Lion Shiki, why doesn't it matter? That kid wears a nasty straw hat like you did when you were young. And while I was fighting him, the bad weather reappeared and I was struck by a sudden lightning strike. Was seriously injured and then lost. One Piece Roger. Whitebeard, poor BD, why are you so unlucky? One Piece Roger, I thought that the sudden storm back then was my luck. Now it seems that it was your luck. Roger was speechless. During the naval battle of Edwall, he was about to be defeated by the Golden Lion. As a result, a huge storm suddenly appeared, destroying the Golden Lion fleet in an instant, and even the Golden Lion himself was hit by the flying rudder. Seriously injured. Roger always thought it was his luck. Now it seems that it is not my luck, but the bad luck of the Golden Lion. The two storms were caused by the unfortunate luck of the Golden Lion. Li Xian, the death of heaven is not the crime of war. Li Xian was also a little speechless. In a row against the protagonists of the previous two eras, they also took the advantage, and were finally defeated by the protagonist Halo. Golden Lion has no luck. Golden Lion Shiki, heaven's death for me, the crime of non-war. Well said, it went to my heart all of a sudden. Golden Lion Shiki burst into tears, which was so apartment asterisk. Chapter 8 Marine Recruit, Li Xian. One Piece Roger, poor Shiki. The fleet accumulated in the first half of his life was destroyed by a storm, and the plan prepared in the second half of his life was also aborted by a storm. Whitebeard, you have a destiny with the storm. Golden Lion Shiki, it's not the crime of war to kill me today. Golden Lion Shiki snorted coldly, he found the confidence. It's not that my Golden Lion's personal ability is not good, but that God doesn't help me. Whitebeard, forget it. Save the Golden Lion face, let's talk about something else. At Li Xian, have you found your evidence? Li Xian, don't worry, I'm looking for it. Whitebeard, okay. Then let's talk about the four emperors. The last of the four emperors is also an old acquaintance of Roger. One Piece Roger, who? Whitebeard, that pirate intern on your ship, Shanks, has red hair, and he's grown up now. One Piece Roger, is it him? I see, it makes sense. He is a young man I am very optimistic about, and I even entrusted my straw hat to him. It is normal for him to have such achievements. Li Xian, really? Did you know that he now entrusts your hat to a young man? One Piece Roger, is there such a thing? Whitebeard, la. That's right. The young man who was entrusted with the straw hat by the red-haired Shanks is the straw hat Luffy who defeated the Golden Lion Shiki. Golden Lion Shiki, no wonder that hat annoys me so much, it's the hat Roger UBD used to wear. One Piece Roger, ha 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 ha, this is fate. Shiki, you and the owner of that hat are born to fight each other. Whitebeard, tell you another good news, the kid who inherited your straw hat is the grandson of that guy Garp. Golden Lion Shiki, what the hell? I said why that kid looks so annoying, so it is. Not just the grandson of that old BD in Garp, and wearing the Roger BD hat. Damn it. I knew that, I should have killed him in the first place. One Piece Roger, Garp's grandson? Ha ha ha, it's so funny. The old man's grandson of Garp ran and became a pirate. I really want to see his expression at that time. Whitebeard, that old guy from Garp is a marine hero, his son Drago is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and his grandson wants to be One Piece. His family is really messy. One Piece Roger, what the hell is the Revolutionary Army? Whitebeard, a group of people who are looking for freedom and who are determined to overthrow the world government. Maybe they are the people you want to wait for. One Piece Roger, nanny? There is such a thing, then I really want to meet Garp's son. It's unbelievable, I didn't expect my expectations to fall on Garp's son and grandson. Li Xian, I'm also curious, how did Hero Marine raise a son of a revolutionary army and a grandson of a pirate? Roger, did you tell Garp something? One Piece Roger, no, none of this has anything to do with me. Li Xian, I found it. From the outside world, Li Xian finally found the one that recorded Summit War from a pile of newspapers. Perception sharing was turned on, and the chat group immediately exploded. Whitebeard, what's going on here? Golden Lion Shiki, I see something, what is this place? Li Xian, Marine Reading Room. Fire Fist Ace, Marine Reading Room? You can enter this place, who are you? Li Xian, Marine Recruit, Li Xian. Fisher Tiger, what the hell? You, Marine Recruit. Li Xian, of course. Marine Recruit is just one of my identities, and I am also the owner of this chat group. One Piece Roger, unbelievable, I was able to enter this place because of a Marine Recruit? It feels absurd. Li Xian, as long as you talk nonsense, let's take a look at this newspaper. Li Xian spread out the newspaper, which recorded the cause and effect of the Summit War. Golden Lion Shiki, Marshal D. Teach, a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, killed Sachi, the captain of the 4th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, defected. How strange. Whitebeard, there are traitors on your ship. Golden Lion Shiki was surprised, he knew the Whitebeard Pirates very well. This pirate group is like a big family, the atmosphere is friendly and harmonious, and there is basically no internal conflict. Whitebeard, humph. I'm the one who missed it. I didn't expect this BD Teach to have such ambitions. Golden Lion Shiki, ha ha ha. As far as I know, the only iron rule on your ship is not to hurt your companions. This kid named Teach blatantly violated your rules. It seems that you are getting old and your deterrence has decreased. Golden Lion Shiki taunted hard, he hadn't forgotten what Whitebeard had laughed at him before. Can't you blast the Marine Admiral? Even his own subordinates can't hold back, so are you embarrassed to brag? At least none of my men dare to betray me. Asterisk. Chapter 9 Golden Lion's real name Envy. Whitebeard, shut up, you stupid lion. You're still so annoying, I really want to sink you. Whitebeard was depressed, Teach's betrayal was a pain in his heart forever. Fisher Tiger, Blackbeard? Judging from this nickname, Whitebeard, your son is determined to oppose you. By the way, what is 7 Warlords of the Sea? When Fisher Tiger died, the 7 Warlords of the Sea system had not yet been born. Li Xian, the opening of the era of the great pirates made New World a paradise for pirates. 4 pirate emperors came to New World and formed 4 huge groups. In order to check and balance them, the world government established 7 Warlords of the Sea system. Li Xian, select powerful pirates from among the pirates, canonize them as the 7 Warlords of the Sea, give them the power to legally plunder, divide the power of the pirates, and check and balance the 4 emperors. One Piece Roger, is there such a thing? World government really dares to think about it. Isn't this a joke to give the pirates the power to plunder legally? Li Xian, no kidding, world government is serious. 7 powerful pirates formed the 7 Warlords of the Sea, forming a tripartite situation with the 4 emperors and marine, which has stabilized the world for more than 10 years. One Piece Roger, wait a minute. The newspaper said that Blackbeard Teach defeated the 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace, and dedicated him to the world government, at Fire Fist Ace, is that you? Fire Fist Ace, it's me. One Piece Roger, you were defeated? By the way, is this Blackbeard Teach much older than you? Fire Fist Ace, yeah. He's about the same age as Margot and the others, and he's decades older than me. One Piece Roger, that's good, it's justifiable to lose. You're still young, and temporary success or failure is nothing. Whitebeard, shut up. Don't you see it, you nerdy guy? One Piece Roger, see what? Li Xian, you'll know when you watch it. Li Xian was speechless, this guy Roger didn't notice? The character is too big. Golden Lion Shiki, this Blackbeard Teach is a character. He clearly has the strength beyond the captain, but he is willing to be an ordinary person in the Whitebeard Pirates for decades. This forbearance and patience has my style. Li Xian, Blackbeard did this, but it was not forbearance and patience. He was making a gamble with no basis and reason. He spent his life betting on a devil fruit. Although he won the bet, I still feel that stupid. Li Xian, he has not practiced much in these years to have this strength. If he had practiced well, I am afraid that he would have become a Four Emperors powerhouse by relying on physical skills and haki, just like the red-haired Shanks. Fisher Tiger, Jinbei became the 7 warlords of the sea. Whitebeard, don't blame Jinbei, he can't do anything either. The 7 warlords of the sea are very powerful and can protect the Fishmen Island. It's a pity. He finally gave up his identity as Shishibukai for the Whitebeard Pirates. Fisher Tiger, it should be. Compared with the world government, the one who really protects the Fishmen Island is the Whitebeard Pirates. Without your flag, the Fishmen Island would have long since become a paradise for pirates and slave traders. Although the Fishmen Island is an affiliation country of the world government and hands over a huge amount of gold in the sky every year, the world government has always ignored the Fishmen Island. Fisher Tiger, Blackbeard Teach handed the Fire Fist Ace to the world government in exchange for the position of 7 warlords of the sea. 7 warlords of the sea so tempting. Golden Lion Shiki, 7 warlords of the sea? Ridiculous stuff. Legally plundered power, not wanted by the world government. Who cares about real pirates? The era of great pirates started by Roger is a piece of garbage, and only those garbage pirates care about the identity of the 7 warlords of the sea. Li Xian, don't look down on the 7 warlords of the sea. The 7 warlords of the sea are equivalent to the allies of the world government, with great power and benefits. Fisher Tiger, allies? Could it be that the purpose of Blackbeard becoming the 7 warlords of the sea is to make himself an ally of the world government? He is afraid and wants the world government to protect him. Li Xian, no. You'll see when you look at it. Teach's ambitions and plans are amazing. Li Xian was speechless. What happened to Fisher Tiger? He even took the initiative to ask others for spoilers, like a child with an unbearable sense of expectation. Golden Lion Shiki, wait. Straw Hat Luffy sneaked into Impel Down to save people, and then successfully escaped with a group of prisoners. Is this fake? Whitebeard, old la la la. Golden Lion, your record was broken. And the kid who beat you did it, are you angry? Golden Lion Shiki, how could it be possible with his strength? Whitebeard, old la la la. Golden Lion, accept the reality. Luck is also part of strength. Golden Lion Shiki, shit. What a lucky boy, if I had his luck, the world would be mine by now. Golden Lion's real name Envy. Asterisk. Chapter 10 Don't deceive people too much. One Piece Roger, at Fire Fist Ace, how old were you when you died? Fire Fist Ace, 20 years old. One Piece Roger, do you have a wife and children? Fire Fist Ace, I don't have a wife or kids. But, I have a family. Everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates is my family. One Piece Roger, the dead Blackbeard, I want to kill him. Roger's mind was broken. Golden Lion Shiki, why are you so excited? This is the Undead chat group, and all who can enter here are undead. Ace is dead, you should have realized this long ago. One Piece Roger, what do you know? I can accept my son's death, but I can't accept his death at his prime, without a wife and children. Roger originally thought that Ace died after living 40 or 50 years. Before he died, he had already married, had children, and passed on the lineage, so he didn't take Ace's death seriously. Who has never died in life? As long as he didn't die at a young age, Roger, who was used to life and death, was acceptable. But Ace died young and had not passed on his blood, so that Roger's mentality exploded. Golden Lion Shiki, what's wrong with dying at a young age? Too many pirates die at a young age. As for getting married and having children? Boring. Golden Lion Shiki is dismissive, he has no idea of marrying a wife and having children. How did future generations have to do with him? As long as he has no regrets in his life, it is enough. One Piece Roger, Whitebeard, what did you do? You can't even protect your own subordinates. Whitebeard, FK. I rescued Ace, and what right do you have to say about me? If you hadn't created the Great Pirate Era and angered the world government wouldn't hold back against Ace. One Piece Roger, nonsense. The execution of Ace is just a pretext. The real target of the world government is you. Do you think I can't even see this? Roger hummed angrily. He was the man who planned the era of the great pirates. How could he not have a strategic vision? He saw at a glance that Marine was not human, and used Ace as a bait to deal with Whitebeard. The public execution made him unable to escape, while also limiting Whitebeard's destructive power. All in all, Marine was heartbroken in this matter, just ruthless. Fire Fist Ace, Daddy rescued me, he even wanted to break our back. It was I who couldn't stand Marine Admiral Akainu's slander against Daddy, so I rushed back to fight him and died. One Piece Roger, you mean, you rushed back after being rescued? Damn. I used to do this often, but I didn't die. It seems that you are not as lucky as me. Roger was helpless, what else could he say at this time? Change the subject. Golden Lion Shiki, it's been a long time, you made your death yourself? This is really... You have no strength, why are you trying to be strong? Fire Fist Ace. Li Xian, speaking of which, this is not the first time he has been brave. When he was chasing Blackbeard Teach, Whitebeard stopped him. But he didn't listen. He was defeated by Blackbeard and handed over to the world government. Li Xian, after she was rescued by Whitebeard and others, Akainu insulted Whitebeard. The rest of the Whitebeard pirates stopped him from going back to fight, but he didn't listen, and Akainu killed him. One Piece Roger, this is really... Golden Lion Shiki, too stupid. Whitebeard, you know shit. Golden Lion, you have the face to say Ace? When you attacked Marineford single-handedly, wasn't it stupid? With the ability of Lion Fruit, no one can stop you from running away. Why didn't you run away? Golden Lion Shiki, can that be the same? I'm alive, he's dead, and the results can prove right or wrong. Whitebeard, the result. Ace lived a vigorous life with no regrets in his life. Shiki worked hard for half his life and paid for it. Judging from the result, Ace lived a better life than you. Whitebeard mocked Golden Lion, you African chief still have the face to say Ace. What if you lived longer than Ace? Ace at least lived for himself, even death was his own choice. What about you? The great fleet you built with your painstaking efforts in the first half of your life was destroyed by a storm. The conspiracy you carefully planned in the second half of your life was destroyed by a flash of lightning. Your life is like a joke. Ace lived a short time, but lived happily. Golden Lion lived a long time, but was depressed. Golden Lion Shiki. Damn Whitebeard, why do you keep exposing me? Golden Lion Shiki, Whitebeard, you know the shit. The result is not important, the important thing is the process. I worked hard, I don't care about success or failure. Golden Lion's mouth is tough, and he won't admit defeat easily. One Piece Roger, Golden Lion, are you serious? Whitebeard, I believe it, how about you? Sarcasm. Fire Fist Ace, I don't believe it, he's tough. Fisher Tiger, I don't believe it either. I also understand the virtues of Golden Lion. For such an ambitious man, what he cares most about is success or failure. Golden Lion. Don't deceive people too much. Asterisk. Chapter 11 The Weakest Whitebeard Pirates. Of the 5 undead in the group, 4 of them joined forces to bully him. Golden Lion's head hurts, although he can't feel it anymore. Golden Lion Shiki, you are so proud. No matter how proud you are, the final winner is still Blackbeard Teach. I have to say, Blackbeard is a character. Golden Lion Shiki, decades of obscurity on Whitebeard's ship, amazing endurance. When you see the devil fruit you want, you don't hesitate to kill your long-term friend and become an enemy of Whitebeard. That's decisive. A powerful criminal who dares to calculate the world government and plot to impel down, with amazing courage. Once you get what you want, get out immediately, without dragging your feet. All in all, Blackbeard with these characteristics is not successful, it makes no sense. Golden Lion sneered in his heart, let you stimulate me, and I will stimulate you too. One Piece Roger, there's no reason for him not to succeed? Nonsense. If he had your luck, he would have died long ago. The Golden Lion was triumphant, and the Golden Lion was sunk by a single shot. Luck, this is the eternal pain in Golden Lion's heart. Whitebeard, that's right. Golden Lion, don't think you and Teach are both careerists and think you are the same kind of people, you are completely different, right? If he was like you, he would never meet dark in his life. Fruits. Whitebeard also came to join in the fun and stabbed Golden Lion's heart. Golden Lion Shiki, Whitebeard, did you see it? Blackbeard really took away your shock fruit ability, is this the winner's trophy? Golden Lion decisively changed the subject. Whitebeard, shut up. That mean guy, he's just a thief. Whitebeard was depressed, and when he saw this part, he felt very uncomfortable. It's ironic that the ability I once had was acquired by the guy I hated the most. The worst part was that Blackbeard would use his powers against his sons, which made Whitebeard even more uncomfortable. Fisher Tiger, cover Whitebeard's body with a black cloth, and then Blackbeard got in. After a while, the black cloth was uncovered, and the power of shock fruit came to Blackbeard's body. Incredible. Golden Lion Shiki, it's really amazing. Is that black cloth so powerful? I heard that the technology of feeding devil fruit to dead creatures has appeared in the sea. Is that black cloth weird? Whitebeard, that black cloth is fine, the problem is Blackbeard's dark fruit. After all, dark fruit is the real reason Blackbeard has been dormant for decades. Golden Lion Shiki, not necessarily. Maybe he has been dormant for decades, waiting for you to die. Fire Fist Ace, go away. Li Xian, it's dark fruit's ability, it has nothing to do with black cloth. Dark fruit is a very special devil fruit ability, and it has the characteristics of other devil fruit abilities. Whitebeard, that's right. Dark fruit's ability can nullify other devil fruit abilities. Teach used it to absorb my shock. Fire Fist Ace, when I was fighting Teach, once he touched my body, my devil fruit ability would be invalid. Dark fruit ability person has the ability similar to Sea Stone. Li Xian, dark fruit's ability is to absorb and create darkness to devour everything. When the ability person is alive, Blackbeard can still make devil fruit's ability ineffective. When the ability person dies, it is not enough that he can suck out devil fruit ability. Strange. Whitebeard. In other words, after I died, before the devil fruit ability in my body left, Blackbeard used the ability of dark fruit to suck it out. Li Xian, that's it. I heard that Blackbeard and the others are hunting around to take their devil fruit abilities. Golden Lion Shiki, dark fruit's ability is so terrifying. It's incredible, why didn't I find it before? Whitebeard, you said that Blackbeard is hunting powers and taking their devil fruit power. Impossible, how much devil fruit power can he withstand alone? Li Xian, it's not for himself, but for others. I heard that he can even inject devil fruit power into fruits to artificially create devil fruit. Golden Lion Shiki, what the hell? One Piece Roger, is there such a thing? Fisher Tiger, this ability, it's terrifying. Whitebeard, the nasty guy gets the nasty ability, it's nasty. Fire Fist Ace, with this ability, Teach's power will grow rapidly. Some people who are eager to obtain powerful fruit ability will turn to him. Li Xian, that's right. Whitebeard, do you still think your sons can stop the Blackbeard pirates? Golden Lion Shiki, definitely can't stop it. Whitebeard, the old guy's pirate group, should be the weakest one. One Piece Roger, no way. The other pirate captains are recruiting partners, and the old guy Whitebeard is recruiting sons. Any strong person with a little temper will not join them. Asterisk. Chapter 12 The Territory of Tyrants, Mind Power. The pirates commanded by the three legendary pirates, the strongest is the Roger Pirates, followed by the Golden Lion Pirates, and finally the Whitebeard Pirates. Although the large fleet led by Golden Lion once drove the Roger Pirates away and almost finished, but it was caused by special geographical reasons. Just like the Straw Hat Pirates will be chased and killed by the warships driven by ordinary marines at sea, the strong ships and sharp guns are the real killers of naval battles. In the original Adwal naval battle, the Golden Lion Pirates had an advantage because they had more ships and more guns, and the sea limited the strength of Roger and others. If they had fought on land, the Roger Pirates would have the advantage, because the Roger Pirates had too many masters. Why is this happening? Because the Roger Pirates recruit partners, and the partners and captains are equal partners, so people like Pluton Rayleigh who are no less powerful than Roger will join the Roger Pirates. The Golden Lion Pirates recruited Golden Lion Shiki's subordinates. Pluton Rayleigh, who is no less powerful than Golden Lion Shiki, would be willing to be Golden Lion's subordinates? Of course not. And the Whitebeard Pirates are even more nonsense. They recruited Whitebeard's son. Just be a subordinate, be Whitebeard as a son? This one made countless strong people extinguish the idea of joining the Whitebeard Pirates. The attractiveness to the strong determines the overall strength of the three pirate groups. Li Xian, the Whitebeard Pirates have 16 divisions and 43 pirates. But the real powerful people here are the captains of the first 5 divisions. Li Xian, and now, the captain of the 2nd division, Ace, is staying in the group, and the captain of the 4th division, Sachi, was killed when Blackbeard defected, and there are only 3 really powerful people left. Li Xian, however, during Summit War, the captain of the 3rd division, Diamond Joe's, was broken by Marine Admiral Aokiji, and now his strength has declined, so the Whitebeard Pirates can really fight the remaining 2.5. Whitebeard. Fire Fist Ace. Worry. Golden Lion Shiki, needless to say, the Whitebeard Pirates are over. Fisher Tiger, Mr. Newgate, I don't think the Whitebeard Pirates can beat Blackbeard either. One Piece Roger, damn Blackbeard. Li Xian, kill him for me. Whitebeard, I think so too. Li Xian, didn't you say you can help me? Li Xian, yeah. But with my current strength, I can't do such a thing. I need you to give me some favors first. Click on the red envelope option and you will understand. One Piece Roger moved in his heart, manipulated the icons that he could use, and quickly discovered the red envelope option, and then saw a series of skills. One Piece Roger, the option to send. Conqueror's Haki, top. Observation Haki, advanced. Armament Haki, advanced. Swordsmanship, advanced. Physical education, intermediate. Shooting, low level. Physical talent, hidden, advanced. One Piece Roger, at Li Xian, screenshot, One Piece Roger, option to send, is that what you said? Li Xian, yes, this is it. Whitebeard, this is our ability in life. Li Xian, that's right. I'm just a weak marine recruit now, you guys have to help me get stronger first, and then I can deal with Blackbeard. Golden Lion Shiki, how are these skills rated? I'm not convinced. Why does Roger's Conquerors have top ratings? One Piece Roger, ha 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 ha. Shiki, aren't you convinced? My Conqueror's Haki is stronger than yours, Didn't you already know it? Golden Lion Shiki, that can't be so much worse by one level, the top level is the highest level. Li Xian, Shiki, you really don't want to accept this. The chat group's judgment is absolutely correct. It's useless if you don't accept it. One Piece Roger, ha ha ha. Shiki, your Conqueror's Haki is indeed different from mine. My Conqueror's Haki has been cultivated to the highest level. Do you know the territory of the tyrant? One Piece Roger, Conqueror's Haki is an invisible spiritual shock, but as long as you cultivate it to a certain level, it can have an impact on objects in reality. Whitebeard, I know, your intern, Shanks, the redhead, has gotten to that point. Last time I saw him, he always shattered the planks of my boat with Conqueror's Haki. One Piece Roger, is there such a thing? Haha, Shanks is really good. So you should understand, right? Conquerors, which has been cultivated to the extreme, is not only capable of destruction, but its real ability to dominate. One Piece Roger, your Conqueror's Haki can turn into an invisible palm, fiddling with and even controlling everything around you. Li Xian, mind power. Li Xian was stunned. Conqueror's Haki cultivated to the extreme, can he give birth to psychic powers? One Piece Roger, that's right. The so-called tyrant's territory is centered on you, and the largest area your mind can influence. Asterisk. Chapter 13 The Power of Innate Talent. Li Xian, speaking of which, Roger, your physical skills and shooting ability are too poor. One is intermediate, one is even low. You are One Piece, why are you short? One Piece Roger, it's normal. Because I like to fight with swords, not fists. Shooting. I haven't touched a gun much, and only know a little bit of basic things. Whitebeard, people's energy is limited, and all-round development only exists in fantasy. The reality is that it is enough to specialize in a part of the ability, and too many skills are useless. Golden Lion Shiki, that's right. Even exhausting all your energy to research a skill doesn't necessarily mean you'll be able to research it to the limit, let alone distract yourself from doing other things. After Roger explained, Whitebeard and Golden Lion also added. No way, they also have low-level skills, so they can't be looked down upon. Golden Lion Shiki, to tell you the truth. Some of the powerful pirates in the sea may not even practice Conqueror's Haki to an advanced level. Why? Because people don't live to practice. On the contrary, for many people, practice is to live. One Piece Roger, for me, whether it is Haki or swordsmanship, it is the means to achieve my ambition. The means are enough. If you have extra time, it is better to do something happy, such as having a party or something. Whitebeard, well, to be honest, I don't seem to have practiced seriously. Usually, it is a constant battle at sea, and after the battle, it becomes inexplicably stronger. Golden Lion Shiki, me too. One Piece Roger, me too. Fisher Tiger, are you all monsters? Fisher Tiger couldn't help but complain, the gap is too big, it makes people desperate. Li Xian, maybe this is the power of talent. Tiger, what level is your talent? Fisher Tiger, intermediate. One Piece Roger, haha. I'm a senior, but what does this implicit mean? Li Xian, hidden is hidden and needs a little bit of inspiration. Monsters like Charlotte Linlin and Kaido of the Beasts are born strong, their talent is explicit. One Piece Roger, so it is. Ding. One Piece Roger sent an exclusive red envelope Conqueror's Haki, top to the group owner Li Xian. Roger sent an exclusive red envelope, and Li Xian received it decisively. Suddenly, he felt that an energy channel appeared in his mind, and Li Xian could release his power through it. Try it. Li Xian's heart moved, an invisible force was released from his body, and the newspaper in front of him was suspended in the air. Fisher Tiger, is this the top Conqueror's Haki? Amazing. Golden Lion Shiki, you can also deal with the little ones. Conqueror's haki is useless against the real strong, even the top Conqueror's haki. Li Xian, bullshit. Conqueror's haki is the most practical of Conqueror's hakis. This is the main reason why the big pirates can compete with Marine. Without Conqueror's haki, Marine's crowd tactics can kill you. Li Xian naturally wanted to speak for him after he just got the benefit of One Piece Roger. One Piece Roger, that's right. If the Battle of Adver didn't take place at sea, I would definitely use my Conqueror's haki to teach you how to behave. What if you have more troops? I'll kill them with one move. Li Xian, the consumption of Conqueror's haki is a little big, and I feel a little dizzy. Does anyone have a solution? One Piece Roger, this. I'm sorry, I can't give you my strength. How is the talent? Ding. One Piece Roger sent an exclusive red envelope talent, advanced, invisible to the group owner Li Xian. Li Xian received the red envelope and immediately felt that his dizziness had improved a lot. Li Xian, recovery fast and become stronger quickly, this is the hidden talent. Although it is not a strong start at the beginning, it is easy to become a strong one. Ding. One Piece Roger sent an exclusive red envelope sword art, great swordsman to the group owner Li Xian. Golden Lion Shiki, damn it. Roger, why are you so generous all of a sudden? One Piece Roger, ha ha ha. These things are useless for me. If you give it to Li Xian, he can help me fulfill my wish. Li Xian, that's right. These things can help me become stronger, and then go to destroy Blackbeard. At Whitebeard, don't you have anything to say? I won't care about the life or death of the Whitebeard pirates if I don't give them a favor. Ding. Fire Fist Ace sent an exclusive red packet Maramara fruit, intermediate to the group owner Li Xian. Fisher Tiger, Maramara fruit intermediate, what do you mean? As far as I know, Maramara fruit is a very rare Logia devil fruit, why is there only an intermediate rating? Golden Lion Shiki, it's not surprising. Although Logia devil fruit is the most powerful of the three factions, it doesn't mean that all Logia devil fruit are powerful. My lion fruit and Whitebeard shock fruit are both paramecias, who dare to say they are not strong? Fire Fist Ace, Maramara fruit is restrained by Akainu's lava fruit, maybe that's why it's only intermediate. Li Xian, you are mistaken. The intermediate rating after Maramara fruit refers to your development level of it, not the level of devil fruit itself. Asterisk. Chapter 14, a weakened version of 2 years later Luffy. Golden Lion Shiki, the development level of devil fruit is only intermediate. I said Fire Fist Ace, what level are your other skills? Fire Fist Ace, why are you asking this? Golden Lion Shiki, nothing, I just found out why you were beaten. Fire Fist Ace. Although he wanted to refute, he could not come up with strong evidence. The reason is very simple, his skill level is very low. Although his Maramara fruit development is only intermediate, this is already his best statistic. Skills such as Conqueror's haki, Teiju, and shooting are only low level, and swordsmanship skills are not even lit. But this can't blame him, after all, he is too young. Going to sea at the age of 17, his strength is similar to that of Luffy who just went to sea, and he is a weak chicken in the Grand Line. Then luck broke out and got Maramara fruit. After realizing the horror of Logia devil fruit, he put his main energy on the development of devil fruit's ability. A year later, he entered the new world. With the blessing of his terrifying talent, he has the strength of 7 warlords of the sea, which is comparable to the sea hero Jinbei. The equivalent of Luffy during Summit War. Then he joined the Whitebeard pirates. Ace, who was extremely lacking in love, found a sense of belonging in the Whitebeard pirates, and found the meaning of his existence, and his desire for strength was not so strong. Through the Whitebeard pirates, Ace learned about Conqueror's haki, and also initially learned how to use them, but under the banner of the Whitebeard pirates, it is difficult for him to experience life and death battles like before. In addition, the Whitebeard pirates are not a place with a strong cultivation atmosphere, and his strength growth rate has slowed down rapidly. During the Summit War period, he is equivalent to a weakened version of Luffy 2 years later. After all, when Luffy was on an uninhabited island, it was a real assiduous practice, fighting against beasts every day. Ace's talent is not stronger than Luffy's, and his cultivation strength is also inferior to him, and it is normal that his strength is weaker than Luffy 2 years later. With such strength, it is not surprising to be defeated by Blackbeard and beaten to death by Akainu. Whitebeard, damn Golden Lion, you talk more. Golden Lion Shiki, hee hee. Whitebeard, you don't seem to care about the lives of your sons. So far, you haven't given Li Xian a single red envelope. Whitebeard, I'm thinking, what's your hurry? Ding! Whitebeard sent an exclusive red envelope talent, advanced, recessive, explicit to the group owner Li Xian. Fisher Tiger, does Mr. Newgate's talent also contain both implicit and explicit characteristics? I thought it was just me. One Piece Roger, 2 traits? Really? What's going on? Whitebeard not only has hidden talents like us, but also explicit talents like Charlotte Linlin and Kaido. Golden Lion Shiki, isn't it? I thought, Whitebeard, that you, like me and the BD Roger, grew up little by little. I didn't realize that, you turned out to be a traitor. I said, you are also a natural monster. Whitebeard, go away, Lao Zi is not an outlier like Linlin and Kaido. Golden Lion Shiki, really? That's weird. By the way, Fisher Tiger also has a dominant talent. Li Xian. I use Charlotte Linlin and Kaido of the Beasts as examples just to illustrate the characteristics of obvious sexual talents, not to say that all explicit talents are the same as them. Fisher Tiger is a murloc, and his explicit talent is the ability to survive in the water brought about by his special shape. Whitebeard is 6.66 meters tall, and his dominance is the powerful force brought by the giants. While speaking, Li Xian received Whitebeard's red envelope, and suddenly felt a powerful force gushing out of his body. What kind of physique Whitebeard, who is the same age as him but has not cultivated, has what kind of physique superimposed on him? Whitebeard, at Li Xian, after you get my talent, will you also become a giant? Golden Lion Shiki, haha, that would be interesting. Li Xian, you think too much, it's not like this. I just got your talent, not your bloodline. It's like I got the Maramara fruit ability, but I'm not demon fruit power, I'm not afraid the sea is not afraid of sea stone, and a Maramara fruit will appear on the sea. Whitebeard, in this case, can you become a dual fruit person like Teach? Li Xian, as long as it is given to me through the chat group, let alone 2 devil fruit abilities, I can handle 100 devil fruit abilities. Whitebeard, ancient Lala, is it? That's really great. You can have a variety of devil fruit capabilities, you must let Teach know. Ding! Whitebeard sent an exclusive red packet shock fruit ability, top to group owner Li Xian. Asterisk. Chapter 15 Stacked Talents. Blackbeard teaches deliberate, and he is willing to bet his whole life to get the shock fruit ability and become a double fruit ability. But now that there is a young Li Xian who is just like him without much effort, it must be a blow to Blackbeard Teach. Whitebeard happily gave Li Xian the shock fruit ability, along with the results of his lifetime development. Whitebeard's shock fruit ability was undoubtedly developed to the level of awakening, and was rated as the top by the chat group system. The power of shock fruit. The power of Maramara fruit. Li Xian stretched out his hands, a white halo of shock fruit appeared on his left hand, and an orange flame ignited on his right hand. He is now also a genuine dual fruit power user. Li Xian, thanks to Whitebeard for his shock fruit ability. Today I put my words here, Blackbeard Teach's life is accepted. Whitebeard, old la la la, then I'll wait and see. Golden Lion Shiki, at Li Xian, after you got these skills, what's your strength now? Li Xian, it's hard to say, I'm not sure what level I am now. But it doesn't matter, this is naval headquarters. There are not many others, but there are many masters. I will find someone to compete, and I should be able to determine my own strength. Golden Lion Shiki, are you sure? Li Xian, of course. The biggest difference between Marine and Pirates is the system. Marine has a complete system for cultivating strong players. In naval headquarters, there are masters of all levels. Li Xian left Marine's reading room and walked towards the battlefield inside Marine, where Marines exchanged ideas and fought with each other. Simple training can't cultivate strong people. To become strong, you must go through battles. Pirates lack everything in the sea, that is, there is no shortage of battles. Whether they are colleagues or Marines, they can fight when they encounter them. They have no shortage of battles. Marine is different. Pirates will run as soon as they encounter them. Those who don't run are strong, and it is difficult to achieve the effect of close combat training. In desperation, training in the form of close combat can only be solved by Marine. The battlefield within Marine was thus born, and since its birth, it has been hot every day, and this is where the energetic Marines can vent. The roars and shouts rang out, and it was as lively as ever. In the chat group, the 5 undead saw the battlefield inside Marine through Li Xian. Golden Lion Shiki, yo-hoo-hoo, I didn't expect naval headquarters to have such a lively place, it's really eye-opening. Fisher Tiger, yet. I didn't expect a dog like Marine to have such a side behind his back. Whitebeard, it feels like they're just like normal people, completely different from the Marines on the battlefield. Li Xian, what's so strange about this? Marines are human too, and they need to vent after training hard and under heavy pressure. Li Xian was speechless. What happened to Marine? People look like before and people behind, who is not like this? The goddess can do that in places no one can see, let alone Marine. Golden Lion Shiki, these Marines are really weak, are you planning to use them as opponents? Li Xian, otherwise? I have to eat one bite at a time. I'm just an ordinary Marine now. I want to challenge Marine Admiral directly. I can see them? Let alone Marine Admiral. I'm not even qualified to challenge Marine Colonel. No. One Piece Roger, is that so? That's so boring. Li Xian, don't worry, it won't be boring. With the advanced talents of Roger and Whitebeard superimposed on me, my strength has improved rapidly, and I will soon be qualified to challenge Marine. Golden Lion Shiki, wait a minute. What did you just say? Superposition, what do you mean by superposition? Your current talent is as terrifying as Whitebeard and Roger combined. Li Xian, yet. Not only talent, but I can also stack up with others. If a group of people give me an intermediate haki, they will add up to a high level or even a top level. Golden Lion Shiki, damn it. Whitebeard, it's too exaggerated, your ability is a bit pervert. One Piece Roger, as long as you don't die in the middle, the important task of overthrowing the world government in the future will be left to you. Fire Fist Ace, I thought this thing was useless to you, if it is useful, then give it to you. Ding! Fire Fist Ace sent an exclusive red envelope talent, advanced, invisible to the group owner Li Xian. Fire Fist Ace also sent his talent to Li Xian, trying to make Li Xian stronger, so that he could destroy Blackbeard Teach and save the Whitebeard pirates. Fire Fist Ace felt guilty and wanted to try his best to make up for it. Ding! Golden Lion Shiki sent an exclusive red envelope talent, advanced, invisible to the group owner Li Xian. Golden Lion Shiki, I want to see how terrifying the combined talents are. Ding! Fisher Tiger sent an exclusive red envelope talent, intermediate, recessive, dominant to the group owner Li Xian. Fisher Tiger, I don't have anything useful here, so this talent is of some value to you. If you have a chance in the future, help the Fishmen Island. Asterisk. Chapter 16 I didn't say anything, beat him up. Powerful. The talents of the 5 people gathered together, and Li Xian immediately felt that there was a powerful force in his body that wanted to vent out. Although Fisher Tiger's talent is only intermediate, it is dominant, and the physical quality of ordinary murlocs is 10 times that of ordinary humans. Fisher Tiger, as a gifted existence among the murlocs, is more than 100 times stronger than ordinary people. After Li Xian superimposed his talents, his physical strength was significantly improved just like that of Whitebeard. This is the advantage of an explicit talent, which gives strength directly, rather than potential like a hidden talent. The battle is over, Major Kirby wins. In the ring in front of Li Xian, the winner was decided in a round, and Marine Rear Admiral, the referee, immediately announced. Golden Lion Shiki, hey hey hey. What's the joke? A mere Major Marine owns observation haki? I read that right. Whitebeard, you read that right, he does have observation haki. But he's obviously not proficient. He's been trying to master it just now. One Piece Roger, it doesn't feel right. Isn't the initial master haki's condition not working? I see his appearance, his observation haki seems to be very good all the time. Li Xian, because his situation is special. Fire Fist Ace, why is it special? Li Xian, speaking of which, his ability to awaken observation haki has a lot to do with your Whitebeard pirates. When he was in Summit War, the tragic battlefield stimulated his spirit and made him start observation haki at once. Li Xian, after his observation haki was turned on, his ears were filled with surrounding sounds. Others' observation haki couldn't be turned on, his observation haki couldn't be turned off, and it was difficult to distinguish the source of the sound. Whitebeard, really? For sure, he has a strong talent for observation haki. Marine has a lot of good face, but it's a pity he didn't become my son. Li Xian, take it down. He was taught by Garp, and his dream is to become a Marine. Don't say you are dead now, you have no hope of living. Golden Lion Shiki, nanny. One Piece Roger, this kid was taught by that old guy from Garp? I didn't say anything, beat him. Ding. One Piece Roger sent an exclusive red envelope observation haki, premium to the group owner Li Xian. Li Xian, I said, stop posting one by one. Just give me all your skills. One Piece Roger, that won't work. When you're done, I'll give you the rest. Whitebeard, that's right. You can't pay in full for anything you buy. We've already given a deposit. Li Xian, that's not enough. I'm too short right now, give me an armament haki. Also, I want Taijutsu. Blackbeard's Dark Fruit ability is designed to defeat Devil Fruit ability, and I don't have enough Taijutsu and haki me. Can't deal with him. Whitebeard, is that so? Li Xian, of course. I'm the only one who can help you right now. Who else can you trust me if you don't trust me? We have to work together. Whitebeard, that makes a lot of sense. I'll give you the physical skills, and armament haki will ask Roger for it. Ding. Whitebeard sent an exclusive red envelope physique, advanced to the group owner Li Xian. One Piece Roger, Whitebeard, your physique is so advanced? It's incredible. Aren't you a knife player? Ding. One Piece Roger sent an exclusive red envelope armament haki, premium to the group owner Li Xian. Whitebeard, no, I'm not like you. Swordsmanship is your main attack, while mine is Shock Fruit's ability. Although Whitebeard also plays with knives, his swordsmanship is practiced to match the ability of Shock Fruit. Of course, the same goes for his physical skills. The ability of Shock Fruit cannot be achieved without the cooperation of Taijutsu, so Whitebeard is not like Roger, he did not neglect the practice of Taijutsu. Li Xian, perfect. Talent, Conqueror's haki, swordsmanship, Taijutsu, Devil Fruit ability, Luojiu has almost no shortcomings now. Although his shooting skill is not lit, this skill is not very useful in the pirate world, and there is a similar skill in Maramara Fruit's ability. Encouraged by Roger and others, Li Xian stepped into the ring to challenge Kirby. Referee Rear Admiral looked at Li Xian and said Kirby could refuse. A recruit without a military rank challenged a major, and no matter how you looked at it, it seemed a little over the top. Non-commissioned officers, lieutenants, colonels, and generals, there is a gap of 2 ranks between recruits and colonels. Kirby looked at Li Xian with a kind smile on his face, and waved his hand to indicate that he accepted Li Xian's challenge. Anyway, they are looking for tool people as sparring, it doesn't matter who the opponent is. Kirby is kind-hearted, and was taught by top-notch powerhouses like Garp when he was weak, and he is also happy to give pointers to newcomers. Then, he was kicked out by Li Xian. **. Chapter 17 You love Roger deeply. Who am I? Where am I? Why is my observation hacky not working? Kirby was stunned, and so were the others. The referee, can you announce the result? Li Xian looked at the referee calmly and motioned him to hurry up. Fighting Kirby doesn't mean much to him, it's still useful to challenge the stronger. Victor, The referee was stunned. He didn't know Li Xian's name. Because he preconceived that Li Xian will fail, there is no need to know his name, so he didn't ask at the beginning. Recruit, Li Xian. Li Xian added casually. Kirby looked at Li Xian, hesitated and asked, can you tell me how you beat my observation hacky? Li Xian looked at Kirby and said, observation hacky is not invincible. If the enemy's observation hacky is stronger than you, it can predict your prediction, and observation hacky just allows you to predict the enemy's actions in advance. Your body may not have the ability to respond in a timely manner. Kirby was stunned for a while, and couldn't help but ask, then what method did you use to defeat me? Li Xian smiled, guess what? The Marines watching around were in an uproar, and their gazes towards Li Xian changed. There is something about this recruit. Ignoring everyone's gaze, Li Xian calmly said, I want to find a colonel as my opponent, and Commodore can do it too. The referee on the side was not calm. He felt that the Commodore was being targeted, and couldn't help asking, are you sure? Li Xian calmly said, of course. Boom. At this moment, an ugly-looking Colonel Marine jumped onto the ring, drew out his sword and pointed at Li Xian and shouted, I'll fight you. Not far away, a white-haired old man eating donuts in his hand and a purple-haired old man wearing sunglasses were standing on a high platform watching the excitement. The 2 old men, a former Marine Admiral Black Arm Zephyr, have now retired from Marine's main clan, leading pirate guerrillas to hunt pirates at sea. Another is the former Marine Vice Admiral Garp the Fist, who resigned as Vice Admiral after Summit War and is now in charge of Professor Marine Recruit. Black Arm Zephyr laughed and said, Garp, is that Major Kirby your disciple? He was defeated by a recruit. Garp bit the donut, stared at Li Xian and said, those Marine recruits, something. Look, even Colonel Marine is no match for him. Black Arm Zephyr touched his chin and pondered, I didn't expect such a good seedling to emerge in Marine. He can't let him waste his talent. Anne, you go and meet him. Black Arm Zephyr instructed a female Marine behind him, a girl with navy blue hair, that her rank was the same as Marine Commodore. Anne nodded, jumped off the high platform, and killed the arena where Li Xian was. After Li Xian defeated Colonel with a sword neatly, Ian rushed into the ring before the referee Commodore, who had planned to play in person, had time to leave. I'll be your opponent. Ian looked at Li Xian up and down, a little curious. But she didn't take Li Xian too seriously, she was still very confident in her own strength. Li Xian looked at the 2 short swords in Ian's hand, raised his eyebrows and said, a swordsman again? I said, who can lend me a sword? Someone in the audience threw their Marine standard saber, here you are. Li Xian took it and casually played a sword flower, and said with a smile, it's okay. Anne nodded, glanced at the referee, and immediately rushed to Li Xian after the opponent announced the start. Li Xian used Roger's swordsmanship to fight Anne. Golden Lion Cheeky, what's the matter? The previous two were one-shot kills, why is the third one so laborious? Whitebeard, goo la la la. You got so many benefits, don't say you can't kill this female marine in seconds. Li Xian, defeat her with one move? Of course it's no problem. But it's unnecessary. She's also a good opponent. You can accompany me to learn from each other for a while. One Piece Roger, bah. You are willing to waste time with her just because she looks beautiful, don't make excuses. Li Xian, I didn't make any excuses. I made her a sparring partner just because of her beauty. Is it weird? Fire Fist Ace, I admit it shamelessly. Li Xian, what is shameless? It's human nature. Li Xian plausible, not ashamed but proud. Li Xian, isn't it a normal man's reaction to a beautiful girl's patience? Oh, I get it. It's normal for you guys in the sea to not understand this, I shouldn't tell you this, my fault. Golden Lion Cheeky, bah. Who are you calling gay? Li Xian, of course it's you. Your love for Roger is so deep that you've spent your whole life chasing him, and you're willing to die for him. Golden Lion Cheeky, go away. One Piece Roger, go away. Li Xian, there is a tacit understanding, and you still say that you have no relationship. Golden Lion Cheeky. One Piece Roger, asterisk. Chapter 18. Don't pretend to be a man, pretend to be struck by lightning. Li Xian and Ai Yin fought fiercely, borrowing Ai Yin's hand to master his skills. He is willing to fight with Ai Yin because Ai Yin is strong enough to help him practice. If Ai Yin is a weak chicken, Li Xian will definitely not be interested. Clang! Li Xian's sword fell, and the short sword in An's hand flew out immediately. However, Ai Yin did not panic, and took out two short guns from her body and fired at Li Xian. Li Xian waved his sword casually, shredding bullets with ease, then rushed forward, the sword light in his hand flipped, and the short spear in An's hand flew out. Finger pistol. Ai Yin was taken aback and hurriedly used Marine 6 styles to show off a good physique, and then was beaten back and forth by Li Xian with the back of a knife. Fall back. In desperation, Anne waved her palm, and a pink brilliance flew out of her hand, aiming directly at Li Xian, but Li Xian easily escaped. Golden Lion Cheeky, who is this girl's teacher? Mistaken child. One Piece Roger, that's right. Physical skills, swordsmanship, shooting, devil fruit abilities, she has a wealth of methods, but unfortunately her level is average. If you have time to distract yourself and learn so many things, it's not as good as specialization. Li Xian, her teacher is Black Arm Zephyr. Whitebeard, Black Arm Zephyr. It's that old thing. It shouldn't be. Black Arm Zephyr can't possibly not know the meaning of specialization. Li Xian, don't worry, I'll ask for you. Li Xian looked at Ai Yin and said, why do you learn so much nonsense? If you give up your physical skills, marksmanship, and devil fruit ability, you should be able to improve your swordsmanship to the level of a great swordsman, right? With a great swordsman you are definitely stronger than you are now. Ai Yin sneered, naive. Do you think the level of a great swordsman is so easy to achieve? Everyone has limits and there are obstacles that they cannot overcome. My swordsmanship can't be cultivated to the level of a great swordsman, that's the bottleneck for me. I can't get over it, so I practice other skills to improve myself. In the chat group. Li Xian, did you hear that? Whitebeard, is there a bottleneck in improving from a swordsman to a great swordsman? One Piece Roger, I don't feel it. Golden Lion Cheeky, I didn't feel it. Fisher Tiger, so you are all monsters. Talent is really important. Golden Lion Cheeky, ha ha ha. No way, things like talent are unreasonable. Just like Conqueror's Haki, some people are destiny. Li Xian, yet. How powerful is your Golden Lion? Even if you use your legs to control the long sword, you still have the swordsmanship of a great swordsman, and one hand hangs the straw hat Luffy. It's yours. Golden Lion Shiki, well said, I like to hear the truth. Li Xian, the story of Golden Lion tells us, don't pretend to be a man, pretend to be struck by lightning. Golden Lion Shiki. Li Xian, the story of the Golden Lion also tells us, when it's cloudy, don't stand tall. Golden Lion Shiki. One Piece Roger, ha ha ha. Speaking of this, I suddenly remembered a question. I remember Shiki, you said that you were hit by lightning and seriously injured, and then you were defeated by Straw Hat Luffy. Golden Lion Shiki, yeah. What's wrong? One Piece Roger, since you were fighting with Straw Hat Luffy, why wasn't Straw Hat Luffy struck by lightning? Golden Lion Shiki, he was also struck by lightning, but it's fine. I think, maybe it's because of Devil Fruit. He's a rubber guy, so he's insulated. One Piece Roger, is there such a thing? Fire Fist Ace, Luffy ate Paramecia rubber fruit. His body is rubber, and it is possible that he is not afraid of lightning strikes. Li Xian, it's not a possibility, it's a fact. Straw Hat Luffy fought against a Logia Thunder Fruit person who attacked with 200 million volts of lightning, and he ended up having nothing to do with him. Golden Lion Shiki, 200 million volts? Just kidding, this kind of lightning can even evaporate rubber, right? Li Xian, but he's just fine. I think it might have something to do with Devil Fruit's ability. Rubber is an insulator, so Luffy, the rubber man's straw hat, is absolutely insulative, no matter how strong the lightning is. While dodging Anne's pink light, Li Xian communicated with everyone in the chat group. One Piece Roger, what is the power of this girl's pink light? It feels like you are very jealous. Li Xian, Paramecia's ability to regress the fruit, if hit by this light, the state will go back 12 years ago. The ability of regularity cannot be stopped. Li Xian from the outside moved nimbly, dodging Anne's pink light group one after another, and then charged forward to approach her, with the standard saber across her neck. You lose. Looking at the saber in front of her neck, Ai Yin sighed, reluctantly admitting defeat. In the distance, Zephyr looked at Li Xian with bright eyes and said, "This kid is not bad, I decided to guide him myself." Garp on the side shook his head and said, "No need, you just need to take your pirate guerrilla team. Now it's me who is in charge of teaching Marine Recruit." Asterisk. Chapter 19 being ignored, so angry. Black Arm Zephyr sees a good seed and wants to be his teacher, as does Garp the Fist. The two had a dispute over the ownership of their disciples, and neither of them would give in. Black Arm Zephyr brought out a powerful weapon and taunted, "Garp, it's not that I despise you. Maybe your combat power is stronger than mine, but your ability to teach students is beyond words." Garp's face froze, and he shouted unconvincingly, "Who said that? Aren't Kirby and Bellamiibo very good?" Black Arm Zephyr said disdainfully, "Stop coming. Others don't know, I don't know. The only way you teach students is, fight." Garp the Fist's face darkened, and he hummed unhappily, "So what? Don't care how I teach him, I can make him stronger. Besides, I'm in charge of teaching recruits now, you can't grab it." Black Arm Zephyr smiled and said, "Really? That's not necessarily true. Although you are Marine Instructor, Marine Marshal is not you. I think with Sengoku's mind, you should be able to figure out who is more suitable for teaching students." Although Sengoku has submitted his resignation letter, the situation at sea is turbulent and the next marshal within Marine is still pending, so Sengoku is still sitting in the position of Marine Marshal. When the situation at sea has stabilized, and the new Marshal Marine has been selected, Sengoku can abdicate in honor. But now, he still has the right to lead Marine. Right? There is time in the future, we can continue to learn from each other. But for now, I need a stronger opponent to test my strength." Li Xian retracted the standard saber, winked at Ai Yin, and said with a smile, Hearing this, Anne felt a little shy, but many male Marines around him stared at Li Xian with disgust. As a few golden flowers in Marine, Anne is very popular. In the chat group, Golden Lion Shiki, Li Xian, you are enough. You are here to test your own strength, not to pick up girls. There are old bachelors in the group, won't your conscience hurt by doing this? One Piece Roger, hey, hey. Shiki, don't talk nonsense. You and Whitebeard are old bachelors, but I have a wife. Golden Lion Shiki, having been single for decades and married for more than a year, this FK is considered to be out of the ranks of bachelors. One Piece Roger, why not? I even have children. Golden Lion Shiki, watch your words, that's Whitebeard's son. One Piece Roger, FK. Whitebeard, stop arguing, here comes Garp and Zephyr. Fisher Tiger, Marine, the hero Garp the Fist and the Admiral Blackarm Zephyr, are both famous characters in Marine. Golden Lion Shiki, these two bastards are old, and I don't think they will live for a few more years. I wonder if they will appear in our chat group after they both die. One Piece Roger, ha ha ha. If the two of them can come in, it would be a good thing. The old friends of the year can gather in a group to chat and think about it. It feels pretty good. Whitebeard, at Li Xian, can the two of them come? Li Xian, I don't know. Also, don't you think it's too much to discuss what happened after the two of them died while they were still alive? Fire Fist Ace, it's a bit too much. That old man Garp is my grandfather, I was offended. Although Ace was not happy with Garp when he was alive, he hated his interference with him. But before dying, he faced himself and his relationship with Garp. Golden Lion Shiki, at Fire Fist Ace. What's your name, Garp? You call him Grandpa, ha 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 ha. It's so funny, what do you guys think? At Whitebeard at One Piece Roger. Whitebeard. One Piece Roger. Golden Lion Shiki, what are you doing in silence? Say something. One Piece Roger, I'm tired, I don't want to talk. Whitebeard, me too. Golden Lion Shiki, don't stop talking. At times like this, you have to make an evaluation. Roger, I remember you and Garp were good brothers with different views, right? Now your son is his grandson, don't you? Should I call him Daddy? One Piece Roger. Don't tell me, I regret entrusting my son to Garp now, and I would have entrusted him to Rayleigh. Golden Lion Shiki, Whitebeard, what do you think? You, who have been making others your son all the time, suddenly became Garp's son. Don't you have any special thoughts in your mind? Whitebeard. Fire Fist Ace, don't talk nonsense. I'm a brother with that old man's grandson Garp, so I call him Grandpa. It has nothing to do with Dad, we have our own discussion. One Piece Roger. Was ignored, so angry. Asterisk. Chapter 20 Good, good, happy. Ha ha ha. Good good boy. We have seen your performance, your talent and strength are very good. The old man admires you, come and follow me. The old man can accept you as a disciple and teach you personally. Garp came over with a big laugh, and reluctantly threw an olive branch to Li Xian. Blackarm Zephyr glanced at Garp angrily, and said to Li Xian, this old man is a former Admiral Blackarm Zephyr, I am more suitable to teach others than this old guy. I used to be the chief instructor of Marine Academy, and now I am Marine General Officer. It's all taught by the old man. In the chat group, Golden Lion Shiki, these two damn old things are so outrageous. Li Xian, you don't really want to be their apprentice, do you? Li Xian, how is this possible? With my current master's skills, what can they teach me? Whitebeard, that makes sense. And if you become a disciple of these two old guys, we will be embarrassed to get along in the future. One Piece Roger, what's wrong with this? We are Li Xian's elders. Ding. One Piece Roger was silenced for 5 minutes. Li Xian resolutely banned Roger, and the majestic group owner is also something you can provoke? Not to mention the trembling bosses in the group, Li Xian from the outside world decisively rejected Garp and Zephyr's proposal. Li Xian said, "I'm sorry, I don't have the idea of apprenticeship. I think my current skills are enough." Garp laughed, "What a confident young man, but it's not up to you whether your skills are not enough. Do you want to compete with the old man? Maybe you will find that you still have a lot to learn." Li Xian glanced at Garp, then hesitated, "Forget it. Step by step, what I want to challenge now is a Vice Admiral level opponent." Garp said with an old face, "Vice Admiral level? Then you can choose the right person, the old man is Marine Vice Admiral." Black Arm Zephyr couldn't help but reminded, "Garp, give me a face." Garp doesn't care, what is the face? The old man doesn't need it. In the chat group, Golden Lion Shiki, Li Xian, what are you doing? Since Garp, an old guy, wants to be your sparring partner, then you promise him. Whitebeard, that's it. This nasty old thing, you teach him a good lesson. Li Xian, you said lightly, is Garp so easy to deal with? Even when you were alive, you might not be his opponent, right? Golden Lion Shiki, who said that? When I was alive, he and Sengoku teamed up to compete with me. Whitebeard, I'm the strongest man in the world, do you know what that means? Li Xian, stop talking nonsense. It's okay if you want me to compete with Garp, you have to take advantage. Golden Lion Shiki, I knew it, pick it up. Ding! Golden Lion Shiki sent an exclusive red envelope armament Haki advanced to the group owner Li Xian. Ding! Golden Lion Shiki sent an exclusive red envelope observation Haki advanced to the group owner Li Xian. Li Xian, thanks to the Golden Lion veteran for the two-color Haki. That's it. Watch me live and beat Garp. Li Xian received Golden Lion's observation Haki and armament Haki. After the superposition, his strength increased greatly. Looking at Garp in front of him, he smiled and said, I changed my mind. Mr. Garp, you are my opponent? Garp asked in surprise, are you serious? Li Xian nodded, of course. Garp laughed and said, okay, this is what a man should be like. Don't worry, I'll be measured. Garp and Li Xian stepped into the ring. Garp beckoned to Li Xian, come on, I'll let you do it first. Li Xian was also polite, and he punched him without saying a word, using Whitebeard's physical technique. Open and close, fierce without casting. Good come. Garp chuckled and swung the same iron fist. The two tried to fight, and the power released continued to increase, and a wave of air gradually radiated from the two of them. This. Unbelievable. Is this really the strength of Recruit? The surrounding Marines were stunned, and the momentum released by Li Xian shocked them. Good, happy. Garp and Li Xian fought head-to-head fiercely, with a heroic laugh from his mouth. He raised his fist and grinned at Li Xian. A layer of jet black material covered his fist and said, you should be able to use armament Haki, right? I've seen your taijutsu, now let me see. Your Haki cultivation base. Li Xian nodded graciously, raised his hands with a layer of black and purple armament Haki covering his palms, his fists slammed into a majestic gesture, Mr. Garp, feel my armament Haki. Garp squinted his eyes and muttered in his heart. Li Xian's body techniques made him feel familiar, especially the Haki he was using at this time. But she didn't think much about it. At this time, the blood is hot, so fight first. Iron Fist. Asterisk. Chapter 21 2 years? It doesn't take that long. Ai Yin came to Zephyr and asked with joy, Mr. Zephyr, do you want him to be your disciple? Zephyr stared at Li Xian who was confronting Garp, and sighed softly, that's right. I want him to be my close disciple, and let him join the pirate guerrilla to hone himself. Ai Yin took the initiative to ask, Mr. Garp seems to be recruiting him, Do you need my help to convince him? Zephyr glanced at Anne with a half-smile, and joked, Why, our marine flower is tempted. Yin was embarrassed and stopped talking. Zephyr sighed. What I said was my original idea, and now I've changed my mind. Yin said in amazement, Why? Zephyr raised his chin, motioned Anne to look at the battle in the ring, and explained, I have nothing to teach him, he is already qualified to train. Looking at Li Xian, who was well advanced, skilled in physical skills, and became more and more brave with Garp, Black Arm Zephyr reluctantly admitted that he was not qualified to teach Li Xian. Anne said in astonishment, Is this guy a monster? Black Arm Zephyr smiled and said, What's this? The sea has never lacked such gifted monsters. It's just that monsters like him that grow up at a young age are rare. Pang! After a fierce collision, Garp laughed and stepped back, looking at Li Xian's declining state, and said with satisfaction, Boy, you are very good. After 2 more years of practice, you will have the overwhelming fighting power of Marine Admiral. As soon as these words came out, everyone was in an uproar. What does Garp Vice Admiral say? This young and somewhat excessive Marine, can he have Marine Admiral level combat power after 2 years of recruiting? If anyone else made this assessment, the Marines would have scoffed. What kind of thing are you to review Marine Admiral? But if this person is Garp, the Marines are absolutely convinced because this is a man who is capable of surpassing Marine Admiral, and his prestige in Marine is no less than that of Marine Marshal. 2 years? Not that long. Li Xian let out a breath and straightened his body suddenly, making a crackling sound from his body, and his momentum rose again. You. Even Garp is shocked now, your recovery ability is too pervert, right? How did he know that at this time, Li Xian merged 4 high-level talents and 1 middle-level talent, and his talents have entered the top ranks? Is his recovery ability a joke? The army can't see the Straw Hat Luffy is half dead after being injured. The terrifying talent that can be restored immediately after eating a piece of meat and sleeping? Luffy's talent is also at an advanced level, while Li Xian's talent is a whole level higher than his. This kind of physical wear and tear caused by the loss of strength after a fierce battle, he can recover with a short breath. Not only that, the injury he suffered before will stimulate his body and greatly improve his strength. Garp couldn't help but complain, What's wrong with you, kid? Your physique is too pervert. Saying that you have such a pervert physique, your strength should be stronger now. Garp was a little puzzled and looked at Li Xian in confusion. Li Xian shook his head without explaining. This kind of thing can't be explained. Do you tell him that he has just acquired such a terrifying talent? Instead of telling a lie that needs countless lies to make up for. It is better to just not explain it and let them figure it out on their own. Li Xian said, Mr. Garp, are you still my teacher? With all due respect, what I need is not a teacher, but an evenly matched battle. Garp laughed and said, It's easy to handle, I'll be your sparring partner. To be honest, your physical skills give me a sense of familiarity, much like an old friend of mine. Unfortunately, he's finished. Whitebeard in the chat group. Before Li Xian used his physical skills to fight Garp to the flesh, he knew very well that Garp was talking about him. Li Xian, that is, I didn't use swordsmanship to compete with Garp, otherwise he would feel more familiar. Golden Lion Shiki, right against Garp with Roger's swordsmanship? Good idea. Li Xian, put it down. This is a bad idea, Garp will definitely recognize it. After all, Garp's love for Roger is not under yours. Golden Lion Shiki. It's muddy. Don't always talk about my relationship with Roger, am I ashamed? Whitebeard, gu la la la. Aren't you afraid of being seen by him using my physical skills? Li Xian, don't be afraid, Garp has no feelings for you. Whitebeard. I really owe it. I know this kid doesn't talk when he's sick, why should I ignore him? Li Xian, just kidding. Your taijutsu is mainly used in conjunction with Shock Fruit's ability. If I don't use shock fruit's power, he can't be sure that this is your taijutsu. At most, it feels similar. Asterisk. Chapter 22 Admiral's Strength, Minion's Strength. Office of the Marshal. Black Arm Zephyr reported to Marshal Sengoku about Li Xian with excitement, and said with emotion, "It seems that our Marine's luck is still good. Although pirates are rampant now, we Marines still have hope. During this period of time, the pirate force on the sea has been very arrogant. The death of Whitebeard did not suppress the arrogance of the pirates, but instead gave the pirates the hope of becoming the Pirate King. When Whitebeard was alive, as the strongest man in the world, he did not become the Pirate King, but also prevented others from becoming the Pirate King, like a dam blocking the flood. Now the dam has collapsed, and since the beginning of the era of the great pirates, the floods that have been accumulated for 20 years are surging, and the marine side is also a little bit overwhelmed." Black Arm Zephyr laughed. Although Li Xian is still very young now, he is very talented and will reach his peak earlier than others. Li Xian, Momuzagi, Chado, the candidates for the next Marine 3 Admiral, now it's all set. Sengoku was surprised. Is this Li Xian's talent really so terrifying? You actually think he is qualified to be the next Marine 3 Admiral? Black Arm Zephyr laughed. It's not just me, even Garp thinks so. We even think that he will have Admiral-level combat power in a year and a half at most. Marshal Sengoku nodded, and while ordering his subordinates to bring over the documents about Li Xian, he had someone call Li Xian over. Black Arm Zephyr said with a smile, "I'm afraid he doesn't have time to come now, you can see it by looking at the window." Marshal Sengoku was curious and walked to the window to see that there was a sea of people in the distance, and in the center of the crowd were 2 people fighting fiercely. Marshal Sengoku said, "That man is Garp. Who is the young man fighting him?" "Good guy, he's really good." "Wait, he's Li Xian." Black Arm Zephyr nodded and said, "That's right. The young man who is fighting Garp is Li Xian." "How's that, isn't he good?" "In the battle arena, Li Xian is fighting with Garp, and fighting is the fastest way to improve his strength." In the chat group, Whitebeard spoke with some dissatisfaction. "Whitebeard," I said, "why are you addicted? Leave after testing your strength, my sons are still waiting for you to save them." "Li Xian, what are you in a hurry? I'm not preparing. Although the things you gave me are very powerful, giving me an Admiral-level combat power, but it's not enough." "Whitebeard, what do you want from us?" Whitebeard is a little wary. This kid won't think about taking benefits and not working, right? "Li Xian, don't get excited, you don't have what I want." Golden Lion Shiki, I'm curious when you say that, what do you want? "Li Xian, physical strength. It can also be said to be stamina and stamina. I am now Admiral's combat strength, and the stamina of the minions, understand? I can match Admiral's output with all my strength, but I'm exhausted in less than an hour." Golden Lion Shiki, that's a problem. "Li Xian, really? Look at Golden Lion Shiki." In Naval Headquarters, Garp and Sengoku fought for 3 days and 3 nights. This is still a 1-on-2 situation. If it is 1-on-1, no 10 days and 10 nights are indistinguishable. Win or lose. "Whitebeard, what does this have to do with saving my son?" "Li Xian, of course it matters. To save your son, you have to defeat Blackbeard. Have I used up any physical strength over Blackbeard? Don't forget, you were killed by Blackbeard because of your lack of physical strength." Golden Lion Shiki, hey? Whitebeard was killed by his son because he was physically weak. Ha ha ha, this is big news. Fire Fist Ace, Dad, is it true? Whitebeard, it's true. At that time, I had already defeated Blackbeard Teach, and when I was about to deal with him, the dark wound on my body erupted, and I was exhausted by Blackbeard and his men. One Piece Roger, tisk tisk tisk. Then you are really embarrassed, and your success is close to success. Whitebeard, success and failure. I don't care about such meaningless things. I'm just a little pity that I didn't get rid of the scourge of Blackbeard teach for my sons. Sadly, I left them an unforgivable badass. Li Xian, so. Your death has fully demonstrated the importance of physical strength. I don't want to be killed by Blackbeard because of my lack of physical strength. Physical strength is something you can't give me. Whitebeard, no, I don't think so. I think you don't need to spend with Teach at all, you can just destroy him. You have received so many magical skills from us, plus Teach's frivolous and conceited character, you can take him with a wave of outbreaks. Go. Whitebeard expressed his dissatisfaction. He beat Blackbeard to the point of almost killing him. It only took a few minutes in total. You Li Xian can't even hold it for a few minutes, right? Li Xian, the present is not what it used to be. Blackbeard is no longer the Blackbeard of the past. Whitebeard, if you look at him with the old eyes, you will suffer a lot. Asterisk. Chapter 23 Marine 3 Admiral, full of abilities. Li Xian rejected Whitebeard's proposal, he didn't want to risk his life. There is no dragon in this world to help replenish his stamina, and Cockroach will be beaten to death by Demon Bu when he comes here. Li Xian, Blackbeard is now a dual fruit power user, a real Four Emperors powerhouse, and he has a group of powerful partners around him. I have to be a little more stable. Whitebeard, how long are you going to be stable? I'm afraid my son won't be able to hold on. Li Xian, so, I have an idea, Shiki will give me your lion fruit ability. Golden Lion Shiki, why? Li Xian, the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates are hiding in Whitebeard's hometown. As long as I get your lion fruit ability, I can send them to the sky with that island, so Blackbeard can't help them. Golden Lion Shiki, that's a good idea, but why should I give you the power of lion fruit? I'm not Whitebeard, so I don't care about the life and death of the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard, Shiki. Golden Lion Shiki, ha 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 ha. Whitebeard, please, please, please. He 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 he. Across the screen, you can feel Golden Lion Shiki's triumphant tone and the villain's triumphant face. Fire Fist Ace, shut up. Dad, things haven't gotten to that point yet. Besides, if Margot and the others knew all this, they wouldn't allow you to bow your head to the Golden Lion. You are our pride. Whitebeard, old la la la. Ace, silly boy. Whitebeard sighed a little, but didn't say much. If the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates are really in danger of being destroyed, then his old face is not worth mentioning. Li Xian, don't worry, give me a few more days. I can clearly feel that I am getting stronger and stronger. In a few days, I will be a man who can fight for 3 days and 3 nights in a row. Although Li Xian also wanted the lion fruit ability, but not urgently. Anyway, Golden Lion is in his chat group, can the meat in the pot still fly? Office of the Marshal. Marshal Sengoku looked at Li Xian's archives and couldn't help but frown slightly. This Li Xian, when he joined Marine, all tests were mediocre. Black Arm Zephyr became interested, stretched out his hand to take the archives and looked at it for a while, then shook his head and said, maybe it was his disguise, maybe he hadn't made up his mind to join Marine at that time. Sengoku thought, is that so? Black Arm Zephyr spread his hands and said, besides, I can't think of any other explanation. Did his talent and strength suddenly appear? Black Arm Zephyr made a joke, not knowing that he was telling the truth all at once. It's just that this truth is too unbelievable, and it is hard to believe that it subverts common sense. Sengoku nodded and said, indeed. His talent and strength can't suddenly appear, it can only be hidden. If he has been hiding, he may have evil intentions. Now that it is exposed, there is no problem. Black Arm Zephyr added, we all know the ugly face of the world government, and Marine is not spotless. It's possible that he doesn't trust us because he's been through certain things. Marshal Sengoku pondered, if this is the case, we have to pay attention to his guidance. Time flies, half a month in the blink of an eye. For half a month, Li Xian fought with Garp and Zephyr every 3 days. Pure taijutsu and Haki's fighting style are very appealing to the remnants of these two eras. This kind of head-to-head fighting style is extremely bloody, making them think of the past, when there were not so many demon fruit powers on the sea. It was the world of physique experts. Unlike now, times have changed. Marine 3 Admiral, full of ability. In addition to these two old guys, Marshal Sengoku also came to see him every now and then, had a cordial and friendly exchange with him, and gave him the glorious history and great mission of popularizing marine. Several undead pirates in the chat group were a little disturbed when they saw these things happen. Whitebeard, Li Xian, you won't really be persuaded by these old guys. Golden Lion Shiki, yet. If you really want to be a marine, we really don't know how to deal with you. One Piece Roger, no. Trust me, Li Xian is by no means the kind of person who is willing to submit to world government. Li Xian, no wonder you 3 legendary pirates, the last one to ascend the throne of the Pirate King is Roger. Whitebeard and Golden Lion are not as good as Roger in terms of knowing people. One Piece Roger, look. What did I say? Li Xian has such a powerful force, how could he be willing to be a dog for celestial dragons? Li Xian, that's right. Sengoku and the others have been talking to me every now and then these days. I think it was my previous behavior that caused their misunderstanding. Whitebeard, misunderstanding. Li Xian, yes. I joined Marine before I gained your power, when I was mediocre. Then suddenly I showed great power, and they would have guessed. Asterisk. Chapter 24 This is, no hurry, no hurry. One Piece Roger, what guess? Golden Lion Shiki, ask the same. Whitebeard, I want to know too. Li Xian. Li Xian was speechless. After all, you are also the 3 legends of the last era, so can't you be a little brainy? But if you think about it carefully, these 3 guys are not people with brains, and they may not even read books for a few days. People like this who haven't even received 9 years of compulsory education cannot be expected to have a high IQ. Li Xian, look at what they said to me these days, don't you understand? One Piece Roger, what they told you these days, I think about it, Sengoku seems to have been telling you that there is a difference between Marine and world government. World government's behavior does not represent Marine. Golden Lion Shiki, I get it. I remember Sengoku said that both the world government and Marine have some dark sides, and every huge force inevitably has flaws. He thought Li Xian was ordinary before because he had seen Marine and the darkness of world government. Whitebeard, he thinks, this is the reason why Li Xian has been mediocre before. He thinks Li Xian deliberately hid his power and joined Marine to investigate. Li Xian, congratulations for your correct answer, that's it. Unfortunately, I know world government and Marine better than them, and no one knows Marine and world government better than me. Golden Lion Shiki, Yohi, listening to what you mean, you seem to know a lot of things about world government and Marine that we don't know. Li Xian, of course. Do you think my group owner is a parallel importer? I know a lot. So just put your heart in your stomach, I won't really join Marine. Whitebeard, really? I think you've been very affectionate with that female Marine named Anne the past 2 days. You didn't fall for that old Zephyr's beauty trick. Li Xian refused to accept. What is a beauty plan? Anne is clearly attracted by my personality, what does it have to do with Zephyr? Whitebeard. With such a confident Li Xian, Whitebeard was speechless. But if you think about it carefully, it's normal to attract a little girl's love based on Li Xian's condition. Golden Lion Shiki, it's easy to say. When you betray Marine, have you figured out how to deal with this little girl? Don't when this little girl cry, you Ishin softened and changed your mind. Li Xian, you don't have to worry about this kind of thing, I've already prepared. Don't worry, Anne will definitely not stop me from leaving Marine. Maybe she will leave with me. One Piece Roger, are you so sure? I'm not denying your charisma, but I think this little girl has a strong sense of belonging to Marine. Li Xian smiled slightly, that's right. Anne has a strong sense of belonging to Marine. Even with my charm, it would be difficult to convince her to leave together. But well, if Marine does something to hurt her feelings, things will be different. Golden Lion Shiki, I smell big news. One Piece Roger, me too. Whitebeard, tell me. Li Xian, I'll make a bet with you guys, how about Zephyr will lead someone out of Marine? One Piece Roger, are you kidding me? That old guy Zephyr joined Marine when he was a teenager and dedicated his life to Marine. Will he betray Marine? I don't believe it. Golden Lion Shiki, me too. That old guy from Black Arm Zephyr is not as strong as Garp and Sengoku. But he's also a man of faith. Whitebeard, I also don't think it's possible. This guy's wife and children were killed by pirates in revenge. He didn't blame Marine for his poor protection and never leaving Marine. His loyalty to Marine is no joke, how could he betray? The three legendary pirates agreed that Zephyr, who was loyal to Marine, would not betray Marine anyway. Li Xian, hey! You guessed it wrong, Zephyr will definitely betray Marine. Just wait. The operation of the world government will definitely blind your eyes. Whitebeard, really? Then we'll see. But speaking of this, when are you going to protect my son, UBD? It's been almost a year since Summit War, and I'm worried Teach is going to do it. Li Xian, well, no rush, no rush. I'm guessing that Zephyr's defection and Blackbeard's attack on the Whitebeard pirates are just 2 days away, just wait. Whitebeard, FK. It's not your son, of course you're not in a hurry. Haven't you watched the news for the past 2 days? Blackbeard Teach has almost absorbed the site I left, and he will definitely deal with my son without any worries. Them. Whitebeard's concerns were not without reason. Blackbeard Teach is a traitor of the Whitebeard pirates after all, and this is something that must be settled for him. Moreover, the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates also have many precious devil fruit abilities. Whether it's to settle grievances or gain the devil fruit ability, he will attack the Whitebeard pirates. Asterisk. Chapter 25 Golden Lion, you lost. Li Xian, your concern is justified, but my strength is flawed. I can't help myself when I go to save your son, right? Whitebeard, shit. You didn't say that when you received my red envelope. Li Xian, it's true that I accepted your red envelope, but I also accepted Roger's red envelope. If I was killed by Blackbeard to save your son, who would avenge Roger? Whitebeard. Li Xian, and Fisher Tiger, who will protect the Fishmen Island for him when I die. Whitebeard, you're a goddamn talent. What you said left me speechless. Li Xian, if you are not satisfied, I can return the red envelope to you. Of course, this is just what you say. The red envelope that Whitebeard sent to Li Xian means nothing to Whitebeard. Even if his son has an accident, Whitebeard will not take back the red envelope, but will give more help to Li Xian to avenge him. Whitebeard, no need, hurry up and become stronger. At Golden Lion Shiki, how about giving the lion fruit power to Li Xian? Golden Lion Shiki, ha 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 no, please. Whitebeard, please. Fire Fist Ace, Dad. Li Xian, Golden Lion Shiki, remember the previous bet? If Black Arm Zephyr really defected, you will give me the lion fruit power. Golden Lion Shiki, no problem. But you have to promise me that you will use the power of lion fruit to make a scene here. Li Xian, yes. Golden Lion Shiki, the deal is done. Whitebeard, it's none of your business, don't be sentimental. Golden Lion Shiki is very tsundere. Boom. At this moment, in the naval headquarters building in the distance, a deafening roar sounded, followed by an angry roar, which sounded like the voice of Black Arm Zephyr. Sengoku, are you kidding me? Make an executioner who killed countless marines, the 7 warlords of the sea, are you sure you're not kidding? Although Black Arm Zephyr's voice did not increase deliberately, it increased the volume unconsciously under the anger. Coupled with the commotion he made before, the people in Marine who are now master observation haki are trying their best to listen to the information. In the chat group, Li Xian, tisk tisk tisk. The defection of the Black Arm Zephyr came sooner than I thought. Golden Lion, you lost. Golden Lion Shiki, it's okay, you lose if you lose. At Whitebeard, did you hear that? The reason for Black Arm Zephyr's anger, so exciting. One Piece Roger, I heard, because the world government wants a pirate nicknamed Whitebeard 2 to become 7 warlords of the sea, and 7 warlords of the sea, can't the world government have a longer memory? This position is already enough trouble for them. Li Xian, no way. For now, the world government still needs the 7 warlords of the sea to maintain that fragile balance. Fisher Tiger, who is Whitebeard 2? Golden Lion Shiki, I'm also curious, why did Black Arm Zephyr have such a big opinion of him? Listen to Li Xian, what do you mean? Black Arm Zephyr even chose to defect because he joined 7 warlords of the sea. Li Xian, Whitebeard 2, Edward Wayabul, a pirate with great strength. He cut the arm of Black Arm Zephyr that day. One Piece Roger, Black Arm Zephyr's anger is because of personal vendetta? It shouldn't be. That kind of man, not such a stingy person. For Marine, he will not give up an arm. From Roger's point of view, a man like Black Arm Zephyr would not cause trouble for Marine, whom he is loyal to, because of his grievances. Li Xian, that's right. Black Arm Zephyr hates Whitebeard 2, not because the other side chopped off his hand. It's because the other side chopped off his hand at the same time, killing only 2 students who had taught him for years. Whitebeard, you say Black Arm Zephyr's anger is because of his students? Li Xian, yet. Black Arm Zephyr has been teaching Marine recruits since he resigned from Marine Admiral. His feelings towards those Marine recruits are similar to how you treat your own son, Whitebeard. Li Xian, then only 2 of those recruits were killed when they went out for training. Now the world government wants to cooperate with that pirate. Now, do you understand? Whitebeard, got it. It's like someone killed his son and then made an alliance with him. Whitebeard will definitely slash without a word, and whoever dares to stop it will slash in one piece. Whitebeard, who empathized with him, understood Black Arm Zephyr deeply and understood why he defected to Marine. Golden Lion Shiki, dedicated his life to Marine and was treated like this. If Black Arm Zephyr doesn't defect, Lao Zi will look down on him. Golden Lion Shiki couldn't understand Black Arm Zephyr's feelings for his students, but he also recognized Black Arm Zephyr's defection. Having worked for the world government all his life but being so despised, he would definitely not be able to bear this grievance. One Piece Roger, so, being a pirate is a very wise choice. World government, it's better to destroy it as soon as possible. Asterisk. Chapter 26 Only Akainu is desperate. One Piece Roger, I have a question, who is this Whitebeard 2? Judging from the name, it seems to be related to Whitebeard. Golden Lion Shiki, well, judging from the name, this is Whitebeard's son. Whitebeard, don't talk nonsense, my sons are in the Whitebeard Pirates. Fire Fist Ace, the name doesn't explain much. There are too many pirates in the ocean who are fond of dad. T-beards, red beards, no beards, etc. I only know about a dozen. One Piece Roger, is there such a thing? Whitebeard, yet, not just me. Because Kaido has the title of 100 beasts, there are a group of pirates nicknamed beasts, fierce beasts, demon beasts, and war beasts on the sea. Linlin has the nickname of Big Mom, and there are a bunch of little mothers, stepmothers, and real mothers in the sea. The year the red-haired Shanks entered the Four Emperors, a group of black-haired, purple-haired, and blue-haired pirates appeared. One Piece Roger, young people these days really know how to play. Golden Lion Shiki, what am I talking about? Pirates are now a group of groupies wandering around in the sea, doing shameless things like rubbing off on their nicknames. It's all your fault, damn Roger. One Piece Roger, I'm dead. Golden Lion Shiki, you have polluted the group of pirates, and you won't be able to atone for it if you don't die 10,000 times. Li Xian, at Whitebeard, you really don't know Whitebeard too? I thought he had something to do with you. Golden Lion Shiki, yo-ho, I frowned, and found that things are not easy. Whitebeard, Li Xian, what do you mean? Li Xian, Whitebeard too looks very similar to you, with a similar burly body, similar to Whitebeard, comparable to your terrifying power when you were young, and even the weapon Naginata is very similar to you. Whitebeard, it doesn't mean anything, maybe it's just a coincidence. One Piece Roger, how can there be so many coincidences? Whitebeard, man must be brave. Even Whitebeard is the same as you still say it's not your child. Whitebeard, bah. What's wrong with Whitebeard? Ace is your own son. Does he have nose hair as disgusting as yours? Those who didn't know it thought it was a beard. One Piece Roger. Have been offended. Golden Lion Shiki, damn Whitebeard, actually making a personal attack? Shameless. Golden Lion Shiki's righteous words moved Roger a little. Golden Lion Shiki, forget about personal attacks, it makes sense. Where do you put Roger's face? One Piece Roger. Fall. I just knew, how could a dog like Golden Lion Shiki spit out ivory? Li Xian, Whitebeard too is different from other followers. In addition to his own resemblance to Whitebeard, he is accompanied by a woman. One Piece Roger, that woman is special. Li Xian, of course. The woman claimed to be the mother of Whitebeard too, the woman Whitebeard once loved deeply. One Piece Roger, yo-hoo, exciting. At Whitebeard, you don't really have such a romantic past, do you? Don't be shy, speak up. Here, no one will laugh at you. Whitebeard, no. Li Xian, the woman's name is Ba Jin, who is said to have been Whitebeard's companion. Golden Lion Shiki, Ba Jin? I remember, there was such a person at Rock's Pirate. Whitebeard, I didn't expect you to go with her. Whitebeard, fart. Pirates have no love, and I don't have any thoughts about Ba Jin. Golden Lion Shiki, hey. You don't think about her. It doesn't mean she doesn't think about you. I remember she was a ship doctor, maybe she gave you some indescribable medicine when she was treating you. Drug, and then did something indescribable to you. Golden Lion Shiki is old-fashioned and makes fun of Whitebeard. Whitebeard was so angry that he spoke in the group angrily, at Golden Lion Shiki, you know what? The one thing I regret most now is that when you went to find me, you didn't catch Shenhai. Fire Fist Ace, I can be sure that Dad has nothing to do with that Whitebeard too and Ba Jin. Otherwise, why didn't they come to see Dad in the first place? One Piece Roger, when you say this, I think of a possibility. If Whitebeard too helps the Whitebeard pirates in the Summit War, will the outcome of the war change? Li Xian, I think too much. Marine is the overlord of the sea, and their strength cannot be matched by a single Four Emperors pirate group. Only by joining forces with the Four Emperors can it be possible to fight against them. A mere Whitebeard too cannot change the war. Ending. Fire Fist Ace, the Four Emperors can fight against Marine only by joining forces. Is Marine really so terrifying? Li Xian, what do you think? During the Summit War, many Marines didn't show their true character at all. If it wasn't for Garp's face, the Straw Hat Luffy would have been killed long ago. His strength is also worthy of the Summit War wave. Fire Fist Ace. Ace feels a little hard to accept. Fire Fist Ace, Dad, is what he said true? Whitebeard, Ancient Law. Yes, it is true. Don't look at Marine, any Marine Admiral has the strength to compete with the Emperor of the One Piece. Summit War, only Akainu guys are really desperate. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chapter 27 The Significance of the Existence of Pirates. Golden Lion Shiki, Sengoku and Zephyr are getting more and more heated. At Li Xian, it's your turn. Li Xian, give me the power of lion fruit. Ding! Golden Lion Shiki sent an exclusive red envelope lion fruit ability, top to the group owner Li Xian. Li Xian, received, thank you Golden Lion Shiki for the reward. Let's go and see how I teach these idiots a lesson. Li Xian smiled and performed teleportation, and soon came to Marshal Sengoku's office, where Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, Crane and a series of marine executives gathered here. When Sengoku saw Li Xian appear, he could not help frowning and waved his hand. Li Xian, why are you here? Go out, this is not something you should be involved in. Staff officer, he smiled and said, in your current position, you can't participate in discussions of this kind of thing. They all knew that Li Xian probably had a bad impression of Marine and the world government. And what they're talking about right now is precisely the dark side of Marine and world government. Hearing this, Li Xian smiled nonchalantly, really? But based on what I heard just now, you are not discussing any important decision at all, but trying to persuade Mr. Zephyr. Black Arm Zephyr looked at Li Xian and smiled bitterly, you heard that? Li Xian smiled and said, I heard it. The world government intends to recruit Whitebeard II to become the 7 warlords of the sea, and will not hesitate to offend you for this. After all, he is a pirate who has done you great harm. Marshal Sengoku frowned and said, it's not what you think, and recruiting Whitebeard II is just a stopgap measure. Not only Whitebeard II, but even 7 warlords of the sea is only temporary. Sengoku looked at Black Arm Zephyr and said earnestly, Zephyr, I know this matter will hurt you a lot, but please bear with me. At most 2 years, Whitebeard II and even all 7 warlords of the sea will be deprived. Identity. When the time comes, I will personally accompany you to solve him. Black Arm Zephyr said with a cold face, no need. If Marine's justice is to compromise with the pirates, then such justice is not necessary. Zephyr accepts Sengoku's opinion intellectually, but emotionally he can't. Let Whitebeard II become the 7 warlords of the sea, then what is his dedication and the sacrifice of many Marines all these years? This move by the world government is simply stepping on the ground for the shame of his Black Arm Zephyr and those who sacrificed Marine. He does not accept this kind of insult. Akainu couldn't help frowning and said, Teacher Zephyr, can't you just wrong yourself? Endure it for 2 years, and we will have enough strength to sweep away all the pirates in the sea. Li Xian laughed and said with disdain, destroy all the pirates in the sea? Stop joking. Akainu stared at Li Xian fiercely, with a red glow in his eyes, and said coldly, what do you mean? Li Xian sneered, although I joined Marine a few days ago, I also know that destroying pirates is a very scary thing, and it is even more devastating for Marine. You don't think it's a bit ridiculous to say that all pirates are eliminated? Akainu frowned, what do you mean? I think you have something in your words. Li Xian spread out his palms, glanced casually at the few people present, and sneered, I want to ask, what do you think pirates are to the world government? Everyone frowned and said nothing. Li Xian answered his own question, it's a tool. It's a tool to terrorize countries around the world, a tool to kidnap the entire Marine, and a tool to threaten people everywhere, understand? Countries that join the world government have to pay a huge amount of heavenly gold every year, but why are there so many countries willing to join the world government? Because of the pirates. If they don't join the world government, the Marines won't protect them, and the pirates will tear their country to shreds. So even if there is a huge amount of gold in the sky, they are still willing to pay. The world government has so many dark sides, and the celestial dragons are a group of filthy scumbags. Why are there so many righteous Marines willing to defend the world government? Because of the pirates. If the world government collapses, there will be more and more pirates on the sea, and the people will suffer more than they are now, so they have to maintain the rotten world government. But what if the pirates disappeared? Without the threat of pirates, even countries that have joined the world government would not be willing to pay the heavenly gold. Without the pirates making trouble, would those with justice in their hearts continue to defend the world government? I'm afraid their next goal is to overthrow the world government and celestial dragons. For the world government, pirates cannot be completely eliminated. So Marine has been established for 800 years and has never completely eliminated pirates. But if one day, the world government intends to eliminate pirates at sea, that can only mean one thing. The world government no longer needs the tool of pirates. Asterisk. Chapter 28 Rumors, Shake the Army's Heart. Li Xian said mockingly, I heard that the world government has mastered Vegapunk, the man who claims to have wisdom beyond the world for 500 years. He invented the pacifist, right? The pacifist can destroy the big pirates with a bounty of more than 100 million. This power can already replace all the combat power below the Vice Admiral in Marine. I heard that Vegapunk is still working on stronger weapons to replace the 7 warlords of the sea. Could the power that can replace the 7 warlords of the sea replace the elite Vice Admiral within Marine? Give Vegapunk a few more years, can he build a powerful robot that can replace Marine Admiral? Will Marine still exist at that time? You are also aware that Marine pursues the concept of justice and runs counter to the world government in many aspects. Therefore, in many things, Marine acts against the world government. If the world government has the power to replace Marine, do you think the world government will always tolerate Marine? No, you will be wiped out by the world government together with the pirates. Why does the world government do not need the tool of pirates and continue to kidnap the world? Because it is no longer needed. The robots made by Vegapunk can help them eliminate pirates, and they can help them eliminate rebels, and those in the Marine who won't be dogs for them. Li Xian talked eloquently and analyzed the future situation for everyone. It is normal for a group of people who have not received 9 years of compulsory education to not understand these things. Not to mention these otherworldly aborigines, even in Li Xian's previous life, few schools in Blue Star would teach them, and very few countries dare to include dragon slaying in textbooks. Li Xian's remarks not only stunned Sengoku and others, but also exploded in the chat group. Golden Lion Shiki, damn it! Li Xian, is what you said true? Li Xian, of course it's true. Whitebeard, if that's the case, then world government is horrible. One Piece Roger, I only knew world government damn it before, now I finally know where they damn it. Fisher Tiger, the world government is so terrible, is there really any hope of overthrowing it? At most 2 years, they will have a terrorist force that will replace the 7 warlords of the sea. Can you fight against this force? Li Xian, Fisher Tiger, don't underestimate me. It's just a world government, I will destroy it sooner or later. This is not Li Xian bragging, but he really has the ability. There are countless strong men in the heavens and the world, and any powerful undead can give Li Xian the power to subvert the world. Impossible. What you said is nonsense, I don't believe it. With a low roar, Li Xian turned his attention to Akainu. At this time, Akainu's eyes were red and he stared at Li Xian with murderous intent. Spoofing, shaking the military's heart. Marine doesn't need crooked soldiers, die for me. Akainu's right hand suddenly turned into crimson magma and punched Li Xian hard. The terrifying strong wind made the expressions of the others change. Akainu is really moving. Really stubborn. Li Xian sighed and raised his hand to block Akainu's attack. Advanced armament Haki turned into an invisible barrier, blocking Akainu's punch. It's me. Li Xian is not someone who can't fight back. Since Akainu dares to attack him, he must be prepared to be counterattacked by him. He made a fist with his right hand, and a white halo appeared on his fist, which was the power of shock fruit. This is Whitebeard's shock fruit ability. When everyone saw the white halo on Li Xian's hand, they were all surprised. They were no strangers to this thing. Boom! A mix of shock fruit abilities and advanced armament Haki's fist landed on Akainu, knocking him straight down. The strength of shock fruit is unmatched, and even the naval headquarters building where they are located was torn apart by the remaining force. Damn it! Li Xian, what the hell is going on with you? Where did you get your shock fruit ability? Why have you never demonstrated this ability before? Marshal Sengoku stared at Li Xian and shouted loudly. Li Xian looked at the white halo on his hand and smiled casually. Did you say this? This is a gift I got from an undead. Garp frowned. Whitebeard's shock fruit ability should be taken away by Blackbeard. How could you have this ability? Li Xian laughed. Don't ask. Do you think I'll tell you? Akainu stood up and said, then there is no way. Arrest him and interrogate him again. Looking at the marine powerhouses who were vaguely surrounding him, Li Xian sighed helplessly. He knew that those who can become strong are people with firm beliefs, and it is impossible to convince them with words. It's not without gain, of course, at least Zephyr is completely shaken. Asterisk. Chapter 29. You think you are Gandalf? What happened? Why did the naval headquarters building collapse again? It was just repaired this year, and it collapsed for the second time. I think I heard Mr. Zephyr quarreled with Marshal Sengoku just now. Could it be that they couldn't help fighting? No, look there. Marshal Sengoku, Mr. Garp, the three admiral. Who are they surrounded by? The recruit who recently gained fame, Li Xian. The marine recruit who can go head-to-head with Mr. Garp? Surprisingly young. But why is he surrounded? Maybe I made a mistake. Li Xian ignored the comments of others around him, looked at Garp and others around him calmly, and asked with a half-smile, what do you mean? I just gave you some of my opinions, and then I was attacked by Akainu. I was forced to fight back, and you want to arrest me and go to jail. Sengoku snorted coldly, if you don't stay there and avoid the key points, you know that the reason we are targeting you is your devil fruit ability. Why do you hide the fact that you are a shock fruit person? Li Xian replied casually, hide it? Can't you have your own secrets as a marine? Akainu said coldly, don't talk nonsense with him, take him down. As soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead, turning his body into a magma man and rushing towards Li Xian, and a huge fist composed of magma hit Li Xian. Boom boom boom. A fierce roar suddenly sounded, the ground between Li Xian and Akainu kept shaking, and a wall of mud gushed out from the ground, blocking the two of them. Humph! Akainu smiled disdainfully, just trying to block his magma with a mere earth wall? How ridiculous! His lava fruit ability can turn the ground into magma in an instant, creating a home field that is beneficial to him. Boom! A punch landed on the wall, and the mud wall instantly turned into magma. However, before Akainu had time to move on, the ground under his feet began to protest, and the direct rise made him dodge somersaults. Damn! Akainu roared in rage, in a state of embarrassment. Whoosh! At this moment, a golden light appeared behind Li Xian, in the form of light particles. Speed is weight. Young man, have you been kicked by the speed of light again? Kizaru said in a wretched voice, and kicked over with a golden glitter. Boom! Li Xian raised his hand to condense armament haki, and an invisible barrier blocked Kizaru's kick. Troublesome guy. Li Xian raised his hand and punched in the past. Armament haki mixed the power of vibration and made a head-to-head with Kizaru, forcing him to back up again and again. Ice Age. Aokiji put his hand on the ground, and layers of ice spread towards Li Xian, trying to freeze him under control. Sengoku's body shone with golden light, ready to transform into a Buddha at any time. Garp and Zephyr remained calm, showing no signs of making a move. Tisk tisk tisk. This lineup is really luxurious, and Whitebeard doesn't have the same treatment as me. Li Xian chuckled and said with certainty, although you are many and powerful, you can't stop me from leaving. Saying that, Li Xian stepped on the ground with a heavy foot, and the white halo bombarded the ground, and the shock of the air shattered, directly shattering Aokiji's ice. Then he grabbed the air in front of him with one hand and pulled it violently, and suddenly the whole world began to shake, tremble, and move. Shock Fruit awakens. Paramecia's Devil Fruit ability, once awakened, can affect things around him. Before the ability of Shock Fruit is awakened, the shock force is released from the person with the ability. The able-bodied hit the air with a white halo, causing seaquakes, earthquakes, and airquakes. But after the Shock Fruit ability is awakened, the person only needs to pull the air to cause the sky, ground, and sea to vibrate, causing the terrifying sight of sea and land displacement. Damn traitor! Akainu roared and rushed towards Li Xian. The magma iron fist fell heavily, mixing armament haki and magma's high temperature and high pressure. Akainu's attack power was extremely powerful, and could fight against Whitebeard without falling. But Li Xian had no idea of colliding with him at all. The awakened Lion Fruit's ability was activated, and the whole earth was controlled by him. At the same time, the ground tilted, and Akainu, who was standing on it, was unstable, and the strength in his hands collapsed. Don't be surprised. Even Ant 4 Emperors is at a loss when it comes to tilting the cake, let alone Akainu. In the case of a problem in the bottom plate, no one can play stably. Golden Lion. Lion Fruit has such a terrifying ability, but you have used it up. When you stand on the ground, you are the god of earth who controls the earth, and when you stand on the sea, you are the god of water who can control the sea. With such a powerful ability, you don't have to run into melee combat with people. Do you think you are Gandalf? Li Xian murmured in his heart. Lion Fruit's ability fully exploded. Marine-ford landslides and torrents of dirt crisscrossed the ground. The spiraling soil condensed the sharp top, and armament haki covered it, and the slaps around gave Akainu and others who were using moonwalk an extremely headache. Asterisk. Chapter 30. Want to stop me? God avoid. In the chat group. Whitebeard, damn it. Lion Fruit's ability can still be used like this. Li Xian, this is the correct use of Lion Fruit's ability. The ability to control what you encounter is really cheating. One Piece Roger, this guy Shiki seems to have never used Lion Fruit like this. He is very arrogant to use mud and other things to condense lions to bombard others. Whitebeard, those lions. Aside from being a little more majestic, you can say they are nothing. Laozi can crush them with one punch, so golden lions usually fight us with swordsmanship. Li Xian, so you're lucky, golden lion didn't use the Lion Fruit ability in the right way. If he controls the sea to fight you, who is his opponent at sea? Golden Lion Shiki. I rely on. It makes sense, why didn't I think of it before? If I use the Lion Fruit ability to control the sea water, am I just like that BD Whitebeard? I can launch it tsunami anytime, anywhere? Sad. Mr. Zephyr, do you want to leave with me? The debris flow that shot around like a fountain automatically retreated in front of Li Xian, allowing him to come to Zephyr. Zephyr stood quietly, surrounded by the mud sprayed everywhere, but it didn't affect him, just isolated him. Zephyr looked at Li Xian with deep eyes and said, Whitebeard's Shock Fruit ability, Golden Lion's Lion Fruit ability, I'm curious, what other abilities do you have? Li Xian laughed, if you are willing to leave with me, I will show you my abilities one by one. Zephyr asked curiously, why did you take me away? Li Xian thought for a while and answered truthfully, you take good care of me, and I also need you as a sparring coach. Are you planning to leave Marine now? Zephyr thought for a while, then shook his head. Even if I'm leaving Marine, I can't leave with you. Li Xian shrugged and said helplessly, understood. Then, let's meet again. As soon as the words fell, a dazzling golden light burst out suddenly, crushing the mudslides circulating in this area at once, and the golden majestic Buddha stood proudly. Ice Age. A low voice sounded, and ice more than 2 meters thick suddenly appeared, covering all the soil and making the mudslide no longer chaotic. Don't give up yet. Li Xian looked at Sengoku and Aokiji and said helplessly. He reached out and touched the ice sculpture beside him, and with a cracking sound, the surrounding ice began to wriggle, and icy lions were looming. Magma, ice, flash. It's a coincidence that the abilities of the 3 Marine Admiral are all Logias. I can control your creations. If we fight, I won't say if I can leave. Marine Ford, the island, will sink completely. Are you sure you want to fight? A bulge appeared on the ice beside Li Xian and turned into a sword hilt. Li Xian grabbed and pulled out an ice sword. Aokiji's eyelids jumped, feeling a little depressed. In addition to being unable to make ice, Li Xian's lion fruit is better at manipulating ice than he is. Sengoku's expression was stagnant, his eyes flickered, and his face was uncertain. Akainu's body rolled with magma, and he said coldly, "Just kidding, do you think Marine will compromise with the pirates?" Li Xian glanced at Akainu and smiled, "If you speak well, I will not quit Marine. It is because of a lackey like you who is loyal to the world government that I am on guard and hide from Marine." Li Xian unceremoniously put the pot on Akainu. "Let's not talk about it, at least disgust him." As soon as these words came out, the eyes of Sengoku and the others looking at Akainu became a little strange. If what Li Xian said was true, then Akainu really got into big trouble this time. Bullshit. Akainu, who was actively competing with Aokiji for the position of Marine Marshal, naturally wouldn't let himself carry such a stain on his back, and he retorted without hesitation. Li Xian was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He laughed disdainfully, and his body rose to the sky. Polosalino. Akainu shouted, "Li Xian must not be allowed to leave just like that. It's really inspiring." Kizaru pouted with a displeased expression, but still turned into golden light and rushed to the sky, trying to stop Li Xian. Although the Marines present will be moonwalk, their combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced after they lift off, and Li Xian, who is facing Master Lion Fruit's ability, will suffer a lot. Therefore, the job of intercepting Li Xian can only be done by Kizaru, who is quick and can stay in the air for a short period of time to fight in the air. "Want to stop me?" God avoided. Seeing Kizaru rushing over quickly, Li Xian's mouth twitched. Haki rose from the ice-long sword in his hand, and he slashed with a savage sword. This sword is like an antelope with its horns hanging, so mysterious and inconceivable that Kizaru can't even dodge, and the flying slash wrapped around armament Haki hit Kizaru hard. Asterisk. Chapter 31 Let You Be Blind. This swordsmanship. Garp widened his eyes and muttered to himself in disbelief. You can't go wrong. What Li Xian uses is Roger's unique trick, God avoidance. Sengoku's glasses reflected fine light. He gritted his teeth and said in a low voice. One Piece Roger showed a wave before his death, which directly triggered the era of the Great Pirate. Maybe there is that kind of sympathy between Garp and Roger, but Sengoku doesn't have the slightest impression of Roger. If time could go back, Sengoku swore that he would personally preside over the execution of One Piece Roger. Then when Roger was about to speak, he shoved his army shoes into his mouth. Let you be blind. At this time, Kizaru, who was hit by Li Xian's God avoidance in the sky, reluctantly but decisively gave up blocking Li Xian, and his body turned into golden light particles and returned to the ground. The light particles recondensed into Kizaru's appearance. He clutched the wound on his shoulder, and blood kept flowing from his fingers. It's scary. Young people today are as strong as monsters. Kizaru gritted his teeth and said solemnly. The same words as usual, but there is no ridicule and contempt in the tone of the past, but only strong vigilance and anger. Relying on the powerful speed brought by sparkling fruit, Kizaru rarely suffers in this life. Even if he is fighting with a master of the same level, few people can hurt him. Today, however, he suffered a big loss at the hands of Li Xian. Kizaru, who has always been idle, became extremely angry in his heart. "Aren't you chasing?" Looking at Li Xian gradually disappearing into the sky, Akainu gritted his teeth and looked at the others around him. "How to chase? Even if we collectively use Moonwalk to lift off, we will not be able to deal with Li Xian, who has the ability of Lion Fruit. What's more, this is naval headquarters. If you fight, it will definitely turn this place into ruins." Garp shrugged and said without heart. Akainu gritted his teeth and said angrily, "I think it's worth it if you can catch Li Xian by sacrificing naval headquarters. Golden Lion and Whitebeard's Devil Fruit abilities, plus One Piece's swordsmanship. There are too many secrets on Li Xian, leaving it alone will definitely become a big problem in the future." Kizaru glanced at Akainu unhappily, and mocked, "We all know what you said, but are you sure you can keep him? If you are sure, why don't you rush up to stop him?" Akainu got angry. "You." Sengoku waved his hand and said, "Okay. What's the quarrel? The enemy hasn't caught it yet, and you're in civil unrest here. The three admirals are all scattered, so calm the sailors and don't let them make trouble." With a wave of his hand, Marine San Admiral was driven away, and Sengoku asked them to appease Marine. Li Xian's previous set of skills had thrown Marineford into chaos and needed someone to sort things out. "Zephyr, you. I need to calm down." Just as Sengoku wanted to have a good talk with Zephyr, Zephyr waved his hand to reject Sengoku, turned around and left. "Garb. Don't look at me, I'm not going to help you persuade Zephyr about this." Sengoku looked at Garb, who refused before he could finish. "Don't worry about Zephyr. Persuasion is useless in this kind of thing, he has to think about it for himself. The crux of the problem now is that Li Xian." The ability of the three legendary pirates appeared in the same young man, which is worth being vigilant. Staff Officer Crane looked at Marshal Sengoku, who was tired and speechless, and said in a light tone. Sengoku suddenly woke up and said decisively, "That's right. Prepare a reward order immediately, offering a reward of 2 billion to capture or destroy him alive." With Li Xian's Shock Fruit ability and Lion Fruit ability, as well as his magical swordsmanship from One Piece Roger, he is worth more than 1 billion. Coupled with his formidable strength that is in no way inferior to Marine Admirals or even surpassed, it is no exaggeration to offer a bounty of 2 billion Baileys. Staff Officer Crane said in a faint tone, "If you give him such a high reward, it would be tantamount to exposing him to the world. Like Blackbeard, he has the same double fruit ability, and he has the same shock fruit ability as Blackbeard." Marshal Sengoku frowned and said, "You're right. Giving him such a high bounty will definitely attract the attention of various forces. He has too many secrets, and it will be very troublesome for other forces to get it." Staff Officer Crane was silent for a while, then smiled, "This is something that can't be helped, and there is no point in hiding it for him. After all, we can't guarantee that Li Xian will keep his peace, and he can expose his secrets to the world at any time." Marshal Sengoku nodded and said, "If Li Xian can be used as a bait to let the pirates kill each other, it would be a good result." Sengoku made a decision to prepare a bounty. ****. Chapter 32, Go Beat Whitebeard's Son. Using Lion Fruit's abilities, Li Xian leaves Marineford from the air. In the chat group, Golden Lion expressed dissatisfaction. Golden Lion Shiki, "No, just let them go. Well, let's make a scene." Li Xian, "Then what do you want?" Golden Lion Shiki, "Didn't you touch Marineford's land? Turn it into a floating sky island with Lion Fruit's abilities and throw it into the sea." Li Xian, "Yohi, since joining the chat group, your IQ has gone up. If you used this trick when you entered naval headquarters, you might have snatched Roger over." Golden Lion Shiki, "Don't talk nonsense, do or not." Li Xian, "No." Golden Lion Shiki, "Why?" Li Xian, because this move is meaningless. Any marine who has a bit of strength masters marine 6 styles. The existence of moonwalk makes your move meaningless. Golden Lion Shiki, that makes sense. Li Xian, even if I do this, it will only hurt the weak marines. At most, marines will lose a riddled naval headquarters. Thank you so much, why should I do this? Golden Lion Shiki, but I'm still very unhappy, and it would be nice to destroy their naval headquarters. Li Xian, it won't do me any good, I refuse. Li Xian knew with his fingers that if he did, Marine's prestige would be hit even harder, and chaos around the world would increase. Although he really wants to overthrow the world government, he doesn't mind doing things that harm others and benefit themselves. But he is not very interested in this kind of destruction that harms others and not oneself. What's more, his behavior will definitely attract the collective hatred of the world government and Marine. Marine's hatred was put aside for now, but world government and I'm were worth paying attention to. After all, when he came to this world, One Piece had not finished. He doesn't know much about Yumu, and everything that is unknown is worth being vigilant about. One Piece Roger, it's a pity. It's a pity that Akainu couldn't be beaten to death. Whitebeard, same. Li Xian, Sengoku Garb 3 Admiral, 5 Admiral level combat power is watching over there. Beat Akainu to death? Think too much, I will talk about it later. Fisher Tiger, where are you going now? Li Xian, Whitebeard's hometown, where the Whitebeard pirates are located. Zephyr won't help, I can only beat Whitebeard's son. Whitebeard, what the hell? Li Xian, I wanted to leave with Zephyr and let him be my sparring partner. But he refused, so I can only go to your son as my sparring partner. Whitebeard, gu la 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 la. So you are welcome. As long as immune to death, you will fight to the death. I have been too lenient with them over the years, which is not acceptable. Without my protection, they must be on their own. Get stronger to protect yourself. Whitebeard said generously, let Li Xian let go and fight. Children can't be successful if they don't fight. In order to let their sons grow up quickly, there is no way to be rough. Whitebeard looked very open, Li Xian could not protect his sons for a lifetime. To survive in the dangerous business of pirates, his sons need strength. It just so happened that he could watch the outside world through Li Xian, and he could point out his sons and give them the last help. Fisher Tiger, that. Mr. Li Xian, can I ask you one thing? Li Xian, speak. Fisher Tiger, your lion fruit ability can fly the island into the sky, can you bring the Fishmen Island on the sea floor to the ground? I want to ask you to give the Fishmen Island a place to live in the sun, a safe and secure environment. Li Xian, it's easy, no problem. But before that, I'm going to find the Whitebeard pirates. The Fishmen Island won't have any problems for 2 years, but the Whitebeard pirates may not. Li Xian decided to put the relocation of the Fishmen Island aside and focus on the Whitebeard pirates. If Margot was the only one left in the Whitebeard pirates because he was late and the Whitebeard pirates died, the old Whitebeard would definitely go crazy. Whether or not Whitebeard will go mad is second, the important thing is that it will greatly affect his credibility. To gain benefits from these undead, reputation is very important. Fisher Tiger, it doesn't matter, I'm not in a hurry. The Fishmen Island has been waiting for hundreds of years, not less than 2 days. And you go to the Fishmen Island like this, it is not easy to gain the trust of the fish people. Fisher Tiger, but it would be much easier if someone from the Whitebeard pirates helped to testify. The Whitebeard pirates have guarded the Fishmen Island for so many years, and the fishmen of the Fishmen Island are willing to trust them. Asterisk. Chapter 33 Really Can Talk, Teach. Whitebeard's hometown, Sphinx. The remnants of the Whitebeard pirates are stationed here, guarding Whitebeard's hometown. Captain Marco, look at today's newspaper. A member of the Whitebeard Pirates, looking at today's newspaper, his face changed greatly, and he found the actual person in charge of the Whitebeard Pirates without saying a word. The first team leader of the Whitebeard Pirates, Margot the Phoenix, is currently the actual leader of the Whitebeard Pirates. The captain of the 2nd Division, Fire Fist Ace, died, the captain of the 3rd Division, Diamond Joes, was disabled, and the captain of the 4th Division, Sachi, died. No one in the Whitebeard Pirates can compare with him in terms of qualifications and prestige. Newspaper. Margiao murmured suspiciously, took the newspaper handed over by his subordinates, and couldn't help but change his face when he saw the content on it. Marine trader, Li Xian, a bounty of 2 billion baileys. Having a big secret, the master's abilities are currently known: Shock Fruit ability, Lion Fruit ability, and the legendary swordsmanship of One Piece Roger. This person is extremely dangerous, and has a combat power comparable to that of the 4 emperors. Regardless of life or death, he can be used to exchange bounties with the world government. World government is kidding. No, that's not right. World government and Marine don't make fun of the bounty system, are they all true? Dad's shock fruit ability was obviously stolen by Teach Guy with despicable means, how could it appear to others? And if all of this is true, wouldn't there be a second dual fruit person in the world? Margiao's face changed and his mood fluctuated. At the same time, in a sea area not far from Sphinx Island, a fleet with a 3-headed skull pirate flag was heading towards Sphinx Island. The ships of this fleet are very peculiar, as if they were rafts made of huge pieces of wood, a result of the peculiar aesthetic unique to Blackbeard. A pirate ship. Shiryu of the Rain wiped the famous sword Thunderstorm in his hand, and said casually, "Teach Governor, have you read the latest newspaper? If these news are true, there will be a second dual fruit person with the shock fruit ability in the world." Woolen cloth. The King of Evil on the side laughed and said, "I remember that there was a period of time between when Whitebeard died and when Teach took his shock fruit ability. Could it be that shock fruit's ability was lost during that time? Did you reappear as devil fruit again?" The Big Barrel smiled drunkenly. "If so, it can explain why you have been unable to develop the ability of shock fruit to an awakened state." Blackbeard laughed and said, "Gee ha ha ha. If that's the case, that would be great. As long as I kill this marine trader Li Xian and take away his shock fruit ability, I can develop my shock fruit ability to awakened state." The fighting champion Burgess laughed and said, "V ha ha ha. Captain Teach, this marine trader is not easy to deal with. The world government has written on the reward order that the opponent has the strength no less than the pirate emperor." The sniper Fan Oka heard the words and said with a look of disdain, "That marine trader has the strength comparable to that of the pirate emperor? Who knows if the world government has told the truth? If the strength of the pirate emperor is so easy to obtain, the sea will not be able to. There will only be 4 pirate emperors." Burgess retorted, "But this marine trader Li Xian is different. He has the devil fruit ability of Whitebeard and Golden Lion, and the swordsmanship of One Piece Roger. To say that he does not have the strength of 4 emperors, I don't believe it. How can someone without strength escape from naval headquarters?" Blackbeard Teach waved his hands and said, all right, stop arguing. What if he really has the strength of the 4 emperors? He is just a person. And I have powerful and reliable partners like you." Hearing the words, the King of Evil government laughed and said, "You can really talk, Teach." The Big Wine Barrel also laughed directly, "That's right, so many of us are still afraid of a single-handed 4 emperors? Whitebeard is still the strongest man in the world, isn't it the same that we killed them together?" Burgess laughed, "That's right. If we think about it, this marine trader Li Xian is a treasure for us. He not only has the shock fruit ability that Captain Teach needs, but also the legendary pirate Golden Lion's ability. Lion fruit ability." The sniper Fan Oka pondered, "Is lion fruit capable?" I can use it to hover in midair and snipe from various angles. Remotely control the objects I have touched, it feels like a perfect match for me. Burgess said unhappily, Fan Oka, Devil Fruit's ability depends on strength. What's the use of being as good as you? Whoever gets it is whoever. Van Oka gave Burgess an unhappy glance, too lazy to talk nonsense with him, so as not to lower his IQ. Asterisk. Chapter 34 Blackbeard's Combo. Li Xian's body was hidden in the clouds high in the sky, silently watching the Blackbeard fleet below. In the chat group. Li Xian, have you seen the fleet below? That is the fleet of the Blackbeard pirates. Tisk tisk tisk, Blackbeard's aesthetic is still so strange. Whitebeard, teach, this guy, really isn't a fuel-efficient lamp. It's been a while since he's assembled such a huge fleet. Li Xian, no way. After acquiring the shock fruit ability, Blackbeard already has a combat power no less than that of the Pirate Emperor. Coupled with his familiarity with your territory, most of your former territory was occupied by him. As long as he defeated the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, and he is the righteous Pirate Emperor. Golden Lion Shiki, Li Xian, what are you waiting for? Go up and smoke him. This is the sea, your home ground. Whether it's shock fruit ability or lion fruit ability, it can easily cause a tsunami, and you can destroy them casually. Golden Lion Shiki couldn't bear his temper, and urged Li Xian to act immediately. Whitebeard, however, disagreed. Whitebeard, wait. Let my sons play them first, I want to see how good they are. As a father, Whitebeard was very conflicted. On the one hand, he thinks that his sons are very good and omnipotent, on the other hand, he thinks that they are still children and can do nothing. So he asked Li Xian to help, and gave the Whitebeard pirates a chance to solve the problem by himself. Poor parents in the world. Li Xian, no problem. Since Whitebeard wanted to see how vulnerable his sons were, Li Xian was happy to help him. The Blackbeard pirates' large fleet marched into the Sphinx, which soon caught the attention of the Whitebeard pirates. The Phoenix Marco led the Whitebeard pirates to the edge of the island to face the Blackbeard pirates. Gee ha 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 ha. This is a matter between me and the Whitebeard pirates, don't interfere. I'll do it myself, let me make a break with them. Blackbeard laughed and ordered his subordinates, and then charged at the Margot man in the lead. Dark water. Air shock. Blackbeard's left hand poured out a large black fog, covering the ground and spreading towards the Margot people. The black fog exudes a strange attraction, swallowing the objects on the ground, and many of the soldiers of the Whitebeard pirates were swallowed. On the other hand, a white halo appeared on Blackbeard's right hand. A punch hit the air in front of him. The force of vibration caused the air to shatter like a mirror. The Margot people who were charging towards Blackbeard were repelled by Blackbeard's shocking power on the way, and were then restricted by the swamp-like darkness on the ground. In the distance, Li Xian shook his head repeatedly watching this scene. In the chat group, Golden Lion Shiki mocked Whitebeard unceremoniously. Golden Lion Shiki, Whitebeard, these are the sons you are proud of? Too weak, no wonder they willingly put down their pride and become sons. Whitebeard, shut up, you know shit. It's not that they're too weak, it's that teach with the shock fruit ability is too strong. That's right, that's it. Whitebeard defended his sons, refusing to admit they were trash. One Piece Roger, that's right. Have you seen it? Blackbeard Teach, who has become a dual fruit ability, combines the two abilities very well. Dark Fruit's ability covers the ground, and all those who stand on it will be suppressed and weakened. Even the strong ones like Baista and Margiao will remain unchanged and clumsy when they stand on the black mist. People who will be suppressed by standing on the black fog will choose to jump attack when facing Blackbeard Teach, or fly like Marco. But in this way, they will suffer the blow of shock fruit ability. People in midair don't have any leverage. Unlike standing on the ground, they can feed back pressure to the ground. They can only be repelled when attacked. Of course, standing on the ground is useless. The ground has been turned into a swamp by Dark Fruit's ability. Roger rarely got serious and analyzed the strength of Blackbeard Teach. Although he is a nerdy idiot, Roger, who has gone through countless battles to become One Piece, has a natural and strong sense of battle, and he can almost see Blackbeard's tactics at a glance. Golden Lion Shiki, it's really a good tactic, very strong. It's a pity. Li Xian, yet. It's a pity. Fire Fist Ace, what do you regret? Golden Lion Shiki said triumphantly, unfortunately, this move is useless for those with Lion Fruit ability. We can use the force in the air, and in mid-air it is like being on the ground, Jahahaha. Asterisk. Chapter 35 Blackbeard's Life, I took it. Thief ha 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 ha. Margot, I won. Blackbeard Teach laughed and looked at the Phoenix Margot with a hideous expression. The Phoenix Margot were desperate, but Teach alone made them so embarrassed. Why did they talk about revenge for their father? Not to mention revenge for Whitebeard, they can't even keep Whitebeard's last relic now. Boom boom boom. Just when Blackbeard Teach was about to kill the Margot people, the sound of the turbulent sea suddenly sounded. In the distance, I saw violent waves on the sea. Soon a huge wave of 10 meters high appeared out of thin air, carrying tens of millions of kilograms of seawater, and hit the Blackbeard pirates' fleet and Blackbeard and others on the shore. Damn, what do navigators eat? Even if this is New World, it is impossible for such a huge wave to appear for no reason. What's going on? What's going on? The battleship of the Blackbeard pirates was in chaos. Isn't it just a wave? Watch me cut him. Shiryu of the Rain snorted disdainfully, and the famous sword Thunderstorm in his hand suddenly unsheathed, slashing the big waves in front of him with a single sword. Puff! The huge oncoming wave was split in two. Shiryu of the Rain smiled disdainfully, looked at the others mockingly, and hummed, "Is this kind of thing worth your fear?" Shiryu of the Rain pretended to be forced, triumphant. But the next moment, he was beaten in the face. The waves that had just been separated closed in an instant, and then slammed into them with a more ferocious attitude. Shiryu, come on! The others didn't bother to mock Shiryu of the Rain, hoping that he could block the oncoming wave. Shiryu of the Rain has a bitter face, the concubine can't do it. Damn! Blackbeard Teach on the shore also noticed this scene, but to no avail, he also had nothing to stop the tsunami. Boom! The huge waves were raging and rolling down. The fleet of the Blackbeard pirates lost more than half, and the crew fell into the sea like dumplings. The Blackbeard Teach on the shore was swept away by the sea and hit the boulder in the distance, screaming in pain. That is, he was lucky and did not stay on the boat. Otherwise, if he, a person with double fruit ability, falls into the sea, he will experience double the happiness. In the chat group, Golden Lion Shiki liked Li Xian. Golden Lion Shiki, not bad, this is a powerful appearance. This tsunami has shown the style of our lion fruit ability. One Piece Roger. One Piece Roger is very surprised. Is Golden Lion's head broken? Whitebeard sneered mercilessly. The better Li Xian uses lion fruit's ability, the more it shows that you, a former ability person, is incompetent and mediocre. Golden Lion Shiki. Golden Lion Shiki was shocked. Is there such an explanation? But Whitebeard made a lot of sense, and he found himself speechless. So, is he happy for nothing? One Piece Roger, the power of a tsunami is really terrifying. I remember Whitebeard, you also have the ability to cause a tsunami, right? Whitebeard, yes. When I rescued Ace at the Summit War, if it wasn't for Aokiji, a frozen fruit person on the opposite side, I would have damaged more than half of Marine with a single tsunami. What a shame for Whitebeard, if only Aokiji wasn't Marine Admiral. If Marine hadn't had Aokiji to calm the waves for them, the ending might have been different. Outside world. Li Xian walked slowly with the tsunami, and quickly attracted everyone's attention. Marine trader Li Xian. He just escaped from naval headquarters, how did he get here? He also has Whitebeard's shock fruit ability, and he must be coming for Governor Teach and the Whitebeard pirates. Everyone looked at Li Xian vigilantly, with different thoughts in their hearts. Blackbeard got up from the ground with difficulty, looked at Li Xian while clutching his big belly, and said with a laugh, "Thief, ha 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 ha. Marine trader Li Xian, I was looking for you. How about you, do you want to be my partner?" Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Li Xian made him so embarrassed. How could he have the confidence and mood to invite him? "Let me be your partner. I didn't expect that although you are ugly, you are still pretty." Li Xian looked at Blackbeard Teach and sneered unceremoniously. "Thief, ha 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 ha. Was it rejected? It's a big failure, so shameless." Blackbeard Teach said with a self-deprecating smile, "This open-mindedness is comparable to that of the red-haired Shanks." Roger in the chat group said, "To be honest, if I hadn't known what he did, his temper would really suit me." Golden Lion Shiki, tisk tisk tisk. The pirate spirit that has almost disappeared from the sea now appears on this guy. Whitebeard, come on. A scum who violates the principles of benevolence and righteousness, what kind of pirate spirit does he have? Li Xian, kill him. Ding. Whitebeard sent an exclusive red envelope observation hacky, premium to the group owner Li Xian. Ding. Whitebeard sent an exclusive red envelope armament hacky advanced to the group owner Li Xian. Ding. Whitebeard sent an exclusive red envelope conquerors hacky, premium to the group owner Li Xian. Ding. Whitebeard sent an exclusive red envelope sword art, great swordsman to the group owner Li Xian. I don't know if it was because of his gaffe after seeing Blackbeard or because he was provoked by Golden Lion and Roger. Whitebeard sent Li Xian his inventory and asked him to get rid of Blackbeard. Li Xian was taken aback by Whitebeard's boldness, and immediately clapped his chest to make a promise, "The boss is big. Blackbeard's life, I'll take it." Asterisk. Chapter 36 He's more shameful than Blackbeard. Li Xian took Whitebeard's red envelope, turned his head to look at the remaining members of the Whitebeard pirates, and said, "Are you still capable of fighting? If you have any, block the rest of the Blackbeard pirates for me. If you don't, hurry back and don't make trouble." The Phoenix Margiao sneered and said, "Don't worry. Don't dare to say anything else, it's still okay to stop the rest of the Blackbeard pirates." Although there were many question marks in his heart, Margot knew that now was not the time to ask. So he didn't talk nonsense and decisively expressed his willingness to cooperate with Li Xian. Blackbeard said with an unhappy expression, "No way. Even if we can't be partners, we don't need to fight each other. Thief, ha ha ha, can't we live in peace?" Li Xian calmly raised his palm, clenched his fist tightly, a white halo appeared on his palm, and said with a smile, "No way. An old guy named Whitebeard said he misses you very much, and I want to send you to see him." As soon as the voice fell, the fist burst into the air. Blackbeard clenched his teeth and threw a punch, the same shock fruit ability exploded from his hand, and the two shock waves collided in mid-air, instantly shattering the ground. "Don't underestimate me. I am now the Pirate Emperor." Blackbeard roared with explosive power, and the darkness spread under his feet and swept towards Li Xian. Li Xian lifted off calmly, the darkness covering the ground had no effect on him. "Absorb." Blackbeard gritted his teeth and roared, the darkness covering the ground erupted with attractive force, pulling Li Xian in mid-air to land. "Sun or darkness? Another game?" Li Xian let out a chuckle, and the orange flames were released from him, instantly bombarding the black mist on the ground. "Thief, ha ha ha. Unexpectedly, you have a third devil fruit ability. Isn't this Captain Ace's Maramara fruit ability?" "Thief, ha ha ha. It's a pity in my heart that I couldn't make Captain Ace my partner. When I kill you, I will give the ability of Maramara fruit to my partner. In this way, it's like Captain Ace and I have become partners." Blackbeard grinned wildly, showing a mouthful of leaky teeth. In the chat group, Ace was very angry with Blackbeard. Outside, Li Xian looked at Blackbeard contemptuously, and said with disdain, "Stop showing off there. Pirate Emperor? If you are a pirate emperor, then you must be the most low-profile pirate emperor in the history of pirates. I was beaten by Whitebeard and called my father at Summit War, I was instantly killed by Magellan at Impel Down, I was a son for others for decades. I said, can you be any more embarrassing?" Li Xian said unceremoniously, mockingly. Everyone in the chat group was stunned by what Li Xian revealed. One Piece Roger, really or not? You said this, didn't you just make it up? Golden Lion Cheeky, Roger, you're still so stupid, how could you make up your mind? It must be true. Fire Fist Ace, Dad, is it true that Teach was called Dad by you during Summit War? Whitebeard, goo la la la. It's true, I almost killed him at the time. Unfortunately, my body can't hold it anymore. Golden Lion Cheeky, pay attention to the words. Silk Blood Whitebeard, what do you mean? Li Xian, there is only a trace of blood left, and it will die soon. One Piece Roger, Whitebeard almost killed him with only a trace of blood left? I look down on him more and more. Whitebeard, goo la la la. It's not that he's too weak, it's that Lao Zi is too strong. During the Summit War, the battle between Whitebeard and Blackbeard was quite exciting, which fully demonstrated Whitebeard's fighting consciousness cultivated through hundreds of battles. After realizing Dark Fruit's ability, Whitebeard immediately came up with a countermeasure. Showing the enemy's weakness to confuse Blackbeard, he crippled him with a knife. If it wasn't for Whitebeard's lack of physical strength at the time, he couldn't finish a whole set of combos, and Blackbeard would have died by now. But it has to be said that Blackbeard still has a lot of luck. Encountering Dark Fruit, killing people, and stealing treasures under the watchful eyes of powerful men like Whitebeard and escaping successfully, surviving Impel Down, surviving Summit War. If you do the math, this guy's luck isn't much weaker than Luffy's. Background aside, this guy is a civilian version of Luffy. Golden Lion Cheeky, I'm very glad that I didn't become the 4 emperors, otherwise my style will definitely be lowered by this kind of thing. Apart from Blackbeard, is there anything shameful about the other 4 yellows? Li Xian, yes. For example, our rising star, the red-haired Shanks, he broke an arm, you know? And it's his left hand that he is used to using swords. Whitebeard, I asked him about this too, and he said he bet his arm on the new age. Later I found out that he gave his straw hat to Luffy, but I don't know how he lost his arm. Understood. Li Xian, it was bitten off by a sea beast. That sea beast is old and powerful. When Straw Hat Luffy went out to sea, he punched him hard. One Piece Roger. Golden Lion Cheeky. Fire Fist Ace. Whitebeard. How did the redhead Shanks have such a broken arm? I felt he was even more humiliating than Blackbeard. Asterisk. Chapter 37 Your ambitions are over. Boom boom boom. Li Xian interacted with Blackbeard Teach while communicating with the undead in his mind. The halo of Shock Fruit's ability wraps his fist. Li Xian uses Whitebeard's many years of physical skills, and pressing Blackbeard Teach is a blast. The fire burned the darkness, the power of vibration shattered the atmosphere, the whole island was shaking, and the lions condensed from the soil roared in the sky. Li Xian was full of firepower and was not something Blackbeard could deal with at all. Knife. Li Xian stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and the large mass of soil quickly condensed in front of him, becoming as indestructible as steel and iron. The soil condensed into a naginata, exactly the same as Whitebeard's usual naginata, but a little smaller. No way. Whitebeard's 6.66 m height is a handy naginata, and Li Xian is not used to his body shape. The near-top armament haki is covered on it, making it qualified to compete with the Supreme Blade. Teach. Do you feel familiar when you see this knife? Old la la la. Dear son, let daddy love you so much. Li Xian imitated Whitebeard's courage to speak, the white halo of shock fruit's ability covering the blade, mixed with armament haki slashing Blackbeard. Unlike other swordsmanship, Whitebeard's swordsmanship has only one characteristic, that is, one-on-one pressing. With his own terrifying power and the powerful destructive power of shock fruit, there is basically nothing that can fight against him. BD. Blackbeard Teach was so angry that Li Xian dared to imitate Whitebeard and mock him. It was unbearable. He desperately destroys Dark Fruit's ability, condensing a large area of darkness to absorb Shock Fruit's power, while bombarding Li Xian with Shock Fruit's ability. Far away, the Margos who were fighting the Blackbeard pirates were amazed that there was so much familiarity about Li Xian. The Shock Fruit ability and Maramara Fruit ability are okay, but what is going on with the swordsmanship that belongs to Whitebeard now? Teach. Blackbeard's subordinates were worried. Judging from the current situation, Blackbeard was not Li Xian's opponent at all. Captain. The crew members loyal to Teach, such as Burgess, were anxious and rushed to the left and right, trying to repel the opponent in front of them, and wanted to help Teach. If Teach dies, we'll just break up. The old fritters from Impel Down pondered in his heart, completely indifferent to Teach's death. They joined the Blackbeard pirates because they felt they had a future with Blackbeard. But if Blackbeard dies, they can also break up with no psychological burden. Teach, it seems that your subordinates are not very loyal to you. Li Xian glanced at the battle situation of the others, and said in a mocking tone. Humph. The Whitebeard pirates are not my opponents. Thief, ha ha ha. When the battle is resolved on their side, can you beat us to join forces? Blackbeard was uneasy, but on the surface he was winning. Really? It really is. Since the Whitebeard pirates are not strong enough, I can only do it. Li Xian took a look at the situation of everyone in the Whitebeard pirates, and smiled, and his expression suddenly became solemn. Crackling. The top-level Conqueror's haki burst out, forming a tyrant's territory directly around him. The invisible coercion made Blackbeard's scalp feel numb. What? Blackbeard roared out his Conqueror's haki. Two very different Conqueror's haki were fighting each other, purple lightning flashed in the air. After a while, Blackbeard let out a pained cry, and his Conqueror's haki was pushed back directly, and even his own spirit was affected. Tyrant territory. Invisible thought power enveloped the surrounding space, and the thin needle-like attack stabbed Blackbeard's mind and body, making him feel uncomfortable and his state declined. At the same time, the naginata in Li Xian's hand also changed its appearance, turning into a western sword with a purple-black armament haki covering it. It's not just Whitebeard who wants to kill you, Roger the Pirate King wants to see you too. Li Xian let out a strange laugh. One Piece's ultimate move broke out. Xuanzi avoided Blackbeard's defense mysteriously, and stabbed his heart with a sword. What? Blackbeard let out a scream like killing a pig, and the darkness around him instantly dissipated. He raised his fist with a white halo, and slammed Li Xian with a heavy hammer. Kill you, I'm going to kill you. Blackbeard is crazy. Li Xian's sword broke his heart and made him lose the dark fruit ability that he had been waiting for decades. Decades of hard work had gone to waste, a blow that Blackbeard felt unbearable. Blackbeard, teach. Your ambitions end here. Li Xian looked at Blackbeard coldly, his expression extremely calm. The frenzied Blackbeard looks aggressive, but his style of play is out of whack. Li Xian easily avoided his attack, and the long sword in his hand pierced again, stabbing his second heart. The white halo in his hand dissipated instantly, and Blackbeard also recovered from his madness, with a blank look in his eyes. Asterisk. Chapter 38 The Salted Fish Who Lost Their Dreams. When Li Xian was fighting Blackbeard, there was a heated discussion in the Undead chat group. Whitebeard, you got my physical skills, swordsmanship, and shock fruit abilities, and my fighting style is the best for you. I suggest you go and find my saber, the supreme sword, Kong Yun Kai. One Piece Roger, pull it down. That knife of yours is not something normal people can use at all, and it's only your exaggerated guy who can use that knife. Golden Lion Shiki, if you want a famous sword, you can go to Impel Down. My 2 famous swords should be with my body, maybe you can find them. Li Xian, forget it. I don't have much need for famous swords now. Armament Haki can make ordinary swords comparable to famous swords. Golden Lion Shiki, pftahaha. Li Xian kid, you imitated Whitebeard, it's quite similar. Could it be that you want to replace Whitebeard and play with the Whitebeard pirates? One Piece Roger, I'm afraid it's difficult, after all, Li Xian is too young. It's not that difficult to make Margot and the others call him dad. Whitebeard, you 2 bastards. Li Xian, don't think about it, I'm just teasing Blackbeard. Look, I'll kill him. Seeing Li Xian explode with all his strength, piercing Blackbeard's 2 hearts one after another, the Undead chat group immediately boiled over. Golden Lion Shiki, unbelievable. Listen carefully with observation Haki, Blackbeard Teach has 3 hearts on his body. One Piece Roger, if a heart is broken, he has 1 less Devil Fruit ability. That's why he became a Devil Fruit ability. Alien. No wonder his pirate flag is so strange, with 3 different directions. Skull. Whitebeard, in other words, Blackbeard is probably hiding a 3rd Devil Fruit ability. Li Xian, should not. Golden Lion Shiki, why? Li Xian, if he still had a Devil Fruit ability, he would never be as desperate as he is now. At this time, Blackbeard was like a salted fish that had lost his dream, lying on the ground helplessly, with a strange light in his eyes. Teach lost. The Whitebeard pirates rejoiced and their morale was lifted. Get out. The Blackbeard pirates lost their fighting spirit. An ambitious person like the king of bad politics turned around and left without any hesitation at this time. Teach, your friends betrayed you. Li Xian looked at Blackbeard with a flat tone. Thief, ha ha ha. Wealth is in the sky, life and death depend on fate. I am defeated, take everything from me. Blackbeard was silent for a moment, then laughed hysterically, my dream ends here, but people's dreams never end. Puff. Li Xian's face was expressionless, and he simply and decisively ended up with Blackbeard. In the chat group, everyone listened to Blackbeard's last words with emotion. One Piece Roger, what a pity. If it wasn't for Blackbeard's character and way of doing things that made me uncomfortable, plus he killed Ace, I really wanted to be friends with him. Golden Lion Shiki, agree. With his last words, he is eligible for my approval. Whitebeard, although Lao Zi is also very upset with him, he has to admit that this is a character. How could it be a simple thing who can step on Lao Zi's corpse? Li Xian, Whitebeard, how did you feel when you saw Blackbeard die? He was once your son anyway. Whitebeard responded firmly, Lao Zi has no such son. Li Xian, the Blackbeard pirates have withdrawn, your sons are here. Give me some advice, how should I communicate with them? Whitebeard, figure it out for yourself. By the way, train them for me. Without my protection, they need to grow up. Outside world. At the moment of Blackbeard's death, the members of the Blackbeard pirates retreated decisively and without delay. The people from the Whitebeard pirates did not stop him, and the people of Margot quickly gathered towards Blackbeard, looking at Blackbeard's body with emotion. It was this guy who had known them as brothers for decades, who personally killed Sachi, who had the best relationship with him and who was like a brother, exposing his ambitions. And then single-handedly pushed the death of Ace and Whitebeard, and even killed them. In the face of the mighty Blackbeard, the Margals were already prepared to die in battle. Unexpectedly, Li Xian's magic weapon fell from the sky, and it was very easy to kill this guy who made them feel difficult to defeat in this life. Of course, none of this is their primary concern. What they are most concerned about are Li Xian's abilities, Whitebeard's swordsmanship, taijutsu, and shock fruit abilities, as well as the Mara fruit abilities that Ace held during his lifetime. Margiao asked hesitantly, Li Xian, what's with your ability? Why are you helping us? Asterisk. Chapter 39. A meal is the most useful. Facing the curious eyes, Li Xian explained calmly, you can think that I have a special ability to communicate with the dead. Whitebeard knows what happened at sea through me, and also knows that you are facing Blackbeard's pursuit, so please ask me to save you. These abilities belong to Whitebeard, and he paid me. Margiao said with tears in his eyes, if you say that, can't we communicate with Dad through you? Li Xian's expression changed, and he said vigilantly, what are you thinking? I can tell you in advance that I am not interested in being a transfer station between you and Whitebeard, and conveying those short-lived things for you. Margiao's expression froze, and he said embarrassedly, that's right, I take it for granted. That, Dad, is there anything you want to tell us? In the chat group, Whitebeard smiled and said, these silly kids, still want to chat with me? Li Xian, tell us, I want them all to work hard to become stronger and have the ability to survive in this sea. Li Xian, understood. Li Xian relayed Whitebeard's words to Lord Margiao, who looked a little embarrassed, then patted his chest and said that he would work hard to become stronger and live up to Whitebeard's name. Li Xian was surprised, you guys still want to sail the sea under the name of Whitebeard? The Marco people said very firmly, although Dad is dead, the Whitebeard pirates will not disappear, and we will pass on this banner. Whitebeard in the chat group scolded, what's the point of clinging to the name of a dead person for these idiots? Li Xian, why don't you accept them? Li Xian, are you sure? I don't take my son's hobby. Whitebeard, it's not about accepting your sons, it's about making them your subordinates. The name of the Whitebeard pirates is too loud, they can't bear it, and they need your protection. Li Xian, I'll think about it and ask them what they think. Outside, Li Xian conveyed Whitebeard's meaning to the Margiao people, and the Margiao people looked at each other in dismay. Li Xian said unhappily, why, you suspect that I lied to you? Margot hesitated, we are just a little confused, why didn't Dad let us sail under the banner of the Whitebeard pirates? Li Xian said casually, because he is a remnant of the old era, there is no banner for him in the new era. Margaret's face darkened. Li Xian laughed, just kidding. It's mainly because Whitebeard's flag is too heavy for your small body to carry. He asked you to take refuge in me because he wanted me to protect you. Li Xian looked at the Margiao people and smiled maliciously, of course. Protecting you is only one of the purposes, and the other purpose is to let me train you well. Although I'd love to have you as my sandbags, I still find it a little troublesome to manage a team. Otherwise, I have a proposal. You keep the banner of the Whitebeard pirates, but join me. Just like the pirates under the Whitebeard pirates, I can protect you. Lord Margiao's eyes lit up, but he hesitated again soon, and said tangled, let the banner of father be put under the command of others. Before Li Xian spoke, Whitebeard in the chat group couldn't take it anymore, so Li Xian beat them up to make them realize the reality. Poor parents all over the world, Whitebeard was afraid that Li Xian would lose patience and leave them alone. Li Xian sighed, lit up his fists the size of the sandbag, covered with armament haki, and said to Margiao, your father is very dissatisfied with your ink marks, let me beat you up and let you recognize the reality. The people of Margiao's face changed. Li Xian ordered to beat people like this, they were very helpless, should they defend or even fight back? Li Xian seemed to see their taboos and said very openly, you don't have to have any psychological burden, just defend and counterattack as you like. Margot was surprised, are you serious? Li Xian said, of course. If you don't resist, it will be very boring. Don't worry about causing trouble for me, you don't have that ability. Margiao's old face is very long, and this guy hired by his father can't speak too much. Do you know that it hurts his self-esteem? The Whitebeard pirates, who had resentment in their hearts, attacked, and soon they did their best. Then they lay neatly on the ground, with little resistance in front of Li Xian. The gap is too big. Li Xian shook his head. The remaining power of the Whitebeard pirates was simply not enough for the 4 emperors to fight. Margaret was taken. Sure enough, a beat is the most useful. Li Xian gave the first order: take back the territory occupied by the Blackbeard pirates first, and talk about the rest later. Asterisk. Chapter 40. The Fishmen Island is so important? Naval Headquarters. Marshal Sengoku looked at the latest information from New World, his forehead wrinkled into a word of Sichuan. The silver-haired crane vice-admiral came over, looked at Marshal Sengoku and asked calmly, "What's bothering you so much?" Marshal Sengoku said melancholy, "As we estimated, the full-fledged Blackbeard pirates found the Whitebeard pirates." Crane vice-admiral said indifferently, "Isn't this a normal thing? There must be a break between the 2 pirates. The Blackbeard pirates won, right? The Whitebeard pirates must have suffered heavy losses." Marshal Sengoku said with a melancholy expression, "No. There was an accident, and the Blackbeard pirates did not win. It was the Whitebeard pirates who won." Crane vice-admiral was stunned, and couldn't help but ask, "How could this be? A half-crippled Whitebeard pirates, what can they do against the Blackbeards?" Marshal Sengoku covered his face and said, "Because of us, we made a powerful helper for the Whitebeard pirates. He killed Blackbeard and helped the Whitebeard pirates win the war." "We?" Crane vice-admiral was stunned, and soon understood what Sengoku meant. "There were only a few people who could kill Blackbeard, it's Li Xian." Marshal Sengoku said helplessly, "That's right, it's him." According to the information from New World, Li Xian suddenly appeared when Blackbeard was attacking, killing Blackbeard completely, and the Blackbeard pirates collapsed. Crane vice-admiral frowned. "He has Whitebeard's shock fruit ability, maybe he has something to do with Whitebeard." Marshal Sengoku shook his head and said, "Not only the shock fruit ability, he also has the Maramara fruit ability of Fire Fist Ace, captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard pirates." Crane vice-admiral was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly, "This is really big news." After Blackbeard Teach, a dual fruit ability appeared. Li Xian, a 3-fruit ability, was born. "How is he now?" Marshal Sengoku said, "The Whitebeard pirates have joined him and are recruiting in the New World. The territory that used to belong to the Whitebeard pirates has been taken back." Crane vice-admiral moved in his heart and asked, "What's the reaction between the Big Mom pirates and the Beasts pirates?" Marshal Sengoku said, "They haven't made any movement yet, and they haven't reacted to Li Xian's appearance." Crane vice-admiral proposed, "Can we provoke a fight between them?" Sengoku shook his head and said, "It's hard. After the 4 emperors pattern was formed, there hasn't been a big fight for more than 10 years, because the Marine and the world government are watching. Charlotte Linlin and Kaido of the Beasts are crazy, but they are both crazy. Not a brainless idiot." Crane vice-admiral said helplessly, "Then there is no way. Anyway, whether it is Blackbeard or Li Xian, as long as it can replace Whitebeard's 4 emperors position, it doesn't matter who it is. For Marine and world government, as long as there is someone who can fill the vacancy of the 4 emperors. The stable trio of Marines, 4 emperors, and 7 warlords of the sea can be re-established. What Marine needs most now is stability. Only when the sea is stable will they have enough time and energy to solve their problems. For example, to quickly identify the next Marshal Marine. The candidate for Marshal Marine has not yet been determined. The main reason is the disagreement between Marine and the world government. Marine wants to elect Aokiji to the top, but the world government prefers Akainu. The two were tit for tat, neither of them willing to give in. Fortunately, the two have reached a consensus, that is, talk with their fists, and have a real-life fight, and the winner will be qualified to command Marine. At this moment, below the red line, Li Xian rode on a coated boat and headed towards the Fishmen Island through the seabed. While listening to Margiao reporting the situation of the Fishmen Island, Li Xian communicated with the Undead in the chat group. Whitebeard, really? Is the Fishmen Island the flag of the Big Mom pirates? Fisher Tiger, this is something that can't be helped. After all, the Whitebeard pirates can't protect themselves. If you continue to hang the pirate flag of the Whitebeard pirates, you can't protect the Fishmen Island at all. Whitebeard, don't get me wrong, I'm not blaming the Fishmen Island. Instead, I'm grateful for Jinbei's help during Summit War. Golden Lion Shiki, gee ha ha ha. The Fishmen Island now has the banner of the Big Mom Pirates, which is equivalent to a subordinate of the Big Mom Pirates. Li Xian, if you want to take the Fishmen Island away, you will definitely anger Charlotte Linlin. That mad woman is not a reasonable person. Li Xian, it doesn't matter. With my current strength, do I need to be afraid of that mad woman Charlotte Linlin? What's more, the Fishmen Island is more important than you think. Even if it is against the world government, I have to fight against the world government. Get it away. Golden Lion Shiki, the Fishmen Island is so important. Li Xian, of course. Fisher Tiger, can you tell me why the Fishmen Island is important? Fisher Tiger was worried. He had always thought that he had brought Li Xian here. As a result, judging from Li Xian's remarks, Li Xian seems to have a plan for the Fishmen Island. Asterisk. Chapter 41 The former little brother is too embarrassing. Li Xian smiled indifferently and said in the chat group, do you know the mermaid princess? Whitebeard, gu la la la. Mermaid princess? I know this. The modern king of the Fishmen Island, Neptune, is my good brother. He has a daughter named Shirahoshi, who is said to have the most beautiful face in the world. Golden Lion Shiki, damn it. After a long time, you saved the Fishmen Island for a woman? What a beautiful mistake. Not to mention that it is a mermaid, and you know that there is a tail under the mermaid. Fisher Tiger, actually, mermaids can have legs after they turn 30. It's impossible for Princess Shirahoshi's body to match Whitebeard's. It's impossible for you. One Piece Roger, the size is the same as that of Whitebeard? That's a pity. Ordinary humans are useless with her. Li Xian, a bunch of naive guys, what do you know? Roger, tell them. One Piece Roger, hey? What do you mean? Li Xian, don't play stupid. You've read the historical text of Sky Island, don't you know this? One Piece Roger, hey, you know, there are too many. Golden Lion Shiki, what? What? What are you talking about? Li Xian, since Roger doesn't want to be the commentator, let me do it. Do you know ancient weapon? Golden Lion Shiki, of course. It is said that there are 3 ancient weapons in the world that can destroy the world, and I was looking for them back then. I went to Roger for help, but unfortunately this BD rejected me. Wait. Combined with what Li Xian said before, Golden Lion Shiki suddenly realized something. Golden Lion Shiki, Roger has seen the historical text on Sky Island, so he knows a secret of the Fishmen Island. And this secret, is it related to ancient weapon? Li Xian, that's right. The mermaid princess, Poseidon, one of the 3 ancient weapons, has the ability to command all sea kings. Golden Lion Shiki, nanny? Damn it. I knew this before, and I started on the Fishmen Island. The mermaid princess is the ancient weapon? This news is really crazy. Whitebeard, that's not right. If the mermaid princess is the ancient weapon, how could the Fishmen Island have been so miserable all these years? The Fishmen Island has existed for 800 years, I don't know how many mermaid princesses. One Piece Roger, it's not what you think. Poseidon is a power that can command the sea kings. This power will appear in the mermaid princess, it does not mean that every mermaid princess is a Poseidon. Li Xian, that's right. Princess Shirahoshi is this Poseidon. The last Poseidon existed 800 years ago. There is almost no regularity in the appearance of Poseidon. Golden Lion Shiki, how do you say it? This weapon is too unreliable. By the way, what are you going to do, Li Xian? Li Xian, I don't have much ambition for Poseidon. Controlling sea kings to fight is not what I want. However, I have to make sure that she will not fall into the hands of others. Golden Lion Shiki, agree. Such a dangerous weapon, even if you don't use it yourself, you have to make sure that others won't use it against you. After talking to the undead, Li Xian's coated boat came to the Fishmen Island. Haixia Jinbei and King Neptune received the news in advance and received Li Xian very grandly. There is a guy named Fisher Tiger, who asked me to send you the Fishmen Island to the outside world. You can prepare, of course, you can refuse. At the banquet to receive Li Xian expressed his intention very clearly. Send the Fishmen Island to the outside world? How dare you? Neptune readily agreed. Letting the Fishmen Island leave the icy seabed is the wish of the Fishmen Island for hundreds of years. It's just that the humans outside treat the Murlocs and mermen as slaves and are very unfriendly to them. With the Whitebeard pirates and you, the Fishmen Island will definitely not be bullied. Neptune said cautiously that Li Xian's attitude was crucial. Fisher Tiger. Have you seen Brother Fisher Tiger? Haixia Jinbei couldn't help talking after Li Xian and Neptune finished talking about the Fishmen Island. That's right. He asked me to tell you that you did a great job. Li Xian looked at the blue fat man in front of him and conveyed Fisher Tiger's words with a smile. Haixia Jinbei said with a face of shame, ashamed. Not only did I fail to protect the Fishmen Island, but I also made that kid Arlong do something wrong. Haixia Jinbei briefly described the events of the past few years, and everyone in the chat group also talked about it. Golden Lion Shiki, gee ha 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 ha. Who is this Murloc Arlong? It sounds a bit interesting, but he wants to build an empire where Murlocs rule the world. He has seen the world, how can he have such a ridiculous idea? One Piece Roger, it's not scary to have an idea, what's scary is that he actually does it. Li Xian, stop being funny. His so-called Murloc Empire is just a joke to entertain himself. Do you know what he's been doing in East Blue for more than 10 years? Golden Lion Shiki, what? Li Xian, he occupied dozens of villages, and his main business is to collect protection fees. It lasts for more than 10 years, and he is not even a rogue leader. Fisher Tiger. I don't want to talk, the former little brother is too embarrassing. Asterisk. Chapter 42. This number is obsolete. Friendly give you a message. Hody Jones, who once served in the palace, stole the secret medicine from the palace and is currently planning a riot to control the Fishmen Island. He also planned and killed Princess Audigy. Li Xian looked at King Neptune and decided to clean up the seabed before taking the Fishmen Island away. Nanny. Otohim's death. King Neptune was stunned. Wasn't his wife Audigy killed by humans? Li Xian said, Hody Jones captured a human and used him to kill Princess Otohim. Otherwise, how could he find the murderer so easily? He found it quietly. After hearing this, King Neptune's expression immediately brightened. Looking back on the strangeness at the time, I found that it was indeed the case. I'm going to catch him. Haixia Jinbei with a gloomy face, stood up and said that he shot himself. Be careful. They are numerous and powerful, and they also have powerful medicines. Even you, if you are not careful, will suffer. Li Xian looked at Jinbei and waved Marco to accompany him. Evil medicine. It's a contraindicated drug handed down from the ancestors of the Fishmen Island. It is said that it can greatly increase people's strength. King Neptune thought for a while, and persuaded Jinbei to accept the help of the Margot. Jinbei and Marco went to clean up Hody Jones and clean up the interior of the Fishmen Island, while Li Xian asked King Neptune to take him to see Princess Shirahoshi. Meet Shirahoshi. Upon hearing this, King Neptune looked at Li Xian with a strange look, and couldn't help but ask, "How did you know about Shirahoshi?" Shirahoshi lived in a hard-shell tower when she was very young and hasn't come out since. Not many people know her. Li Xian said indifferently, "I heard that she has the best looks in the world. I want to meet her." King Neptune's expression froze. "This kid is greedy for my daughter's body?" He glanced at Li Xian and soon calmed down. He doesn't match Shirahoshi's body shape. It's not a big problem, it should be the kind of love that sees death. So he sighed, shook his head and said, "I can take you to see her. However, you have to be mentally prepared." Hard Shell Tower. When Li Xian met Shirahoshi, he was really huge, and he could swallow Li Xian in one bite. Several undead in the group also chatted with emotion, lamenting Shirahoshi's appearance and body shape. Golden Lion Shiki, "I have to say, this is the most beautiful creature I've ever seen. If I hadn't died, maybe I'd be tempted too." Li Xian, "The old man is talking about teenage madness. Save it. You can't do it just by looking at this body type. You can only appreciate it and not play with it." Golden Lion Shiki, "Cut. Aren't you the same?" Li Xian, "That's not necessarily the case. Maybe at some point, I will have the ability to solve the problem of body shape." One Piece Roger, "Is your focus wrong? This is the Poseidon, one of the 3 ancient weapons. It is known as the Poseidon that can destroy the world. Fire Fist Ace, the Fishman Island has such a powerful force, why lock her in a hard shell tower?" Li Xian, "Because this master mermaid princess with the power of Poseidon is a timid guy at heart, and she will cry whenever she encounters something. Want her to command the Sea Kings to fight? Think too much." Golden Lion Shiki, "What? What a waste. What did the Fishmen Island do? Could it be that they don't know the power of Poseidon?" Li Xian, "Yes, and Shirahoshi discovered this power when he was very young. But instead of educating the people to use this power, they tried every means to cover it up." Golden Lion Shiki, "Stupid." Li Xian, "It's really stupid. Shirahoshi was influenced by his mother Otoheim, and his mind is full of stupid and kind thoughts. It's only natural that he has become so useless in the end." Fisher Tiger couldn't help defending Princess Aki. "Princess Aki is a very kind person, she is not stupid." Li Xian, kindness without strength will only make people feel weak and deceived. Isn't that stupid?" She pinned the hope of returning the Fishmen Island to the sea on the kindness and understanding of the world government. My God, does she really not understand the virtues of the world government celestial dragons? Fisher Tiger. This, really can't be refuted. Li Xian, if the Fishmen Island makes good use of Shirahoshi's power and talks about kindness with the ancient weapon, the Fishmen Island would have a normal status long ago. Fisher Tiger, is that so? Then now. Li Xian, it's too late. Li Xian glanced at Shirahoshi with a timid expression in front of him, and reluctantly spoke in the group, "This account is dead." Asterisk. Chapter 43 Newcomers join the group. Li Xian looked at Shirahoshi with a look of emotion and said, "What a pity. This Poseidon has been abandoned and can only be kept for viewing." King Neptune looked embarrassed, while Shirahoshi looked at Li Xian curiously. "Don't be afraid, brother is not a bad person. I'm here to fulfill the promise, and I'll take you off the seabed with the Fishmen Island later." Li Xian looked at Shirahoshi with a smile, and unceremoniously added a personal setting to himself. "Fulfill the agreement." Princess Shirahoshi froze for a moment, and her pink face suddenly turned red. According to the legend of the Fishmen Island since ancient times, the person who fulfilled the promise with the mermaid princess, is not her future husband? Lord Li Xian, King Neptune, Hody Jones, and his gang have been captured. After interrogation, Princess Itahim was indeed killed by Hody Jones. Hai Xiaojin Bei came back, and returned to Li Xian and King Neptune with a gloomy face, and his indignant tone was full of anger. These damn bastards have made a lot of murderous drugs, and they also plan to occupy the Fishmen Island. Speaking of which, Hai Xiaojinbei was both guilty and grateful. It was my dereliction of duty for not realizing their ambitions early. If it wasn't for the reminder from Li Xian, God knows what trouble they would cause. King Neptune asked, "Where are they?" Hai Xiaojinbei replied, "Horty Jones and others have been put in prison. Margiao and the others discovered another hidden danger of the Fishmen Island, Vanderdaken, and they have already gone to arrest him." In the chat group, Golden Lion Shiki, who is Vanderdaken? That name sounds familiar. Whitebeard, a boring story, and the protagonist in it is named Vanderdeeken. Fisher Tiger, that's not a story, Vanderdeeken is real. Of course, it's not as exaggerated as the story. Fire Fist Ace, he's a wanted man on the Fishmen Island. Li Xian, that's right. That guy also discovered the identity of Princess Shirahoji Poseidon, and has been pestering her for all these years. That's why Princess Shirahoji lives in the hard shell tower. Golden Lion Shiki, so that's what it is, a ghost. A wanted criminal can force the princess to live in a hard shell tower? It doesn't make sense. Could it be that he can still enter the palace? Li Xian, that's not true. Vanderdaken ate the paramecia target fruit. As long as he touches the target with his hands, he can lock on the target, and he will track whatever he throws out. Li Xian, Shirahoji was touched by Vanderdeeken when he was a child, and he has been throwing love letters here with his devil fruit ability all these years. Later, he found that Shirahoji never responded to him and started throwing axes, swords, etc. murder weapon. One Piece Roger, after determining a target, can I continue to use long-range attacks? Sounds like a good devil fruit ability. Golden Lion Shiki, but it's only good. It can only harass the real masters. Whitebeard, gu la la la, that's right. A real expert doesn't care about this kind of attack at all. Even if I fall asleep, I can accurately defend against foreign attacks. Fire Fist Ace, agree. Regarding what Whitebeard said, Fire Fist Ace said that he agrees very much, because he has experienced this kind of thing. When Whitebeard was just boarded, Fire Fist Ace refused to accept Whitebeard 10,000. Attacked him almost every day, and wanted to take off his head. But no matter when, even when he was sleeping soundly, Whitebeard could accurately block Ace's attack. He often attacked Whitebeard while he was asleep, and was punched by the sleepy Whitebeard. Ding! Howard Stark has joined the chat group. Ding! First Hokage Senju Hashirama has joined the chat group. Ding! Second Hokage Senju Tobirama has joined the chat group. Ding! Sword God Ryoma joined the chat group. Ding! Gold Thief Wunan has joined the chat group. Golden Lion Shiki, damn it! A new member has been added to the chat group? Let me see, Golden Thief Wunan. One Piece Roger, is that the Wunan I know? Hey Wunan, I'm Roger. Whitebeard, the 5 people who joined the group chat last time were all acquaintances. This time, there is only one of the 5 people. It may be an acquaintance. Wunan, is that really you? I'm Edward Newgate, Whitebeard. Gold Thief Unanimous, Roger, Golden Lion, Whitebeard, what's going on? One Piece Roger, for some special reason, those of us who have died joined this group chat. Golden Lion Shiki, you can still chat with old rivals after you die. This is the only benefit. Li Xian, who said that? Chatting after death is not the only benefit. If you have any unfulfilled wishes, I can help you achieve them. Of course, you have to give me something. Asterisk. Chapter 44, Belonging to Different Worlds. A young man like Fire Fist Ace didn't know Wunan very well, so he couldn't help but ask, who is Wunan? One Piece Roger, the great pirate of my era, nicknamed the Gold Thief. It is said that he owns 1/3 of the world's gold, and is truly wealthy. Fire Fist Ace, 1/3 of the world's gold? Terrible. Even the Golden Emperor Taizalo doesn't have so much gold, right? Gold Thief Wu Nan, Golden Emperor Taizalo. Whitebeard, a young man who has the same power as you. Although he doesn't have 1/3 of the world's gold, he has 1/5 of the world's Bailey. Golden Lion Shiki, as soon as I knew that the golden fruit powers were replaced, I knew you were finished. It's a pity. UBD stole so many treasures from me, and I haven't robbed them yet. The Gold Thief Wu Nan, you deserve it. Who made you a villain? I only rob the villain's treasure, and I have never touched the treasure of Roger and Whitebeard. Golden Lion Shiki, gee ha ha ha. I'm not like you, I'm an ambitious pirate. By the way, you guys have collected so much gold, where did you put them? Whitebeard, nowadays, there are many people in the ocean, all eager to find the treasure you left behind. The Gold Thief Wu Nan, has the treasure I left been found? Whitebeard, I haven't heard of it, probably not. The treasure you left behind is definitely not easy to find. The Gold Thief Wu Nan, really? Let them continue to bury them and wait for someone to find them. Li Xian, don't. You can give me that gold, and I'll fulfill some wishes for you. Gold Thief Wu Nan, wish? I didn't have any regrets when I died, and I don't have any wishes now. But as a thank you for bringing me here, I'll give this to you. Ding! The Gold Thief Wu Nan sent an exclusive red envelope golden gold fruit, top to the group owner Li Xian. Gold Thief Wu Nan, have you received it? Li Xian, I got it. The Gold Thief Wu Nan, can you show me? Since the golden fruit has been replaced by the host, why can I still give it to you? I will give it to you, can you really use it? Li Xian, that's why you gave me the golden fruit ability? It doesn't matter. Since you want to see it, I'll let you see it. Outside, Li Xian stomped his feet lightly, and the floor under his feet changed instantly, becoming a pool of gold like muddy water, changing various appearances under Li Xian's control. Mr. Li Xian, you are. Haixia Jinbei looked at Li Xian in surprise. What ability did Li Xian use? Li Xian responded lightly, don't be nervous, this is the golden fruit ability I just acquired. Haixia Jinbei pondered, Mr. Li Xian, this is your 4th devil fruit ability, right? How many abilities do you have? Li Xian laughed and said, who knows? I don't know either. Because the more undead I come into contact with, the more devil fruit abilities I can have. Haixia Jinbei and others were surprised, as was Wu Nan, the gold thief in the chat group. Gold Thief Wu Nan, it's amazing. Do you have 4 devil fruit abilities now? This chat group is really unusual. Li Xian, Mr. Wu Nan, do you really have no wish? If not, I will ask the next new group member. Golden Lion Shiki, yes, yes, yes. Speaking of this, I want to ask you. Why do we not know a few of the new group members this time? Li Xian, the reasons for this are still very complicated. There are 2 main reasons. One is that you belong to a different era. And the other is that you belong to a different world. Whitebeard, different worlds. They belong to different eras, which Whitebeard can understand. The fact that they belonged to different worlds surprised Whitebeard. Li Xian, yes, they belong to different worlds. We'll talk about this later, but let's talk about people who are different from your era. One Piece Roger, why? I want to know about people from different worlds. Curiosity came up and I couldn't help it. Li Xian, this world is still a mess, what's the use of knowing about other worlds earlier? At Wanakuni's Sword God Longma. Sword God Ryoma, it's right here. One Piece Roger, Wanakuni's Sword God Ryoma? Wait, I seem to have a little impression. Whitebeard, old la la la. Old man, too, seems to have heard Kojiki Odin talk about it. Wanakuni's Sword God Ryoma, who once killed dragon swordsman, Sword God Ryoma, it's down. It sounds like you are from the era after my death. One Piece Roger, that's right. I was a shipmate with Kojiki Odin, a descendant of General Wano Kuni, and we reached Raftel together. Asterisk. Chapter 45 Strength Changes Mentality. Sword God Ryoma, Raftel? As far as I know, it is a legendary island. Does he really exist? One Piece Roger triumphantly, of course it exists, and we found it. Whitebeard was surprised. Sword God Ryoma, how do you know Raftel? As far as I know, Wano Kuni is a closed-door country. Sword God Ryoma, Wano Kuni closed the country? Sure enough, the mindless idiots of the Kojiki clan still carried out such a stupid decision. One Piece Roger, the brainless idiots of the Kojiki family? Ryoma, are you really from Wano Kuni? The Kojiki family is the general family of Wano Kuni, and everyone in Wano Kuni admires them. Sword God Ryoma, the Kojiki family? I used to worship them too, until I left Wano Kuni and saw the outside world. I don't worship them like I used to. Sword God Ryoma, I found out later that I could push the entire Wano Kuni flat by myself, and the worship of generals and daimyo completely disappeared. Li Xian, I see. Does strength change their mentality? Indeed. Anyone who finds that the person they admire can't beat them will change their mentality. Sword God Ryoma, it's not just a matter of strength, but also a matter of vision. The policy of shutting down the country was completely implemented after my death. I tried hard to stop it while I was alive, but the result still failed to change. One Piece Roger, what do you mean? I don't know much about this history. Sword God Ryoma, Wano Kuni rarely has outsiders come in due to geographical reasons. But in the era when I lived, the rumor that Wano Kuni is the land of gold suddenly appeared on the sea. Sword God Ryoma, I left Wano Kuni to see the world and practice swordsmanship. I killed the pirates who invaded Wano Kuni, but it was a drop in the bucket. To solve Wano Kuni's troubles completely, the Kojiki family and I have completely opposite answers. Sword God Ryoma, I think Wano Kuni should go out to the world, but the Kojiki family believes that Wano Kuni should be closed to the country. Unfortunately, although I have the power to slay dragons, I have not completely changed Wano Kuni's influence. Sword God Ryoma is very sorry. One Piece Roger, don't be sorry, someone named Kojiki Odin has inherited your will. Sword God Ryoma, he succeeded. One Piece Roger, this. I died earlier, I don't know. Whitebeard, failed. Wano Kuni was occupied by a group of powerful pirates, and the generals became the Kurozumi. One Piece Roger, Nani? Impossible. Kojiki Odin is so powerful, how could he fail? Whitebeard, I don't know, but Odin lost. Wano Kuni's current general is Kurozumi Orakai, and the beast's pirates turned it into an arsenal. Sword God Ryoma, is it occupied by pirates? I knew that the isolation of the country brought a backward and decaying country, and sooner or later it would be occupied by foreign enemies. One Piece Roger, Kaido of the Beasts? Impossible. That guy, how could he kill Odin? At Li Xian, the almighty group owner, you know. Li Xian, I know. One Piece Roger, I know, you seem to know everything. Sword God Ryoma, can you talk about it? I'm very curious. Li Xian, it's a long story. Ding. Swordsman Longma sent an exclusive red envelope observation. Haki advanced to the group owner Li Xian. So sensible. Li Xian silently accepted the red envelope and organized the language. The Kurozumi family was originally a famous family in Wano Kuni. Later, they were deprived of their identity because of a crime. The family members were very miserable in Wano Kuni. Sword God Ryoma, the Kurozumi family? I know. The daimyo family second only to the Kojiki family. I was ambitious when I was alive, and it's normal to be knocked down. By the way, what did they do? Li Xian, they sought the position of General Wei no Kuni, and they failed. Sword God Ryoma, sure enough. These idiots don't have enough vision and strength, but they have a lot of thought in fighting for power and profit. Then what? Li Xian, although the Kurozumi family has fallen, there are still capable family members. In addition to the Kurozumi Orokai, there is an invincible barrier fruit capable person and a clone fruit capable person who can become anyone. Whitebeard, barrier fruit and clone fruit. I seem to have seen these two demon fruit powers. One Piece Roger, when? Whitebeard, I saw these two demon fruit powers at Rock's Pirate. Their last name is Kurozumi, but I don't know much about them. How did they take Wei no Kuni? Li Xian, Kurozumi Orokai joined Kaido of the Beasts and took control of the general's house. The clone fruit person turned into General Wei no Kuni, which is Kojiki Oden's father. Witnessed by everyone in Wei no Kuni, he passed the position of general to General Wei no Kuni. Kurozumi Orokai. *. Chapter 46 Your courage and determination are not enough. Sword God Ryoma, it's that simple? Just kidding. General Wei no Kuni passed the position of general to an outsider, or an outsider who rebelled against the family, when he had descendants himself. No one doubted it. Li Xian, there are people who doubt it, but there are also many who believe it. If you want to ask why, you can only say that Kojiki Oden did it himself. One Piece Roger, ha ha ha. That guy Oden has a weird personality. He did a lot of things that made Wei no Kuni people uncomfortable. His father even exiled him. Sword God Ryoma, so in the hearts of Wei no Kuni people, it is understandable that Kojiki Oden is not inherited the position of general? Really drunk? What happened later? One Piece Roger, I also want to know, how did Kojiki Oden get defeated? With his character, he definitely won't give in because of an order from General Wei no Kuni. Li Xian, Kaido of the Beasts and Kurozumi Orokai took many people hostage. Kojiki Oden made a deal with Kaido and Orokai to save them. Sword God Ryoma, what deal? Li Xian, Kojiki Oden dances under Kurozumi's tower once a week, and Kurozumi will let go of 100 people. 5 years later, a boat will be built and everyone will go out to sea and leave Wei no Kuni. One Piece Roger, Oden agreed. Li Xian, yes. Sword God Ryoma unceremoniously commented, stupid. One Piece Roger retorted unhappily, what is stupid? Oden is affectionate and righteous. Sword God Ryoma, is there love and righteousness? If this is on the battlefield, and the opponent captures him as a soldier, will he raise his hand and surrender? He is going to become the man of General Wei no Kuni. One Piece Roger, what happened to General Wei no Kuni? Li Xian, shut up. Ryoma is right, Kojiki Oden is really stupid. After being a pirate outside for a long time, he has forgotten his identity in Wei no Kuni. Sword God Ryoma reassured, the group leader is still knowledgeable and can distinguish the changes in Kojiki Oden's identity. Is that Roger? You don't understand the meaning of Kojiki Oden's identity, so you can only be a pirate. One Piece Roger, what do you mean? Li Xian, you don't understand this? Where did you get the confidence to overthrow the world government? Listen. Li Xian, Kojiki Oden's identity on your ship is a pirate. He can be affectionate and righteous, he can go through fire and water for others, and he can do stupid things for the sake of a clear conscience. Li Xian, but in Wei no Kuni, he is a member of the Kojiki clan, someone the people want to be General Wei no Kuni, someone who is loyal to the samurai, and a leader of a faction. Li Xian, as Ryoma said before, Kojiki Oden is like a general who leads troops to fight. When his soldiers are captured by the enemy, he negotiates with the enemy, not only agreeing to a truce, accepting the opponent's humiliation, but also agreeing to retreat. Li Xian, just because the enemy has taken a few hostages, the revenge is lost, the face is lost, and even the country that was taken away by the enemy is lost. Even voluntarily withdrawing is based on the enemy's kindness. Li Xian, isn't that stupid enough? One Piece Roger, this. Li Xian, when I say this, you may not understand. To put it another way, at One Piece Roger at Whitebeard, you two should be the pirates who care about your partner the most. If Marine catches your partner, I ask you to stop being a partner from now on. Pirates will let him go, will you agree? One Piece Roger, of course not. Whitebeard, gu la la la. Laozi doesn't agree, are pirates so easy to threaten? Li Xian, then what would you do? Roger answered. One Piece Roger hesitated, and said the truth, I will take my friends to save him. If he dies, I will kill the executioner and bury him with him. Li Xian, well said. This is the way of a pirate, but Kojiki Odin's approach is not as good as that of a pirate. Afraid of death and injury, he gave up fighting. This is a man who has experienced fighting since he was a child and has been at sea for several times. The idea that a pirate can have? He just lost his mind. One Piece Roger, although I really want to refute you, I really have nothing to say. Roger sighed in his heart, very helpless. Odin. It's not that I don't want to talk to you, I really can't explain it. People like us who have killed countless people will have the idea of not wanting any casualties. Please. Didn't you also participate in the naval battle of Adver? We were at an absolute disadvantage at the time, I didn't agree to Golden Lion Shiki's solicitation, and we were likely to be wiped out. But I still rejected the Golden Lion, and at the risk of all my partners and myself being killed by the Golden Lion Shiki, I rejected him. You understand my decision, why can't you make such a decision yourself? No wonder you went from Whitebeard's boat to mine, and you're not captain anywhere. Because you are not enough, your courage and determination are not enough. You don't have the courage to sacrifice others, you can't bear the weight of this power. Asterisk. Chapter 47 Death is too aggrieved. Sword God Ryoma, what happened later? What happened after this idiot made such a decision? Li Xian, I'm sure you all guessed that Kojiki Odin was deceived. After his fruit dances several times, disappointing the Wano Kuni people and losing his prestige, Kurozumi Orakai and Kaido of the Beasts shot him. One Piece Roger, what did they do? Li Xian, they captured Kojiki Odin's companion and killed his companion's younger brother and wife. Kojiki Odin found out that he had been tricked and decided to fight Kaido and Orakai. In the end, only his 9 retainers were willing to follow him. Sword God Ryoma, that's not bad, at least not fighting alone. One Piece Roger, actually, the number of people who master Conqueror's Haki is not that important. Li Xian, that's not necessarily true. Kojiki Odin fought thousands of pirates and didn't use Conqueror's Haki to solve them. It seems that his Conqueror's Haki is not very good at home. Sword God Ryoma, it's normal. Conqueror's Haki depends on the heart. It is difficult for people who are not decisive enough to have a strong Conqueror's Haki. Li Xian, by the way, how does Kojiki Odin's Conqueror's Haki compare to you guys? Golden Lion Shiki, gee ha ha ha. I know this, I have fought Conqueror's Haki with him. Kojiki Odin armament Haki and double swordsmanship are no worse than me, but Conqueror's Haki, mine is advanced, and his is barely in intermediate. Li Xian, it's almost 2 levels? No way. Whitebeard, Odin's Conqueror's Haki is average, but his body is really strong. In terms of physical talent, he can compete with Kaido and Linlin. Li Xian, I remembered. This guy seems to be able to send adults out from birth, and he can find Warren when he was a child. It seems that his talents are mainly in the dominant aspects such as body, and hidden talents such as Haki. Generally. Li Xian thought to himself and thought this was more reasonable. His swordsmanship and armament Haki can leave hard-to-heal wounds on Kaido, which is already pervert. If you add Conquerors, which is not weaker than Whitebeard and others. Isn't he stronger than Whitebeard and others? unreasonable. One Piece Roger, at Whitebeard, didn't you participate in this war? Whitebeard, no. After he left your pirate group, he didn't fulfill his promise to come back to my ship. He didn't contact me, and I couldn't contact him. Whitebeard said it was Kojiki Odin who breached the contract, and he couldn't have come to help. If Kojiki Odin takes the initiative to admit his mistake and ask for help, he is not the kind of ruthless person. After all, Kojiki Odin's retainer, Yizo, is still his son. If Izo asked him, would he, a father who would not refuse his son's request, not help? But Kojiki Odin didn't apologize for asking for help, so Whitebeard would not be able to send troops to help. Does Whitebeard lose face? Kojiki Odin used to be the captain of his 2nd division, but he was hooked up by Roger halfway along the way. He promised to come back in a year, but he never came back. To be honest, if it wasn't for Izo's face, Whitebeard would have killed Wano Kuni to chat with Kojiki Odin about men's promises and pirates' rules. One Piece Roger, he didn't go back? Sure enough, he's still so willful. At Li Xian, tell me how Odin lost. Li Xian, the clone fruit-capable person, turned into his son and pretended to be caught by Kaido's men. Kojiki Odin was knocked down by Kaido as soon as he was distracted. Sword God Ryoma, I don't know what to say, he's finished like this. Li Xian, that's not true. He was arrested and executed. Kaido and the snake were going to cook him in a frying pan. Then, he made a deal with Kaido and the giant snake, if he could last in the frying pan for an hour, just let them go. Whitebeard, the result. Li Xian, Kojiki Odin persisted for an hour, but Kaido and Orokai broke their promise. Sword God Ryoma, I'm done. One Piece Roger, covering his face, when did you still believe in Kaido and Orokai? With that physical strength, can't you just do it directly? It's too embarrassing to die. Li Xian, can't say the same, at least he left an indelible scar on Kaido. Whitebeard, the 2 sword marks on Kaido's body were left by Kojiki Odin. No wonder it looks familiar. Odin's strength is really strong to leave permanent scars on Kaido's undead monster. Li Xian, however, it was of no use. The damage had little effect on Kaido. Kojiki Odin left Kaido with permanent scars, and Kaido was not a problem. Kaido attacked Kojiki Odin with a stick, and Kojiki Odin knelt. Whitebeard, Kaido is the strongest creature in the world. You think you're joking? His recovery ability is terrifying. Even me, I can only use up his stamina to defeat him. Sword God Ryoma, the story of Kojiki Odin is over? It's really sad. Wano Kuni is too unlucky, there are strong men, but it still can't change the fate. I died young, Kojiki Odin has a bad mind, and I haven't completed the fate of Wano Kuni. Retrofit. When Li Xian saw the opportunity, he immediately said, you can leave it to me. Asterisk. Chapter 48, I suddenly regret it. Sword God Ryoma, you. Li Xian, that's right. Give me your power, and I'll fulfill your wish for you. By the way, there's something I've always wanted to ask. Have you really killed the flying dragon in the sky? Sword God Ryoma, beheaded. Li Xian, that's easy. Because the ruler he's Higuo's Kaido of the beasts is also a dragon. Sword God Ryoma, Nani? I thought the dragon I encountered was the last dragon in the world, but I didn't expect such a terrifying creature in the world. No wonder Kojiki Odin would lose. Ding! Sword God Ryoma sent an exclusive red envelope sword art, top to the group owner Li Xian. Golden Lion Shiki, top swordsmanship? This is the realm above the great swordsman. Li Xian, that's right. I wonder if my hawk, the world's largest swordsman, has reached the top level in swordsmanship. Sword God Ryoma, is the world's greatest swordsman? In my time, I also won such a title. Golden Lion Shiki, gee ha ha ha. Otherwise, how about going to my hawk, the Hawkeye, to learn from each other. Look at the level of swordsmanship of the world's greatest swordsman in the two eras. Sword God Ryoma, that's a good idea. Li Xian, I would like to know who was the greatest swordsman in the world in your era. Whitebeard, there were too many master swordsmen in our era, and the number one swordsman in the world has not yet been determined. Li Xian, no way. One Piece Roger, why not? The master swordsmen of that era were me, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Rayleigh, Kojiki Odin, etc. None of us were pure swordsmen. Golden Lion Shiki, gee ha ha ha. That's right, the swordsmen of that era were not after the position of the world's greatest swordsman. I was after domination, Whitebeard was after family, Roger was after adventure, and Rayleigh didn't have this idea. Whitebeard, swordsmanship is just a means of fighting for us, and we don't care about the reputation of the world's largest swordsman. That era was the era of pirates, and the world's largest swordsman did not have much popularity. Golden Lion Shiki, although we have not won the title of the world's largest swordsman, our swordsmanship is not bad at all. I suddenly became interested. You can use my swordsmanship to learn from the current eagle-eyed my hawk. Ding! Golden Lion Shiki sent an exclusive red envelope sword art, great swordsman to the group owner Li Xian. Li Xian readily accepted the red envelope, no problem. Li Xian understood the meaning of Golden Lion and others. Although they did not have the world's largest swordsman in their era, there were not many master swordsmen at all. Just like today's red-haired Shanks, although he also did not win the title of the world's largest swordsman, his swordsmanship level is no worse than that of Hawkeye my hawk. Outside world. The Margals came back, with Vanderdecken, who was killed by them, and the bald sea monster, who had been captured. The preparations are done? Let's get started. Li Xian used the ability of Lion Fruit. The Fishmen Island trembled together with the bubbles surrounding the Fishmen Island, and then slowly escaped from the channel under the red line and climbed towards the sea at a high speed. In the chat group, Fisher Tiger, the Lion Fruit's ability to move an island is terrifying. Golden Lion Shiki, gee ha ha ha. That's of course, don't look at who used the Devil Fruit ability. Li Xian, unfortunately. You didn't use this Devil Fruit ability well. Others say that Whitebeard's Shock Fruit is the ability that can destroy the world. But in my opinion, Lion Fruit is the ability that can really destroy the world. Whitebeard, why do you say that? Laozi refuses. Li Xian, don't accept it, speak with facts. Although your Shock Fruit ability is terrifying, to destroy the world, you can only destroy the past island by island. Even in the face of red line, your Shock Fruit is useless or not. Good to say. Li Xian, but what about Lion Fruit? Find an island large enough, raise it to a high enough height, and then revoke Devil Fruit's ability to let it fall. Do you know what the consequences will be? Take Marineford as an example. Li Xian, if the island that fell from the sky collided with Marineford, the force of the collision would shatter Marineford, and the resulting shaking would cause a huge tsunami, and the monstrous waves would spread around. Li Xian, submerging the Sabayati archipelago and impacting the red line, causing tremors on the continental shelf, causing earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions around the world, creating a catastrophe that could affect the entire biosphere. Li Xian, not only that, but the waves facing the red line will reverse the Grand Line, submerge an ice lobby, impel down, Seven Waters, Alabasta, and finally reverse the mountain. The two tsunamis that spread toward the calm belt will cause the calm belt to sink. The giant sea kings of life are pushed into the world, causing biological disasters. Li Xian, all in all, Lion Fruit's ability can create the effect of a huge meteor. The impact of a huge meteor can destroy the entire world. One Piece Roger, are you kidding? Li Xian, no kidding. Golden Lion Shiki, maybe what you're saying is true, but it's hard to do that. Li Xian, I know. It's all theoretical. It's the same reason that Whitebeard's shock fruit can destroy the world. Whitebeard, scare me. If there really is a devil fruit ability that can destroy the world, it's too dangerous. Li Xian, I'm not joking about one thing, Golden Lion didn't make good use of Lion Fruit's ability. This devil fruit ability, which is equivalent to a space-based weapon, can be called a killer when used in a ruthless manner. Golden Lion Shiki, how? Li Xian, a few islands to naval headquarters today, a few islands to Marie Joyce tomorrow. It won't be long before the world government will talk to you about dividing up the world. Golden Lion Shiki. And this kind of play? I'm so sorry all of a sudden. Asterisk. Chapter 49, Is the Senju family dead? Golden Lion Shiki was in high spirits, then do you want to try it? I feel that this kind of gameplay is very promising. If you don't fight them, you control the island and smash them. Anyway, those with lion fruit ability can fly, and those with the ability to dominate the air will be defeated first. Throwing islands at each other every 3 days and hitting them, I don't believe Marine and the world government can stand it. Even if they can stand it, the people of the world can't stand it. God knows if the island they live on will one day be used as a weapon. In this way, he might be able to be a world aristocrat, 5 elders, or something like that in the world government. Li Xian, this tactic is too obscene and not suitable for someone like me with a too bright image. One Piece Roger, wait a minute, I'm going to vomit. Ding. One Piece Roger was silenced for 5 minutes. Golden Lion Shiki, Roger the idiot. Whitebeard, old la la la. Let's talk about the newcomers who just joined the group chat. There are 3 newcomers that I haven't met yet. Li Xian, at first Hokage Senju Hashirama, at second Hokage Senju Tobirama. Aren't the 2 Hokages going to say something? First Hokage Senju Hashirama, ha 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 ha. I didn't expect to enter such a wonderful place after I died. Tobirama, are you dead too? Second Hokage Senju Tobirama, big brother, what is Uchiha Madara's weakness? First Hokage Senju Hashirama, behind, what happened? Second Hokage Senju Tobirama, nothing, confirm your identity. Meanwhile, I wonder if this is an illusion. Li Xian, don't worry, this is not an illusion. Second Hokage, you are dead with the golden horn and silver horn of Cloud Shinobi Village. How can a dead person fall into an illusion? Second Hokage Senju Tobirama, this is another world, how do you know how I die? Senju Tobirama had doubts in his heart, he was a suspicious person. Li Xian sneered, I know too much. Not only do I know that you died with the golden horn and the silver horn of Cloud Shinobi Village, but I also know that you appointed Sarutobi Hiruzen as third Hokage before the breakup. Second Hokage Senju Tobirama, I am more and more suspicious that this is a fantasy world. If you live in another world, where do you get the information? Li Xian, you don't need to worry about it, and I don't need to explain it to you. Golden Lion Shiki, shit. The newcomer is too suspicious, right? It's not cool at all. Whitebeard, yeah, not a little manly. Li Xian, no way. These 2 Hokage adults come from a world of ninjas, and ninjas themselves are a relatively dark profession. Assassination and lurking are their instincts. Fire Fist Ace, ninja, a ninja like Wano Kuni. Li Xian, no, it's completely different from the parallel ninjas like Wano Kuni. The ninjas in the ninja world have real ninjutsu, they can spit water, fire, thunder, and lightning, and control rocks, thunder, and fire. Fire Fist Ace, sounds cool. Li Xian, so. That is to say, the method is a little weird, and it is far worse than you in terms of strength. The ninjas of the 6 paths level have already left the category of ninjas. Except for the powerhouses of the 6 paths level, the world of Hokage is completely incomparable to the world of pirates. First Hokage Senju Hashirama, hey. I won't be happy if you belittle ninjas like that. Li Xian, just tell the truth. As the god of ninjas that has been rarely seen in 1,000 years, you are already a ceiling-level fighting force in today's ninja world. But in the world of pirates, it is only an admiral level. First Hokage Senju Hashirama asked curiously, Admiral level? Are there many such people in this world? Li Xian, people with strength like you are rare in this world, let alone 1,000 years, not even 100 years. In this world, there are many strong people of your level in every era. Second Hokage Senju Tobirama, I don't believe it. Li Xian, it's normal. It's hard for someone with a dark heart like you to trust others. Hearing Li Xian's comments about his younger brother, Senior Brahkan Senju Hashirama was upset and retorted, why do you say Tobirama has a dark heart? Li Xian, because of his policy of staying, the Uchiha family was forced to rebel and finally perished. Senju Hashirama was stunned and couldn't believe it. Nani? Senju Tobirama sneered, the Uchiha clan has perished? I believe it when you say that. It is only natural for that arrogant and conceited clan to commit suicide. Li Xian laughed and said, then did you know that your Senju clan also perished? Senju Tobirama, what did you say? Impossible. Senju Tobirama became restless after hearing Li Xian say that their Senju clan had also perished. Asterisk. Chapter 52 Hokages, how do you feel? Li Xian sneered, calm down, nothing is impossible. Senju Tobirama retorted, the Senju clan is so powerful, how could it be exterminated? Li Xian, the direct descendants of the Senju clan were inspired to go to the battlefield, and everyone including Senju Nawaka died. Senju Tobirama, what about the Senju clan's children, the elderly, the weak and the weak? No way, even they are on the battlefield, right? Li Xian, they were forced to integrate into the commoners by the senior officials of Konoha. They intermarried with commoners and abandoned the title of Senju. The only Senju tribe is Tsunade. Senju Tobirama, impossible, how could Konoha do such a thing? Li Xian, because of you. The good apprentices you have cultivated are outstanding in harming the people of Konoha village. Senju and Uchiha are all finished in their hands, and Konoha is in decline. Senju Tobirama refuses to believe the reality that makes him desperate. Impossible, you're lying to me. Li Xian, believe it or not. Senju Hashirama, I know the demise of the Senju clan, so how did the Uchiha clan perish? Li Xian, because second Hokage arranged for them to work as the Konoha garrison, there was a huge conflict between them and the Konoha civilians. Coupled with the suppression of Konoha's top management, the angry Uchiha decided to rebel. Senju Hashirama, how could this be? Li Xian, ask your brother. He arranged the position that caused the Uchiha family to conflict with Konoha, and he made the policy to suppress the Uchiha family. He also trained the executors to eliminate Uchiha. Senju Hashirama was furious, Tobirama, is this true? Senju Tobirama, the old man just arranged for them a Konoha garrison that suits their work. I don't know if the rest are real. Li Xian, really? Couldn't you see the crisis of the Uchiha clan with your strategic vision? You did it on purpose. The reason? Because of Uchiha Madara. Senju Hashirama smiled bitterly, Tobirama, why do you have such a big prejudice against Madara? Senju Tobirama didn't admit his mistake, it's not that I have a prejudice against the Uchiha family, it's that family, that's a family that is born evil. Li Xian, take it down. You are jealous of the Uchiha family because your beloved brother has a close relationship with Uchiha Madara. Senju Tobirama was anxious, nonsense. Senju Hashirama was speechless, not knowing what to say. Golden Lion Shiki, I have a question, what are Hokage and Konoha? Li Xian, Konoha is the name of a ninja village, Hokage, is the head of Konoha shinobi village. Whitebeard, the village chief. One Piece Roger, it can be said to be able to speak. Hokage? Such a majestic title is actually a village chief? I can't accept it. Li Xian, what's so unacceptable? In the ninja world, tens of millions of people fighting between several villages can be called a world war. Golden Lion Shiki, isn't it? A battle of tens of millions of people is called a world war? It's too ignorant. Li Xian, yet. So their ninja war, I prefer to call it Wumura fight. Whitebeard, gu la la la. This name is really apt. Senju Hashirama, excessive. Isn't the battle of tens of thousands of people a world war? Senju Tobirama, I'm more and more suspicious that this is a fantasy. But how can there be such a novelty in a fantasy? Li Xian, can't you accept the reality? Well, I have some cool stuff for you guys to see. Outside world. The Fishman Island has rushed out of the sea and is flying high in the sky. Li Xian looked at an island with steam rising below, and felt that he was lucky. The island where the steam rises is called Punk Hazard. The reason for the large amount of water vapor on this island is that a magma maker and an ice maker are dueling on the island. Magma and ice are constantly colliding, forming a confrontation between the natural environment. The scene is grand. Li Xian stopped the island in the sky and approached the island quietly, watching the battle between Akainu and Aokiji from a distance. Golden Lion Shiki, what's the matter? Akainu and Aokiji, why are they fighting here? Whitebeard, really, marine fighting? Li Xian, no. They are using a duel to decide the position of Martial Marine. One Piece Roger, ha ha ha. It's too savage to decide on Martial Marine, right? It's like competing with pirates for the captain. Li Xian, the two Hokages, how do you feel? Asterisk.